TechCrunch Disrupt.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, our opening session with Jamie Mesler and Derek Jeter will begin in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin in 2 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome TechCrunch Editor-in-Chief, Matthew Panzarino.
Hello, everyone. Hello, TechCrunch staff that are obligated to say woo. We are very happy to have you here. Thank you so much for coming. We have an amazing show today and the next 2 days. We appreciate you coming out so early. It's nice to see a full crowd. We've got a pretty packed program today. We have Bob Lord coming up from Yahoo, data miner in the city of New York who are going to announce something, Mark Thompson from the New York Times, Brittany Pagnon from Campaign Zero. We've got Emily Weiss from Glossier, Tyler Haney from Outdoor Voices. Just a really nice cross-section of commerce, automotive, automation, media. So we hope you'll find something interesting in there. And then of course later on this afternoon, we do have our Startup Battlefield competition. The companies will come out. They'll get grilled by our panels of expert judges. Those judges will hopefully get some good answers from them. And they'll move on to our finals on Wednesday. Those finalists get tons of, obviously, media attention, investor attention, and then one winner will be crowned. They'll get a nice check, and if history serves out, they may also get investment and go on to great success, like many of our other winners. So we hope you stick around for that as well. All right, so to start off the program, we have something special for you. We are going to invite out Derek Jeter and Jamie Messler from the Players Tribune. Please welcome them. Excellent. All right. Thank you so much for being here. We've got waters there if you need it.
I want to first of all apologize for anything I might say. I didn't sleep last night. It may not make sense. We'll clear it up later.
Well, I'm not sure why you wouldn't sleep. I don't know what you were doing yesterday, but I mean, congratulations on your number retirement.
Thank
Big
you.
milestone. So
Thank you.
very nice. So let's talk a little bit about Players Tribune. You founded it about 2.5 years ago with the thesis that athletes had interesting, compelling things to say, but they felt that the filter of the media would not allow them to say it in the proper context. Does that sound about right?
Similar.
Okay.
It's, playing here in New York for 20 years and having friends and playing all different sports. I don't want to say that athletes are scared to speak to the media. I think they're just very, very careful of what they say, because I think a lot of times people are looking for headlines and they twist and turn their words. And I thought, if athletes had a trusted platform where they could speak openly and honestly, you'd be surprised at what they would say. And we based our company on that thesis, and we've had a lot of success and a lot of athlete contributors over the years. But it's just amazing because athletes are not one-dimensional. They have other interests, and a lot of media outlets don't have the time, and more importantly, don't have the space to cover everyone. So that's how we started the company.
And what was this based somewhat on your, I mean, I know throughout your career you had a relationship with the press that, some people saw as a little bit closed, but maybe careful is the better word, for maybe some of the similar reasons that you said. Do you think you would have been more open if you had a platform like the Tribune in 1996? When you're saying, hey, I can actually say some things continuously without somebody chopping it up or misinterpreting.
Yeah, but the one thing is, I'm not complaining about a relationship with the media. I had a great relationship with the media. I felt as though they treated me fairly my entire career, but my job was to limit distractions for my team. So, a lot of times people said, well, you give the same answers, and I say, well, you ask the same questions, I'm going to give the same answers. So yeah, having a trusted platform where someone's not trying to just look for headlines, then, I might have shared a little bit more, but, this wasn't about me. I'm private to begin with, so there's some things that I choose not to share on purpose, and I would never share those things. But I think a lot of athletes, that I've spoken to, wish they would have had something like this when they were playing.
Well, there have been a couple of pieces. I'm a reader. There are a couple of standout pieces for me over the past couple of years. I really liked Nerd, a piece by Von Miller about his early childhood. Richard Sherman also wrote a piece called Why I Hate Thursday Night Football. about the punishing schedule he felt that Thursday Night Football put on players' bodies. And it felt to me like that may have been an example of a situation where if he'd have said, hey, Thursday Night Football stinks, the media would have definitely taken that and run with it and would have created something, but he was able to put it in the context of his schedule, which I found was clever. Do you encourage that in players? Like, hey, you have something to say, how much help do you give them basically, and how to structure those things?
Well, I think we want to be a place where our athletes can share, whether it's humanizing them, so whether it's stories about, like compelling stories about their personal lives, adding that humanity, or it may be part of the news cycle where an athlete just needs a place to share what's happening or setting the record straight so that they can move on in a situation. So I think it can be either way. When we first started, I think we were probably talking to a lot of athletes, making sure they understood like who we were and what our goals were. And now more and more, I think a lot of athletes are reaching out to us when they have something specific that they want to share.
So you've had like 1,500 or so contributors so far. Do you consider those pieces on the site as journalism? Are they essays? Or are they something else?
Honestly, it's first-person storytelling, and it's bringing athletes and fans directly together with this authenticity. And so we kind of fit in between. We're a media platform, and we're a place where athletes are, like I said, sharing anything that they feel needs to be shared. But it's kind of like a complement to the media. We're not replacing media. People aren't coming to the Players Tribune for stats and scores. I think you're coming to the Players Tribune to hear directly from an athlete on what's going on, or we've had some of the most compelling stories on the site that aren't even the biggest names, and one of the editors on our team compared it to like the best chapter in a book, and I think that's a really good way to talk about, especially the long form editorial pieces.
And when you're working with the athletes to publish these, what kind of help do you give them? Like how are they, when they come to you, how fully formed are their stories? Do you find that a lot of them just flow out of them, or do you have to give them a lot of editing help, that sort of thing?
It depends on the athlete. We've had athletes that have written the entire thing from first word to the last word, and they've submitted it, and this is what they want, and you let it out. But we have writers, we have editors that talk to the athletes, and a lot of times there's no story going into it. You just get to know the team, and you start talking, and then a topic comes up, and we find out what they're interested in, and that's how the story comes about. So, we have people, we wanted to equip the athletes with the proper tools so they could do it in an effective manner, but it depends on the athlete.
And I think that's a good way of saying it. We're kind of like the toolbox for the athletes. We want to give them the best editors, the best photographers, the best videographers, and usually there's a relationship that's formed. So most of the athletes, you mentioned over 1,500, they have their own editor that they just get to know. So through conversation, a lot of the time, stories are coming out of that.
Mm-hmm. They build a relationship with your staff, that sort of thing. We have plenty of founders and partners, co-founders in the audience, and so I'm sure they'd be curious as what your dynamic is. How do you work together? How do you divide responsibilities, that sort of thing?
I do everything.
Got it. I'm guessing that's exactly the opposite.
It's actually been really interesting. As we've grown, it's kind of evolved in terms of like when we first started the company, Derek and I were meeting with a lot of different athletes just to also make sure that they understood what we were trying to create, and that the need was there, and how do we create it so we are something that is actually something that could be a solution for a lot of athletes. And then it grew into building more of a business. So, Derek is involved with a lot of the, like everything from operationally, like meeting a lot of the team. Like for us, it's about a culture. And in order for there to be trust between the athletes and our team, we have a lot of really likable, great people that, that can just hang out with a lot of athletes and have that trust. So I think there's an involvement from that. And then it's on top of, there's editorial. Derek has weekly video chats with our team talking about ideas and editorial ideas, so it really can run the gamut.
And so you were at Excel for like 15 years before working with athletes, obviously, and you had a very successful career there. So what was Derek's pitch? Like, how did he pull you away? Or is that how it happened?
I think we started talking about this concept a few years ago, and I think once we started talking about it, And I think as the media has, as headlines have been becoming more and more, click-driven, right? As we've seen the relationship, I think, with the media and athletes maybe get a little more fractured, we realized there was more and more of a need for this. And as content became more and more relevant and important, especially when it comes from an athlete or an influencer, we saw the need. So I think once we started talking about it, it became almost, if the Players Tribune was out, we would be able to do this. Like, it became more and more obvious that there was a need for it.
Right. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of athletes. At one point, there was maybe a peak of it where you saw like Instagram posts where they'd write this essay in Notepad and screenshot it and post it on Instagram. So it seems like there was like a need, like a pressure release valve needed to be put in there. So that's kind of where you see yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, how many characters are on Twitter?
140.
140. I'm sorry, I'm not on social media. I try to stay out of trouble, but
stronger man than the most of us.
There's only 140 characters, so there's only so much you can say. So we wanted to give athletes unlimited space to tell their stories, and we, like Jamie said, we talked about this a couple of years before I retired, and we started planning it. But it takes a long time to build a company, and when I retired, I wrote a letter announcing that it was going to be my final season, and I wished at the time that the Tribune was around, but it wasn't, and we actually launched right after I retired. So there was a lot of thought, and there's a long process to get going, but we've built a strong team. I think it's very important to surround yourself with people that can help, and a lot of our investors, like NEA, has invested in us, and they're known for building tech and media companies, IVP. So we've surrounded ourselves with great companies that have helped us get this far, but we need to continue to grow.
In addition to NEA and IVP, you also have some investors that are athletes themselves. Obviously, Kobe Bryant invested via his investment vehicle, and then some other folks as well, like Kevin Durant, so to speak, other folks like that. What kind of input do they give you? Like, do you have meetings with them as well, in addition to like them as investors as a board? Do you have meetings with athletes to get input on what they want from the platform?
We have over 50 athlete investors, I'd say, at this point, and we have meetings regularly with them. Every year we get together and have an athlete board meeting, but we do try to get together as much as possible because everything we do is derived from a lot of the athlete input. So it's something that's really important, I think. And it's also interesting from my standpoint, I don't know if you'll agree, to see athletes coming together from different sports, where I don't know that always happens. And so seeing, Derek with Kobe, with Richard Sherman and Cam Newton, I think it's really interesting to see how they all relate to each other. And that's, every bit as important as we grow the platform and thinking about what this community looks like.
And that's an interesting point too, because obviously you have people from different athletes, which are different sports, athletes of different sports. But I'm curious whether you think that this template works for other verticals. I mean, I'm sure there are directors and actors and musicians out there who have like a similar desire to express things unfiltered in a way. So I'm curious whether you thought about that, like whether this works for other areas.
We're working on that. We gotta get this one, but nobody heard that.
Got it. Right. So yes.
But yeah, it works. It works for many different. There's many different verticals it could work for, and we've had people reach out because they've seen what we've been able to do, and they'd like to do it in other verticals. But we have to get the sports side of things right first, and then you worry about building in other verticals.
So to that end, you just raised $40 million. What is this? I mean, you seem to be going along just fine. Obviously, you've got teams doing video and editing and multi-platform stuff. So what is the $40 million for? Like, why such a big chunk of money on top of what you'd already raised?
We to pay Jamie.
Raises, got it.
No, I think honestly, video is so important to our platform. So doubling down on video is it's expensive. Also, just
yes, I know.
building and having the bandwidth to be able to scale the business so that we don't want to be saying no to athletes. We want to be there to be able to tell all the great stories. We're launching our podcast network. We actually launched it a couple months ago, and really focusing on bringing product and tech into internally. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot that we need to do. We're also thinking about international. So those are the focuses right now.
And have you thought about, this is sort of David, I'm not sure that this fits with what you do. Almost every media company out there is thinking about the subscription model, especially as you see companies like the Times and Post and such having success there. So have you thought about something where you offer people a subscription for greater access?
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to try our first revenue stream that we focused on was bringing in branded content. And how do we connect brands to athletes through this authentic storytelling and allow brands to amplify their spend, their sports spend, in a more strategic way. So we've really focused on building out the branded content model. We've brought in a substantial amount of money. We've worked with Samsung and Chase, American Family Insurance, Tyson, and really focusing on that. As we continue to grow the platform, we're doing more of a rinse and repeat model. We're doing our version of display advertising. But we're definitely looking in the future as we look at other revenue streams, and subscription is a piece of that.
And so you mentioned display advertising, which you've dabbled in. Do you find that to have a good return, or do you find it like to be a distraction as opposed to something where you can kind of prepare a package of content, have it sponsored, that's pretty much straightforward, and then get to do what you want?
Yeah, I mean, for us, the branded content is a great piece of it because it's a much more strategic, less transactional way for brands to be able to work with athletes, instead of doing endorsements where you pay a lot of money for a transactional relationship that may not always seem as authentic. This is a great way for brands and athletes to connect. We're a little less interested, obviously, in the display advertising, but we do want to have a clean and smart version of that is a little bit more rinse and repeat.
So I mean, this is a question for Derek. I think it would be interesting to hear. Do you think that tech, and startups especially, are kind of like the new status symbol for athletes? It seems like more and more athletes, especially basketball players, seem to be getting really involved in the tech scene, startup scene. Obviously, Kevin Durant's an investor in Postmates. We have plenty of other folks. Obviously, Kobe has his investment arm. So I'm just curious to what your perspective is from the inside. Is that what you see? It's like not opening a restaurant anymore. You're investing in a startup.
Yeah, I can't speak on behalf of other athletes. I've always been a believer in you invest in things that you believe in. And I've believed in what we're doing here and what we're building at the Tribune. It just so happens to be a media company. But yeah, you see that nowadays. I think that's the hot spot now, is for athletes to invest in tech. But for me, it's something that's very, very important. I thought this was necessary. I thought it was something that didn't exist at the time that we started it. Now there's other companies trying to do the same thing. But I think you have to be involved in things that are meaningful, and this means a great deal to me.
And when you go to athletes and they're interested in participating on a greater level than just an article, what do you ask them? Like, what do you look for in them when they want to invest?
Well, first and foremost, we have a lot of athletes that have invested in the company because in my mind it couldn't be called the Players Tribune unless the players had ownership of it. We've had athletes that have invested with us from day one, and those are the athletes that are important. Now, at this point, our most recent round, we had how many athletes that invested?
We have over 50.
Well, over 50. So, moving forward, I'm not exactly sure how many more athletes we're going to have invest in the company, but it's important. And the thing is, the athletes are proud to have ownership of this company. They walk around, and it's word of mouth. The athletes talk to other athletes. They share their experiences, and that's why we've been able to build this huge athlete community.
And you mentioned that you aren't on social media, and I'm just kind of curious if you had a perspective on how much social media has changed the business of sports. Like, does the social following, do you think it's at the point where it affects like a draft pick, or is it more along the lines of it can build a healthier franchise if you get the fans engaged and kind of talk to them directly?
I personally am not on it. Not saying I have anything against it, but to speak directly to the fans, that's what the fans want. It gives the athlete an opportunity to share their personalities and their interests directly to the fans, which is what we do. But I just personally have for other reasons, I've stayed away from it. I'm sort of archaic, I guess. I'm the old school guy. I never wanted to be that person that said, well, back in the day, but I've been called a back in the day guy now.
Yeah. Well, I was there when there was no social media too, and my kids are not going to be, so I'm already thinking about it. So you're at this point, you've gotten some on your belt. You have like obviously 1,500 contributors, you got 55 employees. What do you think your primary expansion is going to be? Is it the international? Is it podcasts? Like, what are you seeing in podcasts early on, by the way? Because I'm curious about that.
Yeah, I mean, for us, the podcast, it's more about storytelling, so twofold. One is about storytelling and almost like in a documentary type of way, how are athletes able to share stories in another format. Another part of it is being a resource for athletes when they retire, to be able to hone another skill and be able to, to work with us. And I think podcasting is a lot easier. So we just launched this last week. We had one with Atan Thomas called The Rematch, where Oakley was on it and sharing a lot of misconceptions that athletes may have. But then also, I think just diversifying our formats. We're talking with other distribution outlets and partnerships. We have one of the stories that we did, Letter to My Younger Self, with Vernon Turner's. We're developing into a feature film right now. And then international is a very big piece of it.
All right, so we're almost out of time, but a couple of years ago, we had Bob Bowman on the stage, actually, who's the president of MLB Business now, and he was describing all of the additional tech and things that they had put into the ballpark. So I sort of have to ask, 2001, flip play, 360-degree cameras, HD, rewind, instant replay. Is that still an out?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he was out.
I never had any doubt.
Thank you. Yes, he called him out, so he was out. Can't change it now.
Very good. Well, thank you both very much. I appreciate it.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Real home run. I guess they're gonna intro me, right? Am I too early? Dave's mad? No? I'll do it. Hi, I'm Jordan Crook. Hey, what's up? I'm an editor at TechCrunch, and you're stuck with me. I'm gonna be your host for the next 3 days, so buckle up. We are going to be interfacing a bit. If you have any questions, concerns, you want to, let us know about something weird that's going on or whatever, you can either hit up the hashtag TC Disrupt. We have like a whole social team that is ready to talk to you on that channel on Twitter, or you can hit up me directly, and I don't mind the follows. So it's just at Jordan R. Crook. Don't forget the R. It's a whole separate person if you forget the R. We are going to keep the action-packed conversation going, but before we do, just one note, the bathrooms are in the back. Those are the only bathrooms, so straight back there. And make sure to check out all of the companies in the Startup Alley. They're going to need your votes to be thrown into the battlefield competition later this afternoon. And without any further ado, I'd like to welcome our next panel to the stage. They're going to talk to you a little bit about investing. So please welcome Stuart Ellman from RRE Ventures, Maha Ibrahim from Canaan Partners, and Amish Johnny from FirstMark, and your moderator, Connie Loizos.
Hi, everyone. Wow, it's a full house.
It's a tough act to follow.
Yeah, it is a very tough act to follow. But I'm excited to kick this conversation off as well. The startup industry is always in flux, and it's always a privilege to talk to top investors about what they're seeing on the front lines. But right now is sort of a particularly baffling time. We're sort of very kind of long in the tooth as far as this boom cycle goes. It's usually like a 7 to 8 year cycle. We're 9 years in here. We have a new US president who seems determined to shake up government. And we also have a new sort of generation of founders who maybe has different role models than in the past. They're not necessarily looking up to Bill Gates, but rather Travis Kalanick, who of course is the CEO of Uber, the most highly valued private company in the world. So guys, before we kind of dive into who's investing in what, I thought we could kind of talk about the big picture. So, Stuart, if you don't mind me starting with you.
Sure.
Two pillars of the Trump administration are deregulation and lower taxes for corporations and, frankly, wealthy Americans. This would seem to bode well for the venture capital industry.
Absolutely. I mean, on the one hand, you can look at it that there's been an 8-year bull market. It's been one of the longest bull markets, I think, since 1929. I'm not sure if it's number 1 or number 2. And the other way you could look at it is that there's been sort of an information technology since Netscape in 1994 and the World Wide Web, where you've gone from information being relatively opaque to everybody having instant information at ubiquitous bandwidth in your pockets. But it's hard not to be excited about startups right now because the two main killers of startups, right, tend to be regulation and I won't say taxation kills startups, but it is certainly an inhibitor. I mean, you can look at that and you can say when they raised the tax rates in France, right, and you watched all the French startups move to Switzerland a few years ago. Entrepreneurs are pretty smart. Entrepreneurs are quite mobile, and it's an international economy. So at least from my perspective, the regulation is the bigger deal here. I think the tax rates are going to continue to help the stock market in many ways because people are super excited, right, that you're going to be able to pay lower taxes, particularly on capital gains. And I do believe it's an incentive for people to push and take more risks with their lives. But particularly the regulations, like the ability to start companies and have fewer obstacles set in front of you by the government is going to continue to create incentives for entrepreneurs to start companies. So I'm actually extraordinarily bullish if we can get through a lot of these both regulatory hurdles, getting rid of a lot of the regulations, and push down some of the taxes. But the question remains, right, are we going to be able to, right? Is Trump going to be able to get these things done?
Well, one sort of seemingly early indicator is our new SEC chief, who I don't know if you guys are following this very closely, Jay Clayton, a Washington lawyer who is sort of considered an insider's insider, a deal maker, has worked on M&A deals in the past, including Alibaba. Amish, do you have any thoughts about him? Have you been paying attention or trying to read the tea leaves with his hiring?
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting question. I sort of think about it in a couple of different ways, right? If you contrast his appointment with the Jobs Act that we passed that allowed anyone effectively to participate in the startup funding cycle, in the private company funding cycle, if you look at the SEC's traditional mandate, it's been around financial regulation and protecting the individual investor. And now we've got an environment where you can invest in almost any company with fairly limited disclosure. So I think the fundamental nature of what the SEC is going to have to evolve. Now, as you pointed out, Mr. Clayton comes from a specific background, and that makes it a little bit difficult to operate within the larger, sort of Wall Street context. But I think as it relates to venture and venture capital, a lot of that change that we've been looking for has already happened, and I think that's maybe something that's been underappreciated is we're already allowing anyone to come in and kind of look out for themselves as they make their own investments and democratize access to it, and we're not getting a whole lot of complaints on that front, and so maybe that's coming downstream, and for those of us that have been around for a long time, so we'll see how that impacts the SEC and their own evolution.
Well, can I just add to that?
Sure.
So as venture investors, we only care about the SEC as it pertains to exits, either IPOs or M&A. And the issue that we have is not who's running the SEC, because his background is very similar to Mary Jo White's, the former head of the SEC. The issue is the funding of the SEC. If we do see the draining of the swamp, or whatever Trump wants to call it, yesterday or today happen, effectively we might have an SEC that is hampered somewhat because they don't have the funding and therefore don't have the employees to approve the Hart-Scott-Rodino approvals that we need for M&A, or approve some of the IPO filings. That will hurt any timelines that we have for exits, which ultimately may trickle down to the venture community ultimately.
That's really
interesting. Can I also pile on to a point that Stuart made earlier about regulation? So as you think about a deregulated environment, certainly that's helpful. But if you look at where a lot of the startups are getting caught, they're mostly in state and local regimes, right? Whether it's Airbnb, whether it's DraftKings, whether it's Uber. And so I think the kind of deregulation that Trump is talking about is predominantly going to affect the larger industry players. I don't know how much impact it's going to have at the smaller company level. And you can go down the list of the startups that are encountering regulatory challenges. A lot of them are very state and local specific.
Right.
You see, you thought you'd have to ask questions. Put 3 VCs on stage and just talk the whole time.
But basically, you were saying a lot of the changes had, there's already a lot of crowdfunding and not a lot of people are coming in. Mary Jo White obviously thought there was inherent risk in that. She was worried about valuation soaring out of control. Do you sort of feel like, look, VCs and founders should be left to their own devices? Do you think she had a point, or what do you think, Maha?
We always have an imperfect market because there's imperfect information. These companies are 4 people in a business plan, or they're 500 people in a business plan. But the fact that those financials aren't made public, the fact because they're not public companies yet, means that somebody can value it whatever they want. And from that perspective, it is an imperfect market running as a free market as well. The valuations will be what the valuations will be. That's why they call it venture capital. It is risk capital.
Right. Well, I think another reason that Trump obviously appealed to voters was, he talked a lot about, in his own words, automation and the displacement of jobs. Of course, he promised jobs that I don't think are going to be returning. Is that an opportunity for the 3 of you? I mean, are you sort of focusing on this sort of huge and growing class of displaced workers as an opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, so I've been very focused on robotics for the last 2 years, and there's no question that robotics and artificial intelligence are going to replace a large class of jobs. I mean, you just look at it right now. Autonomous vehicles are going to change how long distance trucking is done, potentially change how even driving is done. Checkout, the automated checkout is going to take an entire class of people that do that for a job. When you look at within factories, right, the automated robots that are going to, right now the robots are less autonomous and they're more human directed, but over the next 5 to 10 years they're going to be particularly more autonomous. And this is going to be another example. I mean, this goes all the way back to, not to take history, the Industrial Revolution, right? When people were afraid that, looms and automated machines were going to replace people actually, weaving garments. What always happens is that people end up training for other jobs which are created that the new technologies allow to have. But that doesn't mean that in the short term, there's not going to be a displacement, right? If you've been a long distance trucker, or if you've been a guy in the factory that is moving materials from one place to another, right, you are not going to be immediately retrained for one of those jobs of managing the robots. So there is no question in my mind that history shows that technological advantages are going to cause short-term displacements in the labor markets, but relatively efficient markets, which is what we have without a lot of regulation, will allow us to catch up and figure out the new types of jobs.
I think the challenge is the volume and the velocity with which this is happening is a bit unprecedented, and I would almost view it as a call to arms and a sort of an opportunity for the reformment of our education system and how we retrain. And I do some investing on the education side, and you certainly see this transition from the monolithic, traditional 4-year academic liberal arts cycle to much more practical things, boot camps, 1-year programs, things that are much more higher velocity and allowing people to be retrained. So I completely agree with Stu, and I think the only nuance is it's happening at a pace that is unprecedented. So we've got to apply a lot of effort in how we move those audiences into more productive fields. And I think that's going to be the challenge, and that's where we're going to see a lot of rub.
It's been amazing to me. I completely agree that when you look back over the last 10 years, everybody can code, right? Coding has become a necessary language for being a college graduate at this point, for being employable. And it's very interesting because there's a big debate that goes on where Vijay Kumar from UPenn, who's Dean of Engineering, speaks about engineering being the new liberal arts, which I find kind of fascinating, right? Because historically people talked about liberal arts, and the liberal arts, philosophy and political science and mathematics, giving you the building blocks to have the ability to think. But there's sort of another train of thought now that, having specifically being trained in different types of engineering not only gives you the ability to actually think, but gives you some of the specific technological underpinnings that you will need to train for these new jobs going forward.
So I'm going to answer the question in a bit more of a political way, because I think that the Trumpian argument against job displacement was really targeted at foreign nationals, right? It was his way of being, in effect, riling up the xenophobes and making us somehow not want immigration. The problem is that Silicon Valley, or not the problem, the benefit is that Silicon Valley and New York and all of these startup hubs, they live off of immigration. They live off of H-1B visas. So I think that his argument for displacement or against displacement was more targeted, was more his way of reducing the H-1B visa allotment. And that obviously is a terrible thing for our ecosystem.
Absolutely.
Which I think is probably, as I think about it from a venture standpoint, less deregulation and taxes. It's more about immigration and what's going to happen on immigration. Because I think for all three of us, the catalyst of these businesses are typically immigrants and people from different backgrounds coming here. And if that changes, that's going to have a far more profound effect than any of the other two. I agree.
The problem is it already has changed, right? I have companies where key employees have not been able to get their visas renewed in this new environment, this new ecosystem, and we just can't live like that.
The hard part is that, Silicon Valley and obviously tech in New York, we look at it as the ultimate meritocracy, right? And the meritocracy is, it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter where you come from, as long as you're able to perform and take risks and execute, you will achieve excellence and create value. And the problem with this, it's funny, the displacement really is twofold, right? Because there's, on the one hand, some robotic displacement, which will happen, and there is this sort of Trumpian, immigrant displacement. But it is really sad to me, because to me, technology startups has always been the one place where it's all about merit, right? I mean, I don't know, I'm sure the same with you guys, and I know it's true with your firms. It's all about, it's not who you are, it's not what you've done, right? It's what you can do, right? And what your abilities are and what your hunger and drive is. And that's kind of what startups and our whole tech ecosystem is about.
I absolutely agree, and I know that especially in San Francisco and New York, we very much view the startup world as this wonderful meritocracy. But I think, as Trump has come into power, obviously there's been a lot of hand-wringing over what did we miss here? Why were we so, how did we miscalculate so badly? And I was really shocked to see, the story in the Financial Times late last week talking about Silicon Valley facing a revolt. The opening paragraph is, a backlash against big tech is gathering momentum, propelled by Silicon Valley's clumsy mistakes. The stereotype is shifting from plucky California underdog to faceless, malevolent behemoth. And it goes on to talk about sexism and trolls and the spreading of misinformation like wildfire. You live in the Bay Area with me, Maha.
I do.
Do you feel like there's any truth in that characterization, or is it? Have we been sort of, blind to what we're creating?
Undoubtedly. I know I personally have. I had no idea that there was the level of discord in this country. I obviously had known that there was a growing amount of discord, but not to the level that we saw come out in the election in November. And that's just continued. And clearly, this notion of fake news has fired a lot of people up and has had some people be very. There's just been a lot of conversation about what to do about that and how it can affect things like the election, right? So we've got to be more careful about that in Silicon Valley. We do have a PR problem, but on the other hand, I choose to think about it in a positive way, in that, to Stuart's point, to Amish's point, we have created so many jobs. That is an immense part of the ecosystem in California, in New York City, and across the United States. We are providing a massive opportunity for small businesses. That is why venture capital exists, and sometimes, yeah, it does get perverted, unfortunately.
Well, I'm very pro-founder. I meet with wonderful founders all the time. But, you know, I do have conversations with people who sort of observe this kind of subtle shift. I was talking to one serial entrepreneur and investor recently, and he was sort of noting that with the onset of Y Combinator, many founders have been minted at a faster clip than has ever been the case before. And of course, Y Combinator has inspired, you know, literally hundreds of copycats, so the impact has been sort of, you know, exponential. And Y Combinator, and I'm not judging, but tends to encourage its founders to present their data in as compelling a way as possible. And then you sort of pair that with Travis Kalanick, who until very recently was very widely celebrated with pushing the envelope. I'm just wondering, like, are founders, do they view sort of, is their approach any different, or have you noticed anything different in terms of their, I don't know, ethics or?
I think that, you know, they're always great founders, and each founder has their own specific personality. I mean, if you look back 15 years ago, you know, Mark Benioff, right, from Salesforce was the bad boy.
Yeah.
Right, he's no longer the bad boy, or maybe he's, you know, just there are badder boys have come along and done it. But, you know, when I look back and I think about, right, who I think have been, you know, really two of the CEOs that have created the most value in the last 10 years, and they'd be Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, right? And, you know, particularly Bezos seems like the consummate gentleman, right? And always, you know, he's a tough business guy, right? And he doesn't suffer any fools at Amazon, right? But he's not exactly what I would call a bad boy, right? I think he has always acted incredibly appropriately. And Mark Zuckerberg, even though he was quite young when he started, I mean, he is really, you know, he was 21, right, when he sort of left Harvard to start Facebook. And you know, there were always some growing issues, and there are always some articles about, oh, he's buying the property next door, he has too many people, you know, and that's just sort of press. But, you know, I don't consider these guys bad boys at all. I consider them incredibly effective CEOs who have acted appropriately. I don't think you need to be a bad boy to cause controversy, right? I think in the end, that makes it more difficult for your investors. It makes it more difficult for companies to go public. I mean, you know, to be a bad boy is exciting, right? And people are sort of drawn to it, and it gives you maybe greater attention in the marketplace at first. But I don't think it's an effective long-term strategy for being a CEO that adds value.
So we've all been in this business, each one of us, for more than 17.
Yes.
Amish and I for 17 years.
Me a hair longer.
Okay, so there you go. So we are veterans now. And I have seen the entrepreneurial pool become more and more diverse, more and more ambitious, and I'm really heartened by it, actually. Yes, there are these odd stories that you're talking about with YC or other related groups, but I believe, and again, I may be at fault here for believing this, I believe those are anomalies. It takes so much sacrifice to start a company. You're putting everything on one number in a roulette wheel, and you are all in. And you're sacrificing personally, professionally, financially. Founders don't do that in a flippant way, and I have to respect that. I do respect that immensely as a venture capitalist, because I see how hard it is to do. What is fantastic is that over the last 17 years, what we've been seeing is that founder pool doesn't look like it looked like. It's not all white 25 or 35-year-old men, right? We're seeing it being much more diverse, coming from all different places, all different ethnicities, all different genders, and that's awesome.
Completely agree.
Well, you know, so you were talking bad boy culture, and I was going to say, sometimes I feel like people want VCs to step in a little bit more when they have this hear these stories about bro culture. Do you feel like that, and maybe Amish you can answer, do you feel like that's the role of the VC, or that's
For sure. I mean, I think in a lot of these conversations, you have to think about the structure and the nature of the dynamic, right? And so most people think, oh, there's a board of directors, why don't they just directly take action? The reality is the leverage in the equation is very, very different. Oftentimes, boards are structured where founders do have the ultimate say in what they do, and the job that you have and the role that you can play is one of influence. But if you get to a certain point, the founder just shuts off, your input, right? So you have to be able to find sort of this ground of navigating things through. And I think that dynamic is really important. And I think that combined with success also has this ability to allow folks to have deafer ears because it seems validating. Because I'm not listening to anyone, I'm growing even faster. Right. But in a world like we live in, occasionally you're going to have these magical product market fit moments where things just explode, and you could have put anyone in that seat. And that's not to take credit away; someone had to go do it. But I think the dynamics are challenging, and I would argue in most of the situations that you hear about, there's a lot happening behind the scenes where people are frustrated, where people are trying to have influence and impact, don't necessarily have the ultimate say or the tools to drive that, and that's not visible to the outside world, and that's not a conversation you're going to have publicly. So, as an insider to some of these things, I know there's a lot of frustration. I know there are lots of conversations, and you have to balance the ability to have some influence and have someone's ears and moderate with getting shut out entirely.
Right. Well, we have just a couple of minutes left, and before we wrap up, I wanted to talk about sort of the obvious poster child for some of these issues, Uber, which happens to be a service that I love, but is looking increasingly more troubled by the day. The New York Times reported last night that Waymo, the Alphabet unit that is suing Uber, is now partnered with its most direct competitor, Lyft. Things aren't looking so great. So here we have the most highly valued privately held company on the planet. Its endgame doesn't look quite as clear as it once did. If it fails or it falls short of expectations, what kind of ripple effects could that possibly have on the industry? Maha, do you have any thoughts about this?
I don't think Uber's going to fail.
I'm sorry?
I don't think Uber's going to fail.
Okay.
Let me just take a poll. How many of you came here in an Uber? Right, and this is New York City that has a massive cab system, massive public transportation system. I don't think it's going to fail. I do think that if it fails, and I will grant you the polemic, if it fails, it's not because people didn't want the service or use the service. The service is obviously something that has provided an immense public good and created an immense amount of jobs for people. But what I am concerned about, and this does apply to Uber, is the massive amount of burn that high growth companies have these days. And it is reminiscent, if not worse, than what we saw in 1999. You have public companies that have gone public a year ago or 2 years ago that are still burning an immense amount of cash that will never converge towards profitability. That ultimately, when and if there is a downturn, and as Stu said, we've been in a bull market for almost 9 years now, if not more. When that does turn, that window will shut, those companies will have a ton of trouble, and we're just going to have to adjust. But that is the thing that I am most worried about, that it will have ripple effects in terms of how we are looking at companies and how we are funding companies for growth.
You will see that the three of us look at life differently than other people because the three of us lived through the crash in 01.
Yeah.
And everybody that lived through that saw funding go to zero, we all look at losses very differently.
It's all a function of growth and risk versus your balance sheet. Yep. I mean, Uber today, if they decided to their balance sheet is quite strong. If they shut off all of the excess areas of burn, they would be a highly profitable business. So the challenge in all of this becomes, where do I keep investing for growth, and how do I make sure I don't get caught if and when the music stops?
Right.
And that's the narrative that I think people should appreciate.
And I think every venture firm is having this conversation internally right now, because we know that it's a matter of when, not if.
How do you cut the burn, right? If you need to.
Right.
And how do you balance growth against burn?
Utmost priority. Guys, we are out of time, but thank you so much. It was such a pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, guys. I'm going to take a selfie.
Can I photobomb you? Woo! I'm pretty serious about not turning my back to the audience just because of the back fat, but for that, it's worth it. It's worth it. Okay, we're gonna, not that, VC investment isn't super serious, but we're gonna turn a little bit to something that I think is weighing on all of our hearts and minds right now, which is the state of the media. And we have an incredible guest to come talk about it. Is there something wrong with my ear? I'm ready to listen. Okay. So back to what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by the TC staff. We are going to bring on to the stage the former executive at Channel 4. He ran the BBC for a while, and now he is the president and chief executive officer of the New York Times business. Please welcome to the stage Mark Thompson and our moderator, Matthew Panzarino.
We both did the chair adjust. I always do the chair adjust. It's something to do. Okay, Mark, so I guess the first question I have for you is, how does it feel to operate a business that's under continuous attack from the President of the United States?
Well, look, I've been in journalism for more than 30 years. Politicians attacking the media is not a new thing. It's unusual for it to be this feisty, this early in the cycle. And we certainly had this very interesting moment early on a Sunday morning, a few days after the election, when the president-elect started tweeting not about our coverage, but about our business, and saying that our audiences were collapsing, our subscriptions were collapsing. Mm-hmm. And we kind of, conference call, 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday. Right. We decided the right thing to do was simply to rebut it, to go out ourselves on Twitter and elsewhere just to say this simply isn't true. Right. And in a weird way, what's happened to us is that the broader narrative about the president saying either things which are reckless or said without evidence or are known to be untrue applies to us as well.
So you're early to the trends.
Yeah.
And I guess it was sort of a relief for Dean Baquet, because now he's like, hey, he's talking about the business side, right? He's not attacking my editorial. This is all you, right? Yeah. Do you feel, obviously there's a lot of vociferous stuff going on with the president and his supporters. So do you feel business pressure to appeal more sympathetic to the views of Trump supporters? I mean, we look at the hiring of Bret Stephens, obviously. Yeah. The opinion section printed a notice that said, if the president's done something nice today, please let us know, that kind of thing. And so do you feel like business-wise, it's a smart decision to appeal to those readers?
No, I don't think that's what's going on at all, really. And I don't think anyone could look at the New York Times and say that if you look at the Times as a complete journalistic product, that it's been created to make the president happy. That's simply not the case. What is true is that James Bennett, my colleague who's the editorial page editor in charge of editorials and opinion and so on, James is on a mission to broaden the range of opinions that are available to users of the Times. So they get a real sense of the range of opinion, not because they're meant to agree. I mean, the point about opinion pages is not meant to agree with all the opinions, it's meant to expose you to the debate. Mm-hmm. And I think you'll find, Brett arrives, a great writer, Pulitzer Prize winner from the Wall Street Journal. I think you'll see some other fresh voices as well. And I expect you'll see some voices, as it were, further to the left of the mainstream of New York Times opinion, as well as to the right. So to me, this is more about, in a moment of great division in the country, can the New York Times be a platform for diversity of opinion and for the debate to happen?
Okay, cool. I mean, I think that's a valid point. We'll come back to that, because I actually there's some other stuff there that related to the business side that I think is interesting, because if you have this situation where you are leaning into the subscription model, I mean, you've had some success with subscriptions. I think $442 million in digital revenue, and subscriptions were something like 61% of that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that feels directionally right, certainly. And by the way, that looks at the two core digital revenue streams. It doesn't look at the crosswords, doesn't look at the acquisitions, doesn't look at the digital archive. The full digital number is rather higher than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if there's if that model has really transitioned hard, which it seems it has, you crossed the Rubicon in like 2012 or something in terms of subscription revenue over the other revenue, ads and such. If you've transitioned there, why is there such a focus on this perceived balance when a subscription model is really driven by like that reader passion, like they're speaking to me and to my ideals, rather than overall reach?
Well, I think what I want to say is that Adolph Ochs, when he bought the New York Times in 1895, talked about the Times as being a place for intelligent debate, to be an environment where people could discuss and argue about public policy and all the rest of it. And we think that's our mission. So, I would say our business model is based around the idea of the Times' mission, rather than based on a kind of cynical calculation about different kinds of audience.
So like if we are more empathetic to the opinions of certain readers, that will result in a result on our balance sheet, but instead it's...
I think that readers of the Times would be horrified if they thought that we were censoring opinion or adjusting opinion on the basis of like a PowerPoint graph showing the propensity.
I've been in
of
those meetings. It's difficult to say no, and but
all I'd say is, if there was a debate there, I'd be on the side of the newsroom and the editorial department, not on the in quotes business side.
Right.
I never know quite what's meant by the business. We've got commercial divisions, but it seems to me one of the obvious points about digital is that you need a strategy which is an integration of content strategy and audience engagement strategy. And in a way, if you can get your audience engagement right, the actual business of turning an engaged audience into money is a very downstream and in some ways less difficult, less critical task. The real task is getting people's passionate engagement with the brand, with the content, and just coming to you often enough and caring about you enough that you can make them willing to pay.
And so on the flip side of that question, I guess, is, does a dependence on subscribers, if the subscriber revenue continues to grow the way it does that create a cable news problem? Where you go, these subscribers are lifeblood, and if we anger them, like has happened a couple of times, like, with the Brett Stevens thing or other things, I'm going to quit, I'm going to cancel my subscription. Does it create like a real business danger for you?
Well, remember the situation, we're getting now, I guess, roughly 150 million uniques a month, of whom 3 million are subscribers. Our model is to be very broadly influential in society, and to reach out, and by the way, we love advertising revenue as well. We've got one of the most successful digital advertising businesses in journalism, perhaps the most successful amongst news providers. And we want to reach that broader audience as well. So the answer is no. I think that being true to ourselves, being true to our mission, is the best way of building loyalty amongst engaged users and subscribers over time. And I want to say that although we certainly have a very kind of passionate relationship with our subscribers. Certainly in the past, sometimes when people have said, I don't like what you did there, I disagree with that, and they think about cancelling a subscription, evidence suggests that they're back fairly soon.
And so I think this, like the subscriber conversation lends itself, I'll change gears a little bit, but it lends itself to a question of like outside businesses. So if you are, subscriber is obviously a big business for you. You mentioned crosswords.
Yeah.
I'm interested. So why is crosswords so big? Why is it one of the bigger revenue sources for time?
It's a relatively small business. It's a very nice business. It's a very high margin business. We're getting close to 300,000 crossword subscribers. So our crossword business is one of the most successful digital pay models in the newspaper industry. Forget the main news subscription business, which is by far the biggest. Even the crossword business is pretty big. It's a great product. Will Shortz and his team deliver a fabulous experience. People like it, And we're beginning to experiment in interesting ways with using, it's currently a standalone digital subscription, but we're using it and experimenting with it as a feature in more expensive bundles to subscribe to the Times. And we think some of its greatest economic value may be in helping us exploit the demand curve more thoroughly. And we're going to begin to experiment with our cooking product to try and achieve the same thing, to see whether we can get cooking to work both with added features made into a standalone product, but also cooking potentially ultimately arriving as an extra blob, an extra bullet point in a more expensive subscription.
Right, and it sort of fills under the umbrella, so to speak, and gets that.
That's right, and we know, and the physical paper, it's worth saying, the newspaper in the 70s and 80s expanded into lifestyle, into multiple different sections, and people came to think of the Times as standing for much more than just news and opinion. And I think one of the missteps, in a way, was in digital, the Times got typecast again back down to just being about news, where in fact it's about culture, travel, food, and so on and so forth. So we're trying to re-expand that idea of a media provider who can help you get the most out of many, many aspects of your life, as well as giving you the best journalism in the world and the richest range of opinion.
I'm curious, I mean, this model of saying, hey, we have these different pillars that are interesting, maybe we can package them in a way that are attractive to people. Do you think this kind of model would work for, local news orgs? I mean, like my local paper just fired 8 people. It's the Fresno Bee, it's a plug. That's the McClatchy paper, obviously. But there's people getting laid off everywhere, and they're trying to sort out how to balance out these business models. Do you think that breaking apart these local interests, popular products, is a thing that could work for local news as well?
Potentially, but with this, I think, quite important caveat, which is it only works if you deliver good content. And you can't deliver good content. I mean, there's some data-driven journalism, some aggregation is possible algorithmically, but essentially, high-quality content involves employing great journalists. We've kept our newsroom as large as it was 20 years ago. It's 1,400 people, give or take, in our newsroom, because we believe that the basis of everything is high-quality content with the best journalists in the world. And the trouble that many newspapers, both local and metro newspapers, have got is they've already attrited their newsroom. There's not much journalistic strength there. Now when they start thinking about models which depend on these things, on verticals and on willingness to pay, they haven't got the underlying resource of people. I mean, the way I think about my job is, how can we essentially keep the strength of journalism we've got, but figure out ways of building a sufficiently large overall audience, an engaged audience, to make a great business out of it?
I mean, how do you think about doing business like that engagement, grabbing the people at the story level versus like at the section level or at the paper level? So
not just stories. I mean, you'll see if you look at our mobile app, this morning you'll find the morning briefing, you'll find slideshows, you'll find service journalism features as well as classic stories. I think in a way, one of the things that we want to try and do is to get away from the idea that news is like atomic stories and think of it as a relationship with a user where you're trying to find touch points in their lives, moments in the day or week when they're interested in what they should cook, or what should they go out and see at the movies, or literally what's happened while they've been asleep, what's the news agenda for the day. So we're trying to pivot away from the idea that people want a list of individual stories. That's very susceptible to being sliced and diced by other people, by the way, or experienced kind of randomly on social media. And instead, try and build a habituating relationship-based experience.
And as a part of this, finding those things where somebody's like, oh, I have free time, or I want to cook or whatever, it seems like podcasts are something you're pushing more into. And that is not, oh, I have to cook, it's, oh, I have some free time, or I'm doing things with my hands, but not necessarily my brain, so I have something to listen to. So what are you exploring in podcasts? Like, is that a successful business for you yet?
No, very much so. We launched a few weeks ago The Daily, and it's now, this is every morning a podcast, Michael Barbaro, doing essentially pieces, features, and interviews about two of the big stories of the day. We've got we've had a wonderful partnership with BMW on this project. I think we promised BMW something like 750 downloads. We think it's going to hit 100 million downloads this year.
I think you've delivered on that.
So the answer is we can make money out of it. But what I love about The Daily, and if people haven't listened to it, they should do, is again, it's about this idea of a relationship. Michael's got a wonderful voice and a kind of attitude in The Daily, and it's a way of bringing a kind of empathy and a kind of sense of trying to understand people, which I think kind of, it speaks to the heart as well as the head, and it's very good for the overall brand of the Times.
And it takes a little breath to do it. Like, you have to give it the room to.
And so what's so interesting, and what Lisa Tobin, the executive producer, and Michael and the others decided to do, is not to try and do a kind of breathless list. It's not give us 60 seconds, we'll give you the world at all. It's a thoughtful, reflective, human thing. And I think kind of human-sized, human-shaped media, I think given the kind of slightly monstrous world that's been created of, aggregated news on Google Media and stuff being ripped off and fake news and God knows what, having people and things you can trust and lose yourself in is really important.
Do you foresee a natural end to the print edition?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, so I don't know when it's going to be, but and it's possible there's a plateau out there, but essentially, as print advertising declines, as the rest of the ecosystem for print newspapers begins to degrade, as other newspapers go out of business, the cost of delivering, as it were, the last marginal copy of the New York Times somewhere in the United States grows higher and higher over time. It's still declining, by the way. The cost is declining. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, it will begin to rise, and you'll begin to test willingness to pay for that copy. Mm-hmm. But I think we're talking about a decade or longer in the future, potentially as much as 2 decades. And I think, we love our print product. Our readers, many of them love the print product. We want to produce it as long as it makes economic sense. But we're also very clear, we are building a business which will be a successful business without selling a single physical copy of the New York Times. So we're building the new ship, the digital ship, is designed and is being built to be a successful business on its own. And at the moment, we're making very good progress on that.
So that digital business, do you think it can survive without display advertising? Could you go fully into the Time Studio doing that kind of?
Well, I mean, advertising is morphing for us into marketing solutions, into our broad range of services and solutions to help clients with their marketing needs. But my view is, perhaps we could have a version without display advertising. I think when we get display advertising right, when the advertising is attractive, impactful, is itself pleasurable for users to look at, you probably wouldn't want to. I always think that with the great fashion magazines like Vogue, right, the ads are part of the pleasure of the product. And I think we should aspire to have advertising experiences which our consumers would complain if we took them away.
Right, so not Shoot the Crazy Frog or whatever, something that actually fits in with the theme of the.
Yeah, that's right. And already, we've got a very, very low loading of ads, and that's been a matter of choice and design aesthetic right from the start. And we want to do everything we can to make sure that we're offering people and offering advertisers a safe environment, and great advertising meeting a great engaged audience.
This is just a personal curiosity thing, but are you aware of the workarounds for your paywall?
Of course, yeah. Yeah.
So that you turn on private browsing, you can look at it, or copy a URL, that kind of thing.
Sure.
Do you allow those sort of like as a pressure release valve?
So there's a kind of constant tactical exploration of the porosity, if you like, of the pay model. We've taken a view that we shouldn't have as hard a model as, let's say, the FT or the Wall Street Journal. We like the fact we've got 147 million uniques who are not subscribers. Those people, by the way, the kind of first generation digital libertarians who objected to pay models on moral principle.
Right.
I mean, as you said, if somebody wants to look at a lot of times journalism without paying, they can do that.
Right.
Our view is, actually, people who look at a lot of our content, we make a fair amount of money from digital advertising from them, and we've got a very good chance of turning them into
lead generators,
and ultimately probably future subscribers. And so we tweak the model, and the direction of policy is slowly to tighten the model, but we're in no hurry, and we think that the way, the geometry of our model, its porosity, is more efficient at generating digital revenue than any other model we know about.
Interesting. And one last question. Does anybody at the New York Times follow tech reporter Mike Isaac on Twitter? Because you should really check that out. It's a problem. But other than that, we're good. Thank you so much.
Very good.
Mike.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Finishing with a strong Mike Isaac joke. We are going to go to a break, but before we do, I actually do have something pretty important to tell you guys about before you freak out. And I just want you to know it was not my decision. I had nothing to do with it, so don't shoot the messenger. We've got some amazing kind of performance thing happening, demo, on Wednesday afternoon. And as part of that, we have to do some testing on the network, which means that for a few minutes over the next hour, the internet might be a little shoddy, okay? So bear with us, don't report it, everything will be fine, and we'll let, what? Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi. And we'll let you know when that testing's over, and then if you see problems, then you can, yell at me, that's fine. Please go vote for a Startup Alley company to be a part of the battlefield. Check those out. We will be back in about 20 minutes. Thank you.
Data Miner and the City of New York are excited to announce a first-of-its-kind partnership that is truly revolutionizing first response. City professionals from the Mayor's office to the Fire Department to the Office of Emergency Management will get breaking news alerts faster than ever before. Data Miner detects breaking information
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and TechCrunch editor, Jordan Crook.
Ow, so much enthusiasm. I'm loving it. I feel like a rock star when I walk out here and all of you are looking right into your laptops. I'm loving it, loving it. Okay, but seriously, eyes up, because we're about to have some very serious questions answered. How many of you are familiar with a little company called Yahoo? And the data breach? You guys heard about that too? Literally none of you. I can't even get you guys to participate in a poll. But I think that Bob Lord is going to have better luck than I am. So please welcome to the stage Yahoo's Bob Lord and our moderator, Frederic Lardinois.
All right, look at this. Bright lights.
Yes. Too much glare? I should have had makeup.
It works better for, you know?
Yeah, yours works better.
All right, so normally nobody knows who the Chief Information Security Officer at any company is. Your job is usually in the shadows.
It's true.
Now people know, because at the end of last year, you sent out, about 1.5 billion emails to all Yahoo users to tell them.
A lot of emails.
I
might have broken a record.
You think so?
I think I may have broken a record.
How many emails did you send?
It was hundreds of millions of emails. I don't know the exact number, but and these did not go to spam. So this was non-spam. People wanted to get this information. We wanted to get it to them.
Well, I assume Yahoo knows a little bit about sending emails. So it should be pretty straightforward.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Now, to give you a moment of catharsis after all of that, because I know a lot of people emailed you and tweeted at you because they weren't so happy about Yahoo at the time.
This is true.
So to give you that moment, we're going to bring up a couple of mean tweets that you wanted to read out for us aloud. So we'll give you that moment to just, let it all out.
Let's let it all out. So here's Laura Chan, and she says, still getting mild panic attack that I may have done something wrong when I get Bob Lord emails. So not in this case. Thank you, Laura. And go to the next one.
Let's do it.
Oh man, sorry for the rough day, Bob Lord. Hope you're not losing your hair over this. Thank you. Thank you.
Is that the reason?
No, this is not the reason. I lost my hair in security years ago.
It's a tough job.
It's a tough one. So next one. Bob Lord, like I said to the other Bob Lord on Twitter, you're, Y-O-U-R, dead to me. Because it's Twitter, so you say you're.
And there's plenty of other Bob Lords.
And there are other Bob Lords. One was in charge of a bunch of networks at AOL, and is now over at IBM, but there are others too. Next one. Dear Bob, why are you still employed at Yahoo, you bleeping moron?
Oh, you bleeped it out.
So yeah, so this came through LinkedIn, so it wasn't just Twitter. People found lots of creative ways to hunt me down and let them know how they felt.
The internet is a friendly place.
Very friendly, safe place.
You would know about safety. All right, let's roll this back a little bit. There was 2 breaches, and let's talk about the first one you disclosed back in September 2016. There was 500,000 accounts that were hacked. Take me back to that moment when you first heard about this.
So when I personally found out, so I would say, are you familiar with that effect that Alfred Hitchcock perfected, where things look like they're sort of telescoping out, and you can still see everything, but you sort of have this weird parallax going on. I remember feeling that when I was putting all of the different pieces together. And that's not a great feeling, as you can well imagine.
How long did it take from that moment to the moment where you send out those 500 million emails?
In the grand scheme of things, not very long. I mean, there were a number of weeks that passed where we needed to understand what was the extent of the hack and to determine what had happened to the best that we could. And so we had to work with outside forensic experts to come in and take a look at the artifacts that we had, the logs that we had, and to try to put together a complete story. And as you can well imagine, because this had happened 1.5 years, 2 years before, things had changed. We didn't have all of the evidence that we needed, all the artifacts lying around, but we did have enough that they were able to put that together. So in terms of how long it went, it seemed like years, but it was really, a couple months, weeks.
Now those hackers got into the system back in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
What was the reason it took you so long to just figure out they were in your? It must have been a really scary thought to know that these guys were in your system for years.
And so this is an interesting point. One of the things that I talk to people about is that these campaigns can run for an extended period of time. These aren't smash and grab attacks. These are long-term plays, and when you really start to figure that out, if you haven't done that sort of work before, it's a little startling. But the answer is that I think we were interested in understanding that too. And so what was it that happened? And so the board of directors had commissioned a study, an investigation to try to go back in time and put the pieces together. Now I'm about to recommend that you do something I normally don't recommend, which is that there is a regulatory filing that we made, and those can tend to be very dry. But in the most recent 10K that we filed, there is a section on the security breach. And I won't read it to you here, it's rather lengthy, but it does go into all of the major elements that were tied to that particular breach, and then what happened internally with the company, with the evidence that was found, how it was communicated, to the degree that information was understood by management. And so I think there's a series of lessons learned there. And then the investigative group and the board also recommended a number of changes, and so we've been continuing to refine our internal processes to make sure that is all that information and those lessons are internalized into our security program.
Now I want to go back to those lessons later on, but maybe before we do that, now at this point we know a little bit more about what happened back then, because there's an indictment. People have been charged.
There is an indictment.
3 Russians and 1 Canadian have been charged.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, you know how they got into the system.
We do, yeah.
How did they get into the system?
Well, so I also don't recommend that people go around reading indictments. This one is worth your time. This one spells out in a fair amount of detail what it was that the attackers had done. It also names them, and so the Department of Justice is alleging that these very specific people conducted a series of operations that included attacks against Yahoo and its infrastructure. 2 of them are FSB officers, and if you're not familiar with the term FSB, you might be familiar with its older name, which is KGB. And so these are intelligence officers working within the Russian government who, it is alleged, instructed and tasked 2 hackers, one of whom is in Canada and in awaiting trial, and the other one in Russia. And so this is a remarkable story in that we had visibility up to a certain point, but obviously the FBI and other agencies had more visibility, and so they put together the indictment. I highly recommend that you read that, because it does go into detail about who did what and documents the lengths to which they went to attack the infrastructure and get access to information about our users. And it also reveals, and by the way, that's unprecedented. I'm unaware of any other case where the government has indicted Russian FSB officers. I mean, it's very unusual. You may remember the whole incident with the Chinese military hackers with those indictments. So this is really unprecedented in that sense. The other thing that's unusual, at least from the public knowledge of how these things work, that standpoint, the criminals also engaged in a series of activities that were there for their own personal gain. And you really can't make this stuff up when you read about the kinds of things that they did.
Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about erectile dysfunction drugs. I think that's what it comes down to. One of the hackers was able to get into Yahoo's search engine.
Yeah.
And was able to manipulate the searches for Viagra, I assume, to go to his own online pharmacy marketing scam.
Yeah.
How were they able to get that deep into Yahoo's systems?
So again, these are long-term compromises where they worked hard to fly under the radar. They worked hard to get the access that they were specifically tasked with. But it is now clear in hindsight that these guys could have gotten actual tech jobs. They were very good. So, modifying production systems is hard when you're trained and have supervision. One would imagine that that's a difficult thing to pull off without detection, and to do that for a little bit of time. So you have to say, I stay away from the word sophisticated because I think that word is very loaded, and I think that it comes with a lot of different connotations. But I would say that these were definitely skilled individuals, and moving back and forth between their criminal activities and the state-sponsored activities is now part of that conversation that we should be having. And it muddies the water in a way, because now it's harder for people to say, oh, this kind of person is attacking me, or this kind of person is attacking me, because now we have more evidence that there's a spectrum in place. And so I think that makes the conversation much more interesting, but it does muddy the waters a fair amount.
You didn't quite answer the last question I had there when I asked about how did they actually get into the system.
So I'm not going to
procedure.
Yeah, so I'm not going to go into the technical details, and part of that I think is it's somewhat distracting, and I think a lot of what we need to do is not be as distracted by the specifics, because there were numerous tactics that they used. One of the things that I do, and many of you will know this, but there's a specific set of steps that attackers have to go through, that they must go through in order for them to achieve their goals. And those, you've heard these terms before, but there's initial reconnaissance, and so they need to see what sort of servers might be out there. Same thing holds true for attacking individuals and their laptops. They need to see what's out there, to look for footholds. They need to have an initial intrusion, some sort of compromise. From there, they have to do a number of things. They usually have to elevate their privileges, and they have to move laterally. So whatever machine they break into is not the machine that they want 99.9% of the time. So then they have to go move from machine to machine to find the thing that they're looking for. At some point, if their goal is to acquire data, they have to exfiltrate the data. So each one of these requires, in some cases, different set of tools, different set of techniques, different ways for flying under the radar, for cleaning up when they're done. And these are constants within the industry. And so, the mental models that we've been using and the diagrams that I use to talk to executives, those haven't needed to be changed, because the basics of how the attacks work, those continue to be the attacks.
Now, right after you made those attacks public, you said this was a state-sponsored attack.
Right.
At the time, people laughed a little bit because they thought you were just saying that to divert the blame onto another country, maybe. How did you know at the time that it was state-sponsored?
So, and I did go public, and I did say that it was state-sponsored, and I definitely, I understand people's skepticism, because a lot of people do use the term in a wide range of ways. We have the benefit of having a group within my organization, which is called the Paranoids. We have a group that really specializes in tracking APT attackers against our users. And so we actually had world-class experts who knew what sort of things to look for and how to chase down leads to try to figure out who was behind these kinds of attacks.
Were they paranoid enough?
I think if you ask other people around the company, they will tell you that the paranoids earn their reputation every day. But hopefully we're strategic and we're good partners, and not just paranoid delusionals. So we had the luxury of tapping those people to show them the evidence that other teams within incident response were coming up with, and that information took a little bit of time to digest. But we came up with some fairly solid conclusions reasonably quickly. But we also wanted to make sure that that was not just our own internal bias, and so we also worked with outside consultants to take a look at the data and do their own independent investigation. And so we had multiple views onto that. Of course, when we worked with the FBI, They have their own sources and methods to take a look at the data, and obviously they were able to extend far beyond what we were able to do and really figure out who these specific individuals were and then name them in the indictment.
Well, the FBI had screenshots of their computers. They went pretty deep.
How about that?
Yeah, interesting,
Yeah.
right?
So how about that? It's kind of a curious thing.
Well, we know so much now about the 2014 attack. That, at the time, it was the largest hack in history, I think. Then just a few months later, we got a bigger one. 1 billion accounts disclosed in December.
Indeed.
What was your reaction when you heard about that one?
Yeah, one would imagine that that people were rather battle weary at that point. I mean, these things commanded the attention of the senior-most members of the company and the board. Everyone took this very seriously. The CEO was intimately involved throughout the entire process. So seeing one that was larger, was of course very tough on everybody. But the facts were the facts, and we knew what was happening. We saw the evidence. We have, on a regular basis, acquired information that looks to be like dumps, and all the major companies do this. They look for information that might be an indication that users are at risk.
And dumps are leaks,
like
basically
password
on
dumps,
sale.
and things that are traded in various places. And so and you'll see tweets every now and then that says, "Hey, here's a dump of something or another." And so we have people who go look at that. And in most cases, they are at best recycled from other dumps or stolen from keyloggers or something else. But this was very different, and so we just we were geared up, and we just did the right thing and jumped right in and started the process all over again.
We don't know that much about that hack, though. We don't know who was responsible. At least you haven't said it. What do you know about it?
So we know very little, and to date, we've turned over as many rocks as we could possibly find in furtherance of that investigation. But to date, we've not been able to find the source of that intrusion to understand how it happened, to understand who it was. It is likely distinct from the 2014 attack, but again, there's not enough information and not enough evidence for us to really say anything more at this point.
Why was there so much more evidence for the 2014 hack than the one the year before?
So part of it has to do with log and other information that is required. One of the things that you'll hear security people say on a regular basis is that you really have to find ways to keep logs for a much longer period of time than you would normally do. And in fact, if the average time between intrusion and detection is 6 months, depending on who you listen to, you're going to need to double that in order to account for other factors and for investigations. Going back to 2013, there really just were not artifacts around for us to examine.
So it's likely we'll never know?
Potentially. I mean, the attackers know what they did, and so it's possible that through other mechanisms that will become known, but at this point we just don't know.
What was Yahoo's security culture actually like back then in 2013-14? You weren't there yet, just to be fair, you came in 2015, but what allowed this to happen?
So I'll tell you what I found when I took the job, and part of the reason that I wanted to take the job was there was an APT group. Predecessors had set that up, and there was a red team. So for those of you not familiar, this is a real red team. So this is a team that uses all the same tactics and tools of real attackers to attempt to penetrate our infrastructure. And if you've seen my blog posts in the past on this, you'll know that I contend that the red team always wins. Always wins. And it's important for us to understand how attacks actually happen so that we can build up inoculations. And so otherwise, I think a lot of companies engage in routine best practices, but they don't test themselves. It's sort of like practicing martial arts in front of a mirror instead of in a ring. And so we get into the ring every day and we do things. So that was important. We had the bug bounty program. So for me, the culture was vibrant, and that was actually one of the interview questions I asked people. What is it that makes the paranoid successful? And so I got a lot of different answers, but that's been something I've been trying to build on, not just since the breach, but to take that deep partnership that the Paranoids had with the rest of the company and build on that to make that stronger. Obviously, now there's a whole other level of integration that we have to do based on this new knowledge, because the last thing I'm going to do is say we didn't change anything in light of the breaches. We're accelerating a number of things, but culture is part of that. I mean, I'm up in front of the company all hands every single week trying to be entertaining about security. It sometimes succeeds. I won't say it always succeeds.
It's such a fun topic.
It's a fun topic. Everybody just can't wait to hear the CISO give his readout every week. But they do tolerate it.
But there were a couple of reports that basically alleged that the security team at Yahoo did not get quite the resources maybe it should have gotten from Marissa Mayer.
I read one of those. And so I can say that was never my experience. From the very first day when I started saying I need things that are different than what we have today, I got the resources. I had to, you always have to work for it. The other thing is, I'm unaware of any CISO who says, oh, I have everything all the time. That just doesn't happen. And so for me, that contention just did not resonate with what I knew the culture to be. So I can't speak about things that happened before me. I mean, we can take a look at the number of dollars invested or the head counts or any number of the other things. But for me, when I made a case, I based it on fact, and I was able to get what I needed.
Does it generally not happen because it's not a priority for the leadership?
So in the industry in general, I think we have a real disconnect between security practitioners and the executives. And I think a lot of what we do is we try to dumb things down for them. I think that works against us. And we don't try to teach them how the attacker lifecycle works. And that means you engage in these transactional relationships where they say, what do you need? And you say, I need some money for a new SIM, or I need 3 new headcount. And they say, fine, here you go. Now it's your problem again. But you talked about culture, and that's actually the thing that matters more than the dollars. What matters is how the business thinks about security from a strategic standpoint and how people are engaged in their daily activities. So if you think the security team can go off in a corner and secure everything, you're wrong. It has to be a company-wide initiative across all the different layers to be able to be effective. So I think that's where one of those major disconnects happens in the industry, and I think that's what you see in the results with breaches today.
The culture comes from the top, though. What was Marissa Mayer's leadership like during that period?
Culture, so sure, you can say culture starts at the top, but culture is a dynamic, living thing, and so one person isn't responsible for all of culture. They set the tone. And again, my experience has been that the CEO has been at the forefront of this investigation. As soon as we rang the bell, people jumped in, starting with her, and did the right thing. And when I take a look at the hiring that we've been able to do, even when we were trying to grow the team dramatically, we've gotten the support that we've needed.
When you went to, all of this happened right in the middle of the Yahoo acquisition of, welcome to the family, but all this happened all in the middle. Yahoo paid a price. We can put a price on it now, $350 million, I think was the discount.
I believe that is right.
What was it like going to Yahoo with this, to Verizon with this, sorry?
So security professionals are rarely surprised by this kind of thing. And I think we've all, if you've been in this business for more than a few years, you've had your skirmishes. And so I think the question was always really, can you get enough of a root cause analysis to remediate? Can you demonstrate that there are improvements in place and that the attackers are out of the network? These are the most basic kinds of questions. And so I was very impressed with the Verizon leadership and with AOL leadership in how they were very focused on this, but also very knowledgeable, and it wasn't an emotional thing. These were really, we have common enemies. All the major companies have common enemies and adversaries, and so that's basically how that went.
Are you sure there's no hackers in your systems right now?
So you're asking me to prove a negative. So it's hard to prove a negative.
Percentage.
So what you can do, though, is you can build up a preponderance of circumstantial evidence. And so I mentioned the bug bounty program, I mentioned the red team, and all the other things that we're doing internally to provide signals that, that the attacks would not be possible today, and the attacks that took place then are simply not possible. Again, going back to the attacker life cycle, we took a look at each one of those steps, and the programs that we have in place are meant to reduce the chances that somebody can exploit those. And certainly the specific techniques are technically not possible today. So you can't prove a negative, but you can build up a preponderance of circumstantial evidence to have a very good story.
All right. Well, I hope you keep us safe at AOL once you join us.
We're working on it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. That went 5 minutes over, so I'm just going to keep things moving. Our next guest is the co-founder of Campaign Zero. Please welcome to the stage Brittany Packnett and our moderator, Megan Rose Dickey.
When Michael Brown was shot and killed in Ferguson in 2014, Brittany Packnett went to the streets of Ferguson in protest of racism and police violence. Later that year, President Barack Obama invited her to join his task force on 21st century policing. Since then, you've gone on to co-found Campaign Zero, a nonprofit organization focused on combating police brutality. So thank you so much for being here. It's really awesome to have you.
No, thanks for having me. That was also the most perfectly practiced intro I've ever had.
What? I didn't practice at all, I swear.
Quality. I really appreciate it.
Nope, just came up with it. But so, all right, so we're in the era of Trump, the man in the Oval, and it seems to have sparked this new era of resistance and activism. I'm wondering how, in your mind, how has that affected activism as it relates to police violence?
It's so interesting because Jordan Edwards was killed about 2 weeks ago while he was leaving a party with his brothers. They were in the car and the police officer shot at a moving vehicle, which is something that New York City police had outlawed decades ago, that we at Campaign Zero and at the President's Task Force, President Obama's task force, had been advocating to end as a practice for a long time. And so we see history repeating itself. And there was this moment online suddenly when people saw this story coming out where they were surprised, right? It was almost as if we forgot that police violence was still an issue simply because everybody's issue is an issue now.
Right.
So obviously we need to be paying very close attention to issues of immigration, to LGBTQ rights, to so many things because all of us are under threat right now. From some folks' president, if you listen to Pod Save the People, you know I don't really call him mine.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, police violence is not a new problem. It didn't start in 2014. When we think about the history of policing in this particular country, it actually is traced all the way back to plantation policing. So black bodies were not ever kind of served and protected. We were always controlled for property for the use of our labor. And we see that continue today. So that fight hasn't ended. We're continuing on that. But we also recognize that police violence, and I know that we've talked about this before, but police violence is the branch of a larger tree, right? And this tree that exists is rooted in systemic racism and oppression. It sprouts a lot of things. It sprouts the kind of immigration policy we're seeing in this particular administration. It sprouts unequal housing. It sprouts a lack of diversity in many industries. And so our mission is not just to break off one particular branch of police violence, it's to uproot the entire tree and to plant in its place something that bears fruit for all of us.
Right, and I definitely want to get to, you know, what it's going to take to uproot this entire tree because I absolutely want that to happen. But just kind of focusing on this branch of police violence.
Yeah.
Already this year, 116 black people have been killed by the police, according to Mapping Police Violence, which is kind of a subset of Campaign Zero.
It is. We've put out a number of different digital platforms since the early days. of Ferguson in 2014, our first kind of venture was the Ferguson Protester newsletter. We realized that a lot of media outlets were actually not telling the truth about what was happening in our community. And so we decided to tell the truth ourselves. So we curated the right kind of articles, we pulled tweets, photos, Instagram, Snapchats, whatever we could put our hands on that was accurately telling what was happening on the streets of Ferguson. We pulled that together and had about 16,000 subscribers worldwide in just a couple of weeks. And so from there, created We the Protesters, which is kind of the umbrella organization. And under that imprint is Stay Woke, Campaign Zero, Mapping Police Violence, ourstates.org, which is our newest release, and the Resistance Manual.
Right, and so I'm wondering how do you reignite people around police violence while also, you know, enabling them to focus on all of the many issues that we're facing in our country?
Oh man, there was a pretty well-known civil rights leader who said to a number of us in the movement, "You're not going to have to continue it because the police will do that for you." And unfortunately, when we look at not only what happened to Jordan Edwards in Texas, but 24 hours later, not even 24 hours later, finding out that this Department of Justice was not going to bring any charges in the killing of Alton Sterling, when we find out that the way that the case went in the killing of Walter Scott, which again was on video, we saw the planting of evidence, and yet this officer was able to plead out. Right. All of those things happened within 48 hours. We didn't do any of those things. Those things were done to us, right? So our mission, our responsibility at that point is to make sure that people remain aware, to continue to tell the story, and then to give people action that they can take to follow up with that. So we send people to ourstates.org because you have to recognize that whomever you are electing for mayor, city council, that's who's hiring that particular police chief and setting those use of force policies. We're sending people to Campaign Zero so that they can push on the right policies at the state, local, and federal level. But unfortunately, when it comes to issues of oppression, those things continue on their own.
Right. So I know you're very active on Twitter. You have over. You're great on Twitter. I love how active you are.
I just really talk. People are like, "Oh, I read that tweet that you wrote the other." I was like, "Girl, I was just talking." Yeah. Thanks.
I love just how honest and vulnerable you are, and. But so Twitter has been used to, you know, spark a lot of social movements in the last several years. Could you talk a little bit about how you use Twitter for your social activism, and then also talk about maybe how it could be better or more effective for you?
So Twitter is such a fascinating space because you can have this global community and you can still have this place known as Black Twitter, where we can talk about the same thing and never have met each other, but instantly understand where we're coming from. That happened on Mother's Day, right? Somebody asked, if you love your mother, what are her top 3 albums? And people were giving out mama statements from, do you have any McDonald's money, to other things. And we all instantly knew what we were talking about. And so that kind of bond is something that we've relied on quite a bit on Twitter. Some of the most important relationships that I've developed in this movement have been digital, right? Like we met each other on Twitter.
Yeah, I just DM'd you, hope you respond.
And so that has been a really important communication and connection strategy for us. But we often say that protest is really just the act of telling the truth out loud and in public. And with Twitter and other new media spaces, we don't have to wait on anybody or seek anybody's permission to tell the truth. So if CNN is reporting that people are looting the McDonald's once again, we can tweet out that actually people are breaking in there because peaceful protesters have been tear gassed again, and it's milk, not water, that helps you get tear gas out of your eyes, right? So telling the truth, making sure that we remind folks of the humanity of the victims of police violence, that it's not just a hashtag, that it's not just a statistic, right? That this was a person who was loved and loved. Making sure that people are able to tell and continue those stories and lift up those names and speak that truth is something that we really use that platform for. But as you've alluded to, it comes with a lot of danger. I had to actually leave my hometown. I was loving living there back in St. Louis, but I had to leave because I have a whole restraining order against somebody that I went to school with who found me once again online. And so it's not just kind of the anonymous Twitter trolls that we have to deal with every day, which, to be clear, that is traumatic enough.
Right.
But when we have to deal with actual attacks, people doing the kind of hacking that gets folks our addresses. Someone contacted me last night asking me if I had received a letter that was sent to their parents' home with all of our names on it. That just happened yesterday, right? So when I think about it, as activists, we so often choose to be uncomfortable, we choose to be unsafe, but it would be really great if our tech companies who want us to be able to spread that truth, who certainly benefit from us using that platform in that way, would ensure that we're protected, that we're safe.
Right, and so I know you met Jack Dorsey pretty recently, and I saw you guys in the photo together.
Another STLian, another St. Louis.
Yeah. So what was that conversation like?
So Jack is great. The first thing out of his mouth was, what can we be doing better? And so the same thing that I just told you about privacy, I told him to his face. We also asked for an edit button, if I'm very clear.
Yeah.
Which you probably would have asked for too, or maybe
who wants an edit button on Twitter?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, not many people, but Cheever does.
It's that moment when you get a tweet out and suddenly it starts moving really fast, and then you realize that you forgot the T on the, and you're like, I used to be a teacher, this is not gonna work. So we asked for an edit button, but most certainly we asked for privacy. But he was deeply interested kind of in the continued landscape of St. Louis, what's going on. We also talked quite a bit about diversity in the tech industry. I work in education full time, and we often talk about representation, diversity, but it's one thing to have diverse faces. It's another thing to make people feel included and to ensure that they have equitable access to multiple opportunities. And we know that often the first is happening, but not the latter too.
Right.
And so we talked about what that means, what it means to have a tech company where you can boast higher diversity numbers, but everyone is being hired at junior levels, right? Is that real diversity? It's certainly not real equity. And so he talked about a program where they're training some of the folks who've been coming in at more entry-level positions to be able to take on senior roles, to be able to do coding and things like that. So I was certainly really glad to see that. That's the kind of commitment that we need to see from tech. This is the world of innovation, right? When we started Campaign Zero, people kind of didn't believe us. We call it Campaign Zero because we believe we can live in a world where the police do not kill people. And folks would often look at us and say, well, the police will always kill somebody, right? There'll always be some wacko, there'll always be something that happens where the police will kill someone. But when we look at other developed nations, we know that it is perfectly possible to not have the police kill anybody. So we wanted to set an aspirational goal as possible. And a lot of folks just are not dreaming that big, but this is an industry of innovation. You all can dream that big. So the question is, what would it look like if everything that you did was devoted to a sense of equity? If you checked every single innovation against a racial equity test? If you looked at every hiring practice and said, we are going to be different than the rest of the world because you already are. And I'm hoping to see that from this industry.
Nice. And so when you spoke to Jack, though, how did you feel? Did you feel that he was sincere in his desire to affect real change?
I totally felt he was sincere. When we were actually on the panel, it was a panel of Jack and 5 black women, so we were not going to let him off the hook whatsoever. And it wasn't just any black woman, really. It was like myself, Angela Rye, who we know tells it like it is every day on CNN. That's the homie. April Range, Jamila Lemieux, and Trier, who works at Twitter. And one of the things that Angela pushed him on was actually investing in black-owned banks, right? That it is one thing to say we believe in equity, Black Lives Matter, all of these kinds of things, but your money shows what you value. And so why don't you put your money in some of these black lives and black businesses and black industries that are trying to ensure that we can uplift our community. And he committed to that in front of a full room of young folks at the NSBE conference. So I'm very sure he'll follow up on it.
That's awesome. I'll be sure to keep tabs on him and make sure that happens.
We will too.
Awesome. So I want to talk a little bit about security and privacy, which we've touched on a bit, but specifically, so the FBI, for example, has surveilled your colleague DeRay McKesson.
Oh, they've surveilled all of us.
They've surveilled you as well. It has
been there have been activists whose homes have been visited, and let's be clear, that was not even under this administration.
Right.
We are all watching who's hired next very closely, because we haven't felt safe under the FBI for quite some time. When I had to file that restraining order, I had to ask myself if I wanted to open up a federal file, and by the time everything was done, the administration had changed, and so I didn't feel safe doing it. And so, local, state, and federal level law enforcement have been things that we've had to be very wary of.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So how does that affect your decision to use one tool over the other, maybe like Twitter versus Signal, et cetera?
I mean, I think when it comes to planning things, there are more private tools that we like to ensure that we use, mostly because the protest, right, and direct action that has the element of surprise tends to be more effective.
Right.
But our practices are always peaceful, right? Our practices are thoughtful, creative. We want to make sure that we're not unnecessarily hampered simply because we're Black and we have the audacity to speak the truth and stand up for ourselves. Because we know that we are treated very differently than, say, I don't know, white supremacists with tiki torches in Charlottesville, Virginia, trying to protect a Confederate statue, right? So we know that we are under much more threat simply because of who we are and not even because of what we do. And so we do have to be very careful, but there are other times when it is very necessary to have the largest platform possible. So when we're recording Pod Save the People, or when we're out there tweeting, or when we're pushing out the latest Campaign Zero reports, we need as many people as possible to put their eyes on that.
Right.
And at the end of the day, I come from a people whose ancestors did far more with far less. And so this is a sacrifice that all of us are willingly making. But it would be a helpful thing to know that we were a bit more secure while we were doing it.
Right. So do you use Signal?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
So in addition to Signal, what are some other tools that you use, kind of with
Girl, I don't know.
privacy?
Can you tell me? Can we have this conversation backstage?
Yeah, we can definitely, I can hook you up for sure. So you're an on-the-ground kind of activist, as well as, you're very active online, be that through Twitter or through your initiatives with Campaign Zero.
Yeah.
But social media has kind of, the phrase has emerged like hashtag activism or whatnot, where you're kind of, all talk but no action. And so what makes a true activist? Is that an activist if you're, talking passionately about it on Twitter but not really showing up?
If protest is the act of telling the truth out loud and in public, there are lots of ways that you can take the spirit of protest with you everywhere, right? You can take the spirit of protest into a corporate boardroom. You can take the spirit of protest into a house of worship that is not LGBTQ friendly, right? You can take a spirit of worship, of protest rather, into online and offline spaces. And at the end of the day, we need every single tool that we have at our disposal to win this thing. Everybody has a role. And so I don't like to, I don't like the phrase hashtag activism, and I don't like to get after the people who only sent out the hashtag, because you helped the hashtag go viral, right?
Right.
You helped Ferguson be the most used hashtag in the first 10 years of the entire platform. So we needed people who couldn't necessarily get up off of their couch to do that. The other thing though is that, so I'll use the example of Black Women at Work.
Yeah.
After Maxine Waters was called choice names by Bill O'Reilly and April Ryan was told to control her body movements by Sean Spicer, which was like fascinating. I'm like, I need you to try to find facts and not worry about April Ryan.
Right.
But so after that happened, I was at work as a Black woman. And I was like, this is not new, right? And there is an opportunity we have to tell this story in a way such that people don't forget about what happened tomorrow, and B, will recognize when it's happening at the cubicle next to them.
Right.
And so we started with Black Women at Work, and I put my phone down, and then suddenly by the end of the day, it was the #1 trending topic. And from there, folks have been having not only different conversations, but taking different actions, getting that training, ensuring that they are creating equitable workspaces. And so, hashtag activism has gotten folks fired. Hashtag activism has gotten folks charged. Not enough folks charged, but it's gotten folks charged. Hashtag activism has helped change laws. We've seen 88 laws at least across the country, specifically around issues of police violence in the last 2 years. And 8 states have taken on at least 2 or 3 Campaign Zero issues in the legislation that they've passed. So I just don't believe that that's not worth anything.
Right.
I just don't think that we would be where we are if it were not for our online platforms.
Definitely. And we've touched on this a little bit, but you know, when you advocate passionately for anything, there are bound to be critics, there are bound to be trolls. What's some of the criticism that you've faced? Maybe specific to Campaign Zero and your work there.
My favorite form of criticism is that whenever we call out racism, we are called racist.
Yep.
Right? That's always my favorite, right? And I'm like, if I tell you that it's raining outside, that doesn't mean that I made it rain. You need to recognize that the acknowledgement of privilege, of oppression, of suppression, of racism, of sexism, of xenophobia, of Islamophobia, just because calling it out makes you uncomfortable doesn't mean that it's wrong. In fact, I'm trying to make you uncomfortable, because if we don't get uncomfortable, we're actually not going to move out of this thing.
Right.
So that is always one of my favorite pieces of criticism. And I'm like, well, what would you have me do? Because if you are tired of hearing me talk about racism, I guarantee you I'm far more tired of living it.
Right.
And so at the end of the day, I would love for us to eradicate it so I don't have to talk about it anymore. I'd really love not to talk about it anymore. But we're not in that place.
Right.
So that is one of my favorite critiques that we get quite often. I think the other, because there are so many pathways in this work, and we've chosen around Campaign Zero, a policy platform in particular, folks will say that that's not enough, right? Or that you're not real enough, right? So we've got folks over here calling us racist and terrorists, and then we've got folks over here saying that we're not revolutionary enough. At the end of the day, I want to think about the most revolutionary, innovative solutions for community safety and uplift possible. I also know that people's lives have to be different tomorrow. So we have to be able to pursue long-term and short-term solutions both at the same time, because social change is never an either or, it's always a both and. And so I think that having this policy platform as a part of a larger, broadly connected network of activists around the country working on this issue is critically important.
Could you talk a little bit about the long-term strategy for Campaign Zero and maybe shed some light on some new projects you're working on, or what are some things that are coming up?
Well, the thing to remember about Campaign Zero is that we are not actually about hoarding power, we're actually about people power. So we created a user-friendly, clear platform that people can literally print out and take to their mayors, take to their state representatives, take to their congresspeople, and say, this is what I want you to implement. And how folks go about doing that, the tactics that they use, are completely up to them. But we wanted to resource people in a way that they could leverage the information for change in their own communities. And so we're all about empowering people, and that's what we want to continue to do. So most recently, we've released the Resistance Manual. One of the things I discovered very quickly, especially as I started to do some reading on things like fascism, right, and like countries like Germany, I like never really thought I was an African American studies major. Who knew I'd be picking up those books? Right. But it was necessary to learn about those things. And one of the tactics here is to keep us disoriented,
right,
to be throwing so many things at us all at the same time that there is immigration news and LGBTQ news and news that affects people along racial lines and FBI stuff and investigations and all of this stuff coming at us at once. So the Resistance Manual is an opportunity for people to get educated, get organized, and take action. So it's basically a wiki where people are able to add additional information about multiple topics, and people can pick and choose the information that they want to receive, everything from healthcare to police violence and lots in between. So we released that about 2 months ago. And our most recent release is ourstates.org. Obviously, people are paying a lot of attention to what's happening at the federal level,
right,
but my phone just told me that the Supreme Court is having that conversation about North Carolina's voter ID laws, and that happened in the state legislature. Right. So we want to make sure that people are equipped to pay attention to what's happening at the local and state level, know when elections are coming, know what positions candidates are taking, and are able also to connect with other people in their state who are concerned about the same issues.
Awesome. So it sounds like if people want to, get involved, become more active, they can check out the resistance manual, our states, and all of that is available through the Campaign Zero platform.
It's ourstates.org, theresistancemanual.org, and the Campaign Zero website is joincampaignzero.org. I think that there are lots of ways in which we also leverage technology. I mean, right, we love Squarespace because all of our sites are built on it. We use Slack to manage virtual volunteers because really Campaign Zero, as of right now, is 3 people with a laptop in terms of the co-founders that are still working on it. But we've got incredible volunteers all around the country. A lot of activists use Teespring. I know we were talking about Pure Black backstage. I just released some new shirts today on my buildloveempower.com platform because our protest signs we wear on our chest, right? And so again, that bringing that spirit of protest, not just in what we say and do, but also in what we wear is another way that we're able to speak that truth and leverage platforms like Teespring and other things to be able to do that easily.
Right. Yeah. Awesome. Well, hopefully people feel inspired to take some action. So thanks for joining me.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, moving on to our next panel. We're going to talk about the first internet entrepreneurs out of Cuba. And I'm going to do my best with all the names. So please welcome to the stage Bernardo Romero Gonzalez from Cubazon, Diane Eliane Benitez Pereira from Canales, and Carlos Manuel Garcia Vergara from Coelta, and our moderator, John Biggs.
Hi. Thank you.
Buenos días, señoras y señores. Soy. You could sit, please. Jesus, I'm just being a jerk. Sit down. Okay, these guys are amazing. I'm John Biggs, moderator, but these guys are amazing. They come all the way from Cuba to tell us about building businesses in some of the harshest conditions, regulatorily, politically, and in terms of resources. So welcome, Bernardo, Diana, Carlos. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm very excited about this because I think this is the first time we've had Cubans on stage, essentially.
Thank you.
So I want you guys to go down. Yes. So I want you guys to go down. Diana first. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you're working on?
Okay, I'm from Canales. We send information for our people. First, we send it by text message, SMS. And after the little break, we have to walk around and send it by email.
So you're able to send email. You send notifications. So NF like sports scores, weather.
Sport, weather. I don't know. News.
Okay.
Everything. What people need. We don't have internet, so.
So you have to work around it.
Yes.
So Bernardo, why don't you describe a little bit?
Well, I'm tech entrepreneur. I come in with Cubazon. It's my first business. It's the platform like online store to sell Cuban products. It's like Amazon for Cuba, but has a difference. Our customer going to be the Cuban diaspora, the Cuban people that live outside Cuba. And our products was created in Cuba. The people going to buy products created in Cuba for their family in Cuba. This is the idea.
So you go on to Cubazon and you order something for your family in Cuba, right?
Yes, you go to Cubazon, pay with electrical money, the PAL, credit card, and in Cuba, we're going to pick up the products in the Cuban business and send and delivery for your family.
Okay, all right. All right, Carlos?
John, thanks for inviting us and hosting the panel. I'm the founder of Coelta. It's a platform for sharing content in offline and online environments. We created a solution for sharing information that is relevant to the venues, more interesting than the information in the internet.
Okay. So I was told that there are 4,000 new software engineers in Cuba every year. They graduate. But you guys don't have internet. What do those guys do? What is the internet like in Cuba right now for you guys? If you want to start,
Go ahead.
Well, in Cuba, maybe we don't have internet, but we have the human resources. In some other places in the world, maybe you don't have the technology, but you don't also have the human resources. In Cuba, we have really talented people with the latest technology, but we didn't have so much internet, so we managed a new way to create technology for offline environments. That is the future of what is going to happen with the technology, with Internet of Things and everything.
I think,
sorry, did you?
Go for it.
I think that Cubans are disruptors by definition. And we always find the way to have the first word conditions with our third word conditions.
Okay. Diana, why don't you tell me about, you were telling me earlier about a situation where you couldn't send SMSs anymore. What happened to your business?
Yeah, we actually we came here to United States for training program for startups, and we get back to Cuba on 18 February. And one day after that, Cuba blocked us the entry for of SMS, terminal messages, text messages. So basically, they let us with a business. So we rebuild our business, basing us in email platform and ring notifications. Before we send people a text message for let them know they have email.
Okay.
Now we ring them for notify them, and we send information and in this way by email.
And then you guys have been able to do all sorts of notifications, like Google Calendar notifications?
Yeah, we actually in our business we use for the staff and everything. We use Google Calendar synchronization. Imagine that without internet. That's been our. No.
So these guys get upset when there's no internet in the room for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You guys have no internet permanently for the most part.
Yes.
Okay. Bernardo, why don't you talk about how do you start a business in Cuba? What is it like for you guys and even for an outsider? What would be the situation?
Well, I began my first business with tech 5 years ago without internet in Cuba.
Okay.
But I developed a website. I talk with my customer. I create the website offline and go for the office of my friend that has internet and put the web page. This was 5 years ago. Currently, we have internet, Wi-Fi in my office.
Okay.
But I think, well, I'm working for my customer. I'm creating platform, website, but who is my business? Who is my platform? I say, well, the Cuban diaspora has more than 2 million people, sent to Cuba more than 4,000 million per year.
Yeah.
Say, well, Cuba has a lot of private business that creating the very good goods, and we are going to do a connection between this person, no? And create this platform thinking in this, join the Cuban family.
Okay. So can you talk a little bit about building a business, Carlos?
About
building a business. What does it take to build a business? What do you guys have to do to make a business?
Cuba is very challenging because right now the government is understanding about what is to be a technology entrepreneur. And we have a tax system that is not well designed when you don't have money and you have to grow, creating new technologies without selling. At the beginning you have a lot of expenses and we cannot declare all the expenses, so it's really tough to do that. But it's cheaper because for being a Cuban, you get a really high talented people and you work with them, so you create really interesting stuff. And then we cannot incorporate in Cuba, we cannot create our own business, so we have to go abroad, maybe to the United States or to Europe to incorporate what we are doing, so we get investors. We put there our brands, our technology, and that's a way to make business in the international legal framework.
Okay.
So we developed there, and then.
Is it getting easier? Is it improved over the past few years, Diana?
Yes, I think Cuba in the next years we're gonna have a lot of tech startups and startups in every sense. We think we're opening our minds, our world or society for this kind of things.
Okay. So, tell me about the paquete system. This sounds fascinating. What do you guys have to do? You guys use this for a while? It was like SneakerNet, right?
This is our cloud.
Okay, it's your cloud. But why don't you
Yes.
describe it for us?
El paquete is a social phenomenon that was born in Cuba. So people had the need to have information and movies and entertainment. So many interesting people in Cuba created a way to distribute information without the internet.
Okay.
So the people are the network. And it's a completely decentralized way to share information because you share the information hand to hand by hard drive and flash drive. So it's really interesting.
The packet is a Cuban cloud.
Okay.
I have a friend that says that in the world, when you speak about the speed of internet, you say maybe 10 megabyte, 4 megabyte. In Cuba, we say 1 tera per week because it's the speed of the hard drive. No?
So
it's 1 tera per week, the internet in Cuba.
Yeah, so you carry a disk around with you. You give it to people and you spread it that way. Okay.
You may find there movies, TV shows, whatever you find here in the TV or in the movies.
Okay.
We have that there in Cuba because it's a piracy dream. But they are not called pirates because we don't have a framework, legal framework that says that they are pirates. So they are sharing information that people need.
Okay. All right. So tell me what we can do to help you guys. I know that there's some issues with using AWS, with using PayPal. What do you guys need from these entrepreneurs here?
I can talk about that. Cuban entrepreneurs, we have two big challenges right now. One is talking to our government, so they allow a healthier environment for startups. So we create innovative technologies and we grow from zero to successful companies. And we also need to talk to major internet companies in the US because the most of them, they close our accounts, like Stripe, PayPal, Amazon Web Services, Google, Facebook ads. When they see that we are accessing from a Cuban IP address, they close our accounts and they close the transactions and everything. Imagine an entrepreneur without trading in the internet. So right now we are in the middle of two fronts, talking to the government and saying to the big companies in the internet, hey guys, Obama changed the laws. So right now, if you have the will to work with the Cuban entrepreneurs, you can do that. Because what they are doing is waiting for an OFAC license to work with Cuban people, but they don't need that, in fact. So we need services and tools so we improve our services. And right now, they have many clients that are Cubans, and we're also creating technologies that may change the whole world. So we need support for the whole entrepreneur community from everywhere in the world and say, hey guys, don't close the Cuban accounts anymore. Okay.
Nice. For the Cuban people, it's difficult because we don't have a good internet. We have a problem with internet, but we have another problem. When you go to internet and you have internet, you have a problem. You can open eBay. You can buy from Amazon. You can open PayPal. You can go to Google AdWords to work in SEO for the web page. It's difficult. It's not only have internet. It's a problem that access to some page in the United States.
Now you're doing something interesting. Your customers are in the United States, so you don't have to worry about that, right? So maybe that sort of service from the United States into Cuba, that might be more useful. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to understand this sense, no? But in my case, my customer is going to be in the United States. Can use PayPal for pay, but in Cuba, it's very difficult for me check the PayPal account. I need a tunnel. I use some way to resolve this problem, but it's very difficult, but it's possible. We have, in my first business, as a software factory, we develop software for the foreign company, and my customers say that it's good work for us.
Okay. It is important to say that not every Cuban entrepreneur has Cuban people as their customers. For instance, in Cahuelta, we are creating a technology for the whole world, and we've been working on that for more than 2 years. So we are Cuban, but we are also in the whole international community. And we are also clients from these companies, like Duggal, for instance. You know, when you go to Duggal page from Cuba, they don't let you download the Docker framework, everything. And it's everything, what we need to improve our services.
Okay. Diana, what do you need from these guys?
I always said I don't want any exchange in my business. I want to build all the time a super Cuban product. You know, I don't want anyone who invests in my business. I just want you to help me to learn about this thing, this word. You know, I want to show my staff, for example, what a startup is. What do we have to do for getting bigger and, you know, knowledge, basically. Mm-hmm. And we don't know how can we going to ask for help to people if they don't know us. You know, I want you to give me the opportunity to make me know for everyone. I don't know.
Okay, so we only have about 3 minutes left. What does Cuba look like in 5 years? If you want to start, Diana, and go down.
Cuba, for me, is gonna be the world we young people try to build. You know, open mind world, open mind scene. You know.
Very cool.
I'm sure that Cuba in 5 years is going to be amazing. I'm sure that Cuba is going to be connected, and the tech entrepreneur in Cuba, now we have a challenge because we are working many years working for create offline platform, but we are in front of a breakpoint, use tech language, that Cuba is going to be connected very near, and we need to change our minds to move to work online, to use all of this platform, but join this platform, this technology with your mind, with your talent. If we join this, we're going to be a very good future in the tech essence.
I think that Cuba has a key resource for the whole planet. We have the human resources. And we also learn how to work in offline environments with the latest technology. So we have something that is really valuable for the world, and the world will know it in the next years, because with the internet and with the centralized architecture of internet, we reach around 3 billion people, but we have a technology that can be reached for everybody. We can reach everybody, and it's not so expensive like airplanes and balloons. So I think that when the people realize that in some way the Cuban people are already in the future, in experimenting with offline environments and different way to see technology, it will become like really interesting even for investors, for people creating technologies. And that's what we want. We want to make friends and share and make bridges between the Cuban people and US people and European people and everybody.
And can these folks invest in Cuba? Is it possible?
Yeah, of course they can. We have to talk to the right people.
We are working in a platform to the people can invest in the Cuban business. Maybe currently you can invest in the Cuban business inside Cuba, but we can incorporate our business in the United States or maybe in Europe or in another country, and the investor can invest in this company that is created outside of Cuba but work inside of Cuba. This is the easier way to invest in the Cuban business.
All right. Beautiful. Diana, Bernardo, Carlos, thank you very much for joining us. This is very exciting.
Thank you.
Let's give these guys a round of applause. Very exciting.
Thank you.
Bye.
It was a big disaster too, though, right?
Okay, how many of you are residents in New York City? Me too. Congratulations, we live in the best city in the world. But I'm sure that, I mean, like, we've got the L train shutting down, Sandy damage. There's all kinds of, I don't know if you guys feel this, but I feel like a little bit in danger at any given moment. Is that a fair sentiment? There could at any moment be a disaster. We're all crammed in together. So I think that it helps a lot to know that the city is working on, how to keep us safe in case of those disasters, both large and small. And that's what this next panel is all about. So without any further ado, let me bring on our panelists. Please welcome to the stage from New York City's Emergency Management, Ben Krakauer, from the New York City Mayor's Office, Masha Gindler, and from Data Miner, Ted Bailey, with our moderator, John Schieber.
We're going over there, my friend.
Thanks.
So, there we go.
Cool.
Confusion reigns. So before we get into the panel, as I sit down in my chair, which is something I'm supposed to not do, talk while I'm sitting, we're going to have a brief video that's going to explain a little bit about what we're going to be talking a little bit about later. So if y'all wouldn't mind rolling that clip, then we'll get started with the interview. Hello?
Roll the clip.
Oh. And we're not rolling the clip, but now we are. There we go. Should be fascinating. No. And there's no audio.
Is truly revolutionizing first response. City professionals from the mayor's office to the fire department to the Office of Emergency Management will get breaking news alerts faster than ever before. Data Miner detects breaking information in social media and alerts first responders faster than any other source so they can get to the scene and better protect New Yorkers.
Data Miner is a critical bell ringer service for us. We're able to start our inquiry and our investigation of that incident earlier, and as a result, keep our partners informed earlier, keep the public informed earlier, and get resources out to the scene more quickly.
One of the key aspects of New York City emergency management is public safety. And when you are sitting at the public warning specialist desk, you want to make sure that the messages you get out are timely and accurate.
We continue to look at ways in which we strive and use technology to assist and alert the public. And that, using Data Miner, gives us that, that split second, hey, there's something going on, we need to look into it.
Data Miner has really helped us speed up our jobs. It makes something that would take sometimes maybe 15, 20 minutes and could cut it down to sometimes 30 seconds. So it really has helped us.
New York is paving the way for cities across the United States and across the world to shrink the time between when an event happens and when first responders are on the scene. In unexpected emergencies, every second counts.
Wow. Wow. Woo! Look at that. It's not like our panel was dramatic or anything, especially with the title, This Data Can Save Your Life. But I want to start out, before we get into the partnership with Data Miner, talking a little bit about the ways that the city is looking at the tech industry and partnership with tech. And Masha, I was hoping that you could talk to me a little bit about how, well, first of all, what is the budget that the city has to spend on technology?
So that's a tricky question because it's not like one technology budget. We have different offices and they all have budgets that they're spending on various technology needs. But I'm glad you asked that question because this administration is really looking to partner with tech companies to help accomplish some of our equity and safety goals. We've already been doing it, so one great example is ShotSpotter. For those of you that don't know, it's a technology we're using that can sense when a gun's been fired and alert the authorities so that they can get to the scene quicker, which has resulted in us being able to pick up more illegal guns off the street. So that's just one example, but we are looking to find more companies that have the same goals as us, to protect New Yorkers, to serve New Yorkers. If anyone in the audience has an idea or a problem they want to solve, I really recommend that you come speak to me or our Chief Technology Officer, Miguel Gamina, is in the audience, and he'll love to speak to you as well. We're all ears. We're leaning into it.
If you're leaning into it, can you give me a ballpark on the budget that you'd spend on these things? So like, what does a contract with ShotSpotter look like? What does a contract with Data Miner look like? How much money is there available? Because these guys are startup companies, right? They need,
Yeah.
they need to make money. Ted, you want money, right? At the end of the day.
I just want to save lives.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that too. But
Yeah.
so just like rough guesstimate, back of the map.
Millions, but sometimes we'll use micro purchases to purchase smaller tools. So if there's up and coming companies there's ways for us to get involved with them. If there's bigger multi-million-dollar enterprises, we engage with them as well. If there's no, it varies.
Ted, walk me through the data miner partnership. How did that come about? How did you start talking to them? How did you start working with the emergency management?
Yeah, so as a New York company that specializes in breaking information, for the last 5 years, as we've grown in New York, we were always very excited by the prospect of giving back to our city this technology and product that we had created for so many others, news organizations, financial professionals. So the mayor's office invited us in and said news alerts could have a profound impact on making the city more responsive and aware of unexpected real-time emergencies. So we were thrilled for no money to strike a partnership with the city that delivered our technology not only to first responders at the Office of Emergency Management, but citywide. This partnership is first of its kind in that it's the entire city of New York, spanning from the fire department to the mayor's office, to first responders to the sanitation department. Really, everyone across city government will now just know about information when it first breaks, as opposed to sitting around and waiting to see it in the news.
So it's a free service that you're providing out of the goodness of your heart to the city of New York.
It started out that way.
As a good corporate citizen. What does it look like now?
I mean, obviously we have a business model. Let's just say we don't make our money in first response.
Yeah, we'll get to that too, I think, in a little bit. But when the initial discussion around the integration started to happen, how did the Office of Emergency Management look at the integration with Dataminer? What were some of y'all's concerns around getting it started, and what did the vetting process look like?
Sure. So New York City Emergency Management, we're the city's coordinating agency for emergencies. So we're collecting information from every other city agency, consolidating it into the situation reports and making sure that all the gaps that are involved in any individual emergency are filled in, and the right information is going to the right people at the right time. And we really are always looking for new and exciting data sources that we can bring in. And a number of years ago, we wanted to bring social media into what we call Watch Command, which is our 24/7 interagency coordination center. Never closed, always open, very unique around the country for local government to have one of these centers. And we wanted to be able to benefit from all the people tweeting and taking pictures all over the city. So we went out, we visited colleagues in Washington, D.C., we visited the Red Cross's social media command center at their national headquarters, and we tried lots of different services in this space. And ultimately, we put out a request for proposal, entertained more than a dozen different potential vendors, and settled on Dataminer.
How large is that contract? Public, right? I mean, I could look it up. But.
It is public, absolutely. So the not to exceed value is $3 million over the course of 3 years. But just for the sense of clarity, that doesn't mean we're going to spend $3 million on it. That's just sorry, Ted. But it does mean that we are authorized to spend that amount.
And when you talk about coordination, what other technologies might the office be looking at to deploy when you think about the ways in which emergency response has changed and surveillance technologies and the like around making sure that people are aware of what's going on in the city?
Well, the other big piece that we're working on now is a method of getting information out to the public. It's not just about collecting information. Information that we collect that we don't share really isn't helpful to our partners. It's not helpful to the public. So since 2007, we've run something called Notify NYC, which is the city's emergency public notification system. And right now that's available by email, by text, by social media, by phone call. Later this year, we're going to be releasing a mobile app that's going to really be a game changer for that program and make it a lot more accessible to New Yorkers.
Yeah.
Do you have any data or information about the difference in response time or the difference in notification time between a 911 call coming in to an emergency center and someone tweeting out about an emergency? Like, is it faster to look at the tweets in some cases?
Well, I think the first thing I want to say is that we want people to call 911 when they're having an emergency.
But do they?
The answer is not to send a tweet. But anecdotally, during some of the larger emergencies that we've had in the last year, crane collapses, building explosions, large fires. At the same time we're seeing information coming in from 911, we're also seeing information on the social media stream.
Can you talk about some of the specific ways in which data miner has been used in some of these emergencies?
Yeah, certainly. I think a great example from recent memory from just yesterday, we had that very unfortunate large fire in Lower Manhattan at the synagogue. And whenever there's a 3-alarm fire or greater, which is a mechanism that we use to measure how many fire resources are being sent to a scene, we always send out a notify NYC notification to the public. Normally we target the zip code of that fire, but because of the information that we were receiving from the data miner service, the large smoke plume, images from not just in that immediate area, but also other parts of the city where people were seeing smoke, we actually expanded the notification to include what we call several borough quadrants, so dozens of zip codes to make sure the public was informed of where that smoke was coming from.
And is it I seem to remember this from our conversation, you not only are monitoring data traffic that's related to the city of New York, but you're also looking at events that could occur nationally or internationally that might have an impact on sort of the city?
Mm-hmm. Certainly. So, New York City is a global city. We have, visitors and residents and businesses from every country around the globe, and we're interested in how those incidents in those countries or those states are going to impact the city. An example from recent memory was the Amtrak derailment, very tragic in Philadelphia or outside of Philadelphia a number of months ago. The Watch Center picked up on that instantaneously, moments after that derailment happened, to the point that we actually picked up the phone and called our liaison with Amtrak, who's always informed, does an excellent job for us. And we said, Gary, can you tell us about this derailment in Philadelphia? Was that train coming to New York? And the answer we got from him was, well, what derailment are you speaking about? And it's not against Amtrak, it's just the information's coming in that quickly, and that's how quickly we need to process it.
Isn't that kind of a sad state of affairs? I mean, shouldn't there be better oversight coming from these institutions themselves?
I mean, we're talking about 30 seconds,
Right.
30 seconds from the time we saw the tweet to the time we picked up the phone. Amtrak, the fire department, the police department, all these institutions have very, very robust mechanisms to capture information and share it across the organizations. But social is instantaneous, and we want to make sure that we're as close to that incident as possible.
There's also other examples, like when the Department of Health used it to monitor the spread of Zika, and that's something where there's not a neat channel where you get those issues, and we were able to see when there's publicly available incidents of Zika virus spreading through Florida, we could track it and prepare our own messaging.
Ted, what exactly are people getting when an emergency service or any other sort of city agency gets a data miner feed? What are they getting?
So Data Miner has built the first technology that can identify breaking information in social media. Many other companies detect trends or analytics. We don't. We detect that first nugget of information when it first gets published. So ultimately, when we alert, it is a headline. It is a alarm bell to first responders to look here and investigate via other sources. A social media signal is never going to be definitive. It's just the most performative early tripwire for breaking information. And the state of the world today is, information breaks on Twitter. That is something that happens writ large across the world. We've done studies that show that unexpected events break on Twitter over 90% of the time before any other source, and the average time across all those events is an hour across the world. So yes, it can give a split-second advantage, but we're talking about something much more internationally systemic and profound.
Are there any other ways that federal agency, that government agencies are using the data that's coming from Data Miner, or is it just a stream?
Certainly not from us. Our service for the public sector is breaking news alerts. I think that ultimately data miners started this product that we provide for first response in the news vertical. So Twitter and data miner collaborated on building a product for news professionals, CNN and the likes. So ultimately, we perfected this alerting stream of breaking events, and it's the same events that we alert the city officials to, nothing else.
Were you pitching variants of the product before? Because y'all did get spanked a little bit by the ACLU and some other, and you know, you had to change the business, it seems, based on reporting that I'd seen earlier and reporting that we'd done around the product, so that there were maybe alternative ways that you could have gone, and you're just deciding to pull back and relaunch as this.
We decided to focus in on our core value proposition, which is breaking news alerts. It's something that is profoundly impactful in the context of the public sector for first response, and it's a product that truly benefits unequivocally society and gets people to the scene earlier. So we as a company decided to focus on our core in the public sector.
So, not to double down on this point, but I will.
Feel free.
One of our previous panels was the founder of Campaign Zero, and one of the things that she had said on the panel was that she's very concerned about her safety and the ways in which she's been surveilled by the FBI and other law enforcement organizations. Is that something unequivocally that data miner would not sort of help do or provide assistance in?
Yes, it's unequivocally something the data miner product does not provide.
So the basis for the information that you're providing to law enforcement or not law enforcement, emergency management services is, or emergency management, is Twitter, right? Twitter information. There was a case in 2014 or 2015 where Twitter was basically used as a misinformation tool, not just in 2015, but the prevalence of fake news, I think, is something that we're all aware of. In this instance, Twitter was used to disseminate information about, first or initially, a chemical spill that never happened in Louisiana, then an outbreak of Ebola that never happened in Atlanta, and a police shooting in Atlanta that also never happened. And these were coordinated campaigns that involved hundreds of different Twitter accounts. How do y'all vet what's real and what's not when it's coming from social media?
It's interesting. Many people like to point out that social media can be an incredibly pervasive way to spread misinformation. What's most interesting to data miner, having leveraged this data for a long time, is just how powerful a signal social media can be to verify information. You have a set of people out there as eyewitnesses, seeing and hearing the world, publishing everything they see around them.
Yeah.
When the AP Twitter account was hacked a few years back, there was a tweet that was sent out that essentially said, there's an explosion at the White House. Now, when there would have, if there would have been an explosion at the White House, there would have been a lot of eyewitnesses around the White House that would have pulled out their phone and said, there's an explosion at the White House. This is the perfect example of how the data was incredibly powerful to verify that there's no way that the information was real because nobody saw an explosion at the White House.
But I'd also like to add quickly,
go for it.
That what you just mentioned, that sometimes on Twitter there's misinformation spread, is also the reason that our office exists, because data miner is useful to get people to the scene, and the first responders need to be there, but there's also the second responders that need to spread accurate information to the rest of the 8 million New Yorkers that are not directly impacted, but indirectly impacted by it. And so we want to be the center of verified, accurate news 100% of the time.
And for the emergency management.
Just to round out the discussion, we use data miner as a bell ringer service. So it's either getting information about an incident that we may not know about yet, which allows us to go to our primary sources, police department, fire department, sanitation, Department of Transportation, the transportation agencies, or the utility companies, or to get more information about incidents we already know are going on. So what are people saying on the scene? What do the images look like? What are the impacts? So we're not making decisions based solely on the data miner feed. We are using it as an investigatory tool to look further into an incident.
Mm-hmm. And using data miner as sort of a baseline for further relationships, what does the city learn from your work with the company now, and what sorts of things would you look to maybe change or modify going forward?
So the first is, social is a very powerful tool. We know it from both information distribution, but now also information, collection in terms of getting real-time data. But we're not just always interested in the explosion or the crane collapse or the building collapse. We're also interested in other community level issues that may not necessarily make it to the top of the pile, or may not necessarily make it, to 311. We want to be able to use social to leverage it for other community level issues.
Yeah.
Well, and with that, I think that just about wraps it up. I appreciate the time very much from all of you, and thank you so much for being here. Let's give them a round of applause. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a fun one. If you've heard of Yahoo, you probably have heard of AOL, soon to be Oath colon. I think that's how you pronounce it, Oath colon. You guys are really loving my jokes. Yeah, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling that love. So essentially the founder of AOL, Steve Case, is gonna jump up on stage and talk about investing and all the goodness, and probably Yahoo AOL too, hopefully. So let's bring him up on stage. Please welcome Steve Case from Revolution Ventures and our moderator, John Biggs.
Welcome, Steve.
Good to be here.
This is technically your show, right? Like in some kind of
well, not quite.
way? I don't know how that works. So, what do you think of Oath?
Sorry?
What do you think of Oath?
I think it's good. I think you got to move forward. Obviously, I always love AOL and the AOL brand name, but having a broader kind of umbrella parent name makes sense. And
how did you think of the name AOL? It was you mostly, right?
No, it was actually we had a deal. This was the late 80s. We started AOL in 1985, so 32 years ago. In 87 or 88, we had a deal with Apple, a service called Apple Inc. Personal Edition. I think the first time Apple ever licensed their brand name to another company. And then after a year or so, they realized that maybe that wasn't such a good idea. They wanted their name back, and so we had to rename the service, and that became America Online. And then our members, our community, really kind of turned America Online into AOL.
Okay, so the idea of America Online, that was revolutionary in '87. Obviously, that was pretty nuts. What was your initial vision for a product like that? What were your limitations that you had to work around to make a proper product?
Well, when we started in '85, only 3% of people were online, and they were only online on average 1 hour a week. So we wanted to get America Online, we wanted to get the world online, and we wanted to make it easier to use and more useful and more fun and also more affordable. We started about $10 an hour just to get connected, so we knew we needed to drive down the price. So it was a bunch of different things, but the core of it was how do you make the internet part of everyday life? It's what I've called the first wave of the internet, was building those on-ramps and getting explaining to people why they should be connected, and then creating the partnerships to actually have things to do when people got connected.
And was that you who said, "You've got mail"?
No, that was Elwood Edwards, who was the husband of a woman Karen in our customer service department who did radio. So we had him tape the "You've Got Mail" and "Welcome" and other things.
But it was literally taped? You taped it?
Yeah, a little cassette tape. It worked.
And you played it and digitized it. So at Oath, they're making all the Oath people do a 3-word oath. What's your 3-word oath?
Rise of Rest.
Rise of Rest. That actually works. All right, good. Because that's your shtick now. This is this is his new book.
I guess I could have done my 3 words with the third wave.
Yeah, the third
probably
wave.
A little bit more on target.
New book available now
in
airports around the world. This is about how you're bringing investment and, most importantly, innovation to the rest of the world, essentially.
Yeah, 2 themes. The third wave is, I talked about the first wave, getting everybody connected. The second wave, the last 15 years or so, as you all know, has been apps, software, services on top of the internet. And the third wave really integrates the internet in a much more seamless
and pervasive ways, and the process kind of really changes how we think about healthcare and education, food, agriculture, pretty big sectors of the economy, pretty important aspects of our lives. But part of the reason I wrote the book, I think it's going to require a different mindset. It's not just about the software, it's also about the partnerships you form, policy. These are regulated sectors, so understanding the policy implications are important. So that's the third wave. The rise of the rest is really an effort to try to make sure that innovation happens all over the country, and investment capital, venture capital, it flows all over the country. Last year, nearly 80% of venture capital went to just 3 states, California, New York, and Massachusetts, nearly 80%. So there's 47 states that are fighting over a little over 20%. So how do you level the playing field so everybody everywhere really has an opportunity to start a company, has a shot at the American dream? And the process, you're creating jobs all across the country, not just on the coast, and you're also leveraging the expertise that's so important in the third wave. In agriculture, maybe there's some great ag tech companies in New York City, I'm sure there's some in Boston and San Francisco, but also St. Louis, which is where Monsanto's based, has a lot of people understand farming, and Louisville, and Lincoln, Nebraska, places like that. Healthcare, a lot of expertise in Baltimore because of Johns Hopkins, now Under Armour. So it's not just about how do you create an opportunity so that more capital flows, more jobs are created. It's how you leverage that domain expertise, which is going to be a big theme in the third wave.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's been frustrating for me. I called myself the East Coast editor, which means I covered everything outside of San Francisco. It was the rest of the world, essentially. And it seems to me that it's that innovation is geographically segregated to a degree.
Right.
So as you say, Boston, New York, and San Francisco are the ones that got the most VC. And what is a guy in St. Louis supposed to do? How are they supposed to build a business? How is a woman in Raleigh, North Carolina, supposed to build a business?
Well, first of all, this is a moment in time. If you looked at the arc of the American story, 250 years ago, America itself was a startup. We led the way in the agriculture revolution. Most of that was in the middle of the country. We led the way in the Industrial Revolution. Most of that was in the Rust Belt, some of the areas we talked about, particularly the Northeast. We led the way in the Technology Revolution, and right now there's no question the center of gravity is Silicon Valley, but even the first wave of the internet, a company like AOL was in Washington, D.C. Hayes, the modem company, was in Atlanta. IBM was in southern Florida. Dell was in Austin. Microsoft actually started in Albuquerque and moved to Seattle. So we had a Sprint, the communications company was and still is in Kansas City. So it was more distributed. We have to get back in the third wave to make sure that entrepreneurs, if they want to be in New York, they want to be in San Francisco, they should, obviously, but if they want to be in one of these other places, how do you create an environment where it's more conducive to support startups? Some of that is culture, some of that's mentorship, some of that is partnerships with companies, but some of it's also capital, and that's why getting more venture capitalists kind of paying attention to what's happening in these places makes sense. And I think some of the success stories recently, for example, in Indianapolis, there's a company called ExactTarget, acquired for $3 billion by Salesforce, and they have nearly 2,000 employees in Indianapolis. So that there's more and more of these companies, and from here I go to Detroit. We invested in a company there called Shinola. In Chicago, we invested in a company called Uptake. In Austin, we invested in a company called BigCommerce. So while of course there are great companies being built here in New York and built in San Francisco and other parts, there's also great companies in all these different cities. We just need to tell their stories and make sure more capital flows to them.
Well, you've seen this from the ground for, as you say, 37 years just about, and you've seen all these smaller cities grow massive tech industries, Cisco, the other one you mentioned just now, Indianapolis. These massive tech industries are growing in these small cities. Why doesn't that happen anymore?
It's starting to happen again. The rest is rising. We mentioned at Salt Lake, Provo, there's now 5 unicorn, multi-billion-dollar enterprise software companies on one street in Provo. So it's starting to happen. The reason it hasn't happened as much as it could is most venture capitalists do get in their car and drive to companies, or get in the subway to go to companies, as opposed to get on planes to fly to companies. And so that's why nearly 80% of the capital is in just a few states. But there's an arbitrage. I think investors are beginning to figure out, because there's fewer investors focusing on these rest cities. The valuations of those companies are lower. But when they're successful, either they get acquired or go public. Nobody says, like Under Armour is in Baltimore. Nobody says, oh, it's in Baltimore. Instead of being worth $20 billion, it should be worth $10 billion. There's a discount when you invest in particularly the early stage stages, but it goes from buying wholesale then to essentially selling retail kind of later. So it's starting to accelerate. I think it will. People will be surprised over the next decade how we will have more innovation everywhere, and then create more jobs everywhere. This last election, there were a lot of people that were surprised by the election of President Trump, and when they dug into it, they said there's a lot of people in a lot of parts of the country that do feel left out and do feel left behind by globalization and by digitization. And the reason they feel that way is they have been left behind. If we're only backing the entrepreneurs in places like Silicon Valley that are basically, as part of what they're doing, disrupting sectors and destroying jobs in the middle of the country, we're not offsetting that, at least in part, by backing the entrepreneurs in those places that will create some of the jobs and some of the industries of the future. We're going to have a growing divide between kind of the coast and the rest of the country. We need to, as I said earlier, level that playing field and make sure everybody has that, who has an idea has the opportunity to take that idea and run with it.
Okay, I want to go down that road in a minute, but one of the interesting things, I've talked to a lot of investors in the Valley, and they don't want to invest in a company that they can't bike to. So is it their loss that they're not going to go out to St. Louis? And what can an investor in St. Louis, what can an investor in Columbus do to make sure that they are investing properly in that city? What are some best practices?
I think it is their loss because there's some unbelievable companies that are being built in other parts. If they're only focused on places they can bike to or drive to, then they're missing out on many great entrepreneurs building many great iconic companies. Even we talked earlier about Pittsburgh, because you had some experience with Carnegie Mellon. A lot of Uber's driverless car operations not in Silicon Valley. It's in Pittsburgh because Carnegie Mellon has such expertise there, and we're seeing this develop in all these different cities. I visited now in the last 3 years 26 cities by bus, 6,000 miles, and it's remarkable what's happening there. But most people don't know what's happening there, and most investors aren't paying attention to what's happening there. But as they do, when they start making an investment there, and we've seen some of these second-tier cities like in Austin and Boulder and Seattle and other, Chicago rise up in the last decade. Once they make a investment there, they have a reason to go there for board meetings, other things. They realize, oh, there's other interesting companies there, and suddenly they start building a portfolio in these markets. So I think it will happen. The only question is how quickly it can happen and which cities end up rising the fastest as part of this whole kind of third wave.
Tell me some stories about when you did visit these. It was 26 cities, right? You visited, right. You came on the road and you left on the road, which is a nice way of entering a city and learning about it. Tell me some stories about the entrepreneurs that you met in some of these cities.
Well, take Detroit. It was the first city we did on our first tour, first Rise Rest bus tour, and it's worth remembering, Detroit was 75 years ago sort of was Silicon Valley. At the time, it was the hottest innovation city in the country because the automobile was the hot technology of the day. 75 years ago, Silicon Valley was like fruit orchards. So these things kind of change a bit, but they lost their way. Detroit lost 60% of its population in the last 50 years, then went bankrupt because they kind of lost their entrepreneurial mojo. They kind of got complacent. The world started shifting and globalization of auto industry, things like that. But particularly in the downtown area, Dan Gilbert, a very successful entrepreneur, has made a number of investments there, and there's a lot more momentum. And I mentioned the Shinola, which is a company that was basically started by Tom Kartsotis, a serial entrepreneur, to create jobs in Detroit for displaced auto workers. He said, instead of these people being unemployed, why don't I retrain them to build watches and over time other products? So that is an example of what we saw in Detroit. We saw in New Orleans a lot of education companies, ed tech companies, because after Katrina, New Orleans essentially restarted their whole school system. Pre-Katrina, 70% of the schools in New Orleans had failing grades. The schools had failing grades. So they said, let's create a new charter school network. They're much more open to trying things, much more open to innovation. They attracted hundreds of people from Teach for America and others to come to New Orleans, some of whom stayed, and many have started kind of ed tech software companies. I mentioned what's happening in places like St. Louis in terms of agriculture technology, ag tech. So it is beginning to happen. The stories are beginning to be told. Uptake, I mentioned we invested in recently, started less than 3 years ago. They now have nearly 1,000 employees, including nearly 100 data scientists, doing some very sophisticated kind of precision analytics, partnering with big companies, Caterpillar and and others, in Chicago. And so these things are happening, and I just encourage the investors who are part of this to, of course, pay attention to what's happening here in New York. There are a lot of great things happening in New York. Of course, continue to pay attention to what's happening in Silicon Valley. That will continue to be kind of the epicenter of a lot of innovation, but also pay attention to what's happening all across the country, and some of the sectors that are ripe for disruption in the third wave. People will be surprised where some of those companies are based.
Okay. So getting back into politics a little bit, the vision, the apocalyptic vision of America is that the Rust Belt is essentially rust. Places like Youngstown, Morgantown, Toledo, Ohio, and then going into the West are all places that you don't want to go to, period. People don't want to move there, people don't want to live there. How can investors on your side, and how can these folks help those places, if you've talked to those kind of?
No, well, first of all, that not really the story. That was the story 10, 15 years ago. It's beginning to change. Last week, for example, I was in Cleveland, and that was one of the cities that people said, well, I'm not sure there's really a lot of innovation happening in Cleveland. There is a lot of innovation happening in Cleveland. They have Cleveland Clinic there and a bunch of other things that help anchor that. And our new partner at Revolution, J.D. Vance, wrote the book Hillbilly Elegy. He was working in Silicon Valley. He just moved a couple months ago to Columbus, Ohio, because he wanted to basically move back to Ohio and focus on investing there. So we're trying to gather together as many people as we can to join us on this mission, this movement of really trying to shine a spotlight on the great entrepreneurs all across the country and build up the startup communities in these countries, build up a better network across all these startup communities, and get more capital flowing. Now, what's happening in the last 5 years particularly, there's now dozens of regional micro VC funds that are popping up in different cities, $20, $30, $40 million funds. So not as big as the funds obviously in San Francisco or New York, but $20, $30, $40 million can start seeding a couple dozen companies, and then they bring in investors from other places. So there's a lot of different things that are happening that give me some optimism, but it does require paying attention to it and really trying to make it more of a priority. The argument I make to the investors is, I referenced it earlier, because there is less competition for investment capital in these places, the valuations on average are about 35% lower in those early rounds. So right there, you're capturing some upside.
So if I'm in Toledo, I just did a nice. I'm from Columbus originally. If I'm in Toledo,
well, maybe it's time to go home.
Maybe it is,
there
actually.
You go, maybe.
We like Brooklyn, but we could buy a huge house.
You could,
and with maybe a pool, and we can go to whatever Jenny's Ice Cream and really enjoy ourselves. So say I'm in Toledo. How do I? And you could give us a step-by-step. How do I, as a small entrepreneur, get the attention of the rest of the world? How do you escape that black hole? And it's self-imposed, obviously, but how do you do that?
Well, what's happening in each of these cities now is there's a beginning of a network, angel networks, former entrepreneurs, even large companies. In Cincinnati, for example, Procter & Gamble led the creation of I think it was a $40 million fund to fund companies in that particular area. So how do you be part of that network? How do you get people understanding what you're trying to build? And also, how do you start establishing these partnerships? I mentioned it in the book, The Third Wave, that in the second wave, when it was just about the app and trying to get viral adoption of the app, Facebook and Twitter and Snapchat and so forth, you didn't need partners. You just needed a cool product and figure out a way to, hopefully it'd take off and you'd break through and get a lot of momentum. In the third wave, if you really want to revolutionize healthcare, it's not about the app. It is about working with doctors and hospitals and health plans. If you really want to be an innovator in terms of food systems, you've got to work with some of the incumbents in those. And many of those companies, most Fortune 500 companies, are in these rise of the rest cities. And so trying to figure out ways to partner with them will become much more important. So you've got to create that network effect. You've got to try to attract that early capital, and then you have to educate investors on the coast to what's happening in your city. And the mayors are doing a great job of this now. At the South by conference a couple of months ago, I was in a meeting with 23 mayors from all over the country, and they recognize that now the future of their communities really is startups. It's not the small businesses, it's not the big businesses, it's the young, high-growth startups that really are the big job creators. So as a result, they're trying to figure out ways to kind of position their cities for the third wave.
Okay. Let's go back to AOL Yahoo. How does it feel that AOL finally beat Yahoo?
Well, the funny story was when we first met Yahoo, there was two people still, David and Jerry, and we offered to buy Yahoo for $2 million.
Yeah.
they turned us, don't laugh. I thought it was a very credible offer. We just bought another company that had one employee called WebCrawler. And since there's one employee, we bought that company for $1 million. We figured Yahoo, 2 employees, $2 million. They turned it down. If we offered 4, I think they actually would have taken it. They turned it down at 2. No, it's obviously a great example of one of these first wave companies that really kind of led the way in bringing the internet, to the masses. And I think having them now kind of join back, since we failed to do that, whenever that was, must have been 25 years ago maybe. It's good to see them under one roof.
What should they watch out for when they do the merger?
Well, obviously mergers are hard, and the merger of AOL and Time Warner, as I talk about in the hardest chapter to write in the book, was what happened there, and some of the lesson is, and I quote Thomas Edison, one of America's greatest inventors, who said, "Vision without execution is hallucination." The vision, the idea, the strategy obviously is important, but the execution is more important, and where we got off the rails was really around people and culture and alignment. There were different camps, and it never really came together as one company. Indeed, over time after I left, I stepped aside as CEO and then left even as chairman, probably 15 years ago, something like that. And in the last 15 years, it's basically been broken up. So the opportunity to run the company in a more integrated way and usher in some of the things that we now kind of take for granted was there. The reason that opportunity was not seized was mostly around people.
Why was it hard to write that chapter?
It's because it's frustrating. I like thinking about the future and leaning into the future, and I was more interested in talking about the third wave than kind of talking about the first wave. But it also was personally frustrating. I mean, obviously, I believed in the idea of the merger and thought it could have a transformational impact. And the fact that it didn't work was disappointing and frustrating. So kind of reliving that was not the favorite part of writing the book.
All right, is there going to be a Steve Case for Congress soon?
No, I'm happy to continue to just be the champion of entrepreneurs, and I'll continue to hit the road. And hopefully we'll see some of you on the road in some of these rise of the rest cities. And again, if you're doing interesting things in New York or San Francisco, power to you. But if you're from one of these places, maybe it's time to at least go back and look to invest. Maybe it's time to move back. We're seeing a slowing of a brain drain in rise of the rest cities and the very beginnings of a boomerang of talent, which I think bodes well for the third wave, bodes well for a country that is more inclusive and more impactful.
All right, super. Thank you very much,
Thank
Steve.
you. Thank you all.
Good. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. We're going to lunch, be back at 1:30, but also we want to know feedback. Again, not my idea, but we want to know what you think of TechCrunch Disrupt Day 1. There's a URL up there. If you have feedback about how things are going, audio, temperature, toilet access, whatever it might be, let us know. And we'll be back at 1:30 with an awesome afternoon show for you. See you soon.
This is a Starliner at what we call ascent entry suit. So astronauts will wear it during the ascent phase for about an hour into the mission, and then they'll put the suit back on prior to the entry phase. So they'll wear it all the way through entry. In earlier versions of spacesuits, we've seen them in silver, we've seen them in white, we've seen them in orange. Everybody says, now why blue? And why is it so lightweight? And the truth is, blue because, hey, it's Boeing color, right? It's a Boeing spacesuit, it's a Boeing rocket. It's a blue flight suit.
And is blue your color personally?
I'm a blue fan. I love blue. We found, especially with the orange suits that the astronauts wore in the space shuttle with a hard helmet, rigid neck ring, a lot of mobility joints, that for the simple task of getting people safely to space and back, perhaps that was a bit of an over-design. hey, can we make it lighter? Can we make it more like a hood with a clear Lexan visor, which is why you see what you see. Inside, the crew always has to communicate, so this is a protective cranial helmet with a similar headset that they use on the flight deck of an aircraft carrier. And then all the way down to the shoes, which are very lightweight. They're almost like sneakers. We realized that maybe we didn't need the bulky boots that we were wearing in the space shuttle, so these are no-mix, so it's fireproof fabric on the outside, and it's more lightweight. The whole suit overall weighs about a third of what the space shuttle suit weighs.
And what about user experience testing? What's the kind of feedback you're getting from astronauts?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, my personal experience is that when you wore the orange space shuttle suit, you felt like you were wearing a heavy spacesuit. To me, and I spent a lot of time in military aviation, to me this feels more like a comfortable flight suit, something that you could wear for a long period of time and not be subject to the fatigue and the sort of just the pain of fighting against the suit the whole time. But here I find that the fabric is light enough and breathable enough that under most environments you really don't even need cooling on the inside, although we do have it. We plan to use touchscreens, as is everybody these days, so these are capacitive space gloves, believe it or not, so you can actually operate a space touchscreen with these. Every pilot and astronaut loves pockets, so we got plenty of pockets, and then I mentioned a little bit about the boots on the way down.
We're here today to talk about the Samsung Galaxy S8 and S8 Plus. These are two new flagships from the company, and of course the successors to the Note 7 that came out last year. This is the company's first big new phone since that device kind of sort of crashed and burned. From a hardware standpoint, really the key difference is the new Infinity display. So they got rid of the bezels on either side of the phone. It's curved on each side. Top and bottom bezels are gone as well. The physical home button completely off the device. Front of this thing is pretty much all screen. Fingerprint reader has been moved to the back, and you've got a software home button in the front, so you can kind of click the screen and get a bit of tactile feedback. New processors, this thing's going to be a little bit faster than before. The battery, pretty much exactly the same as the last generation for obvious reasons. Samsung didn't really want to push the envelope too much on the battery standpoint. In spite of the fact that this is the S8 Plus, so this is the larger of the two phones. It's got a 6.2-inch screen, and it actually fits pretty comfortably in the hands. From a software perspective, the biggest difference with this handset is the addition of Bixby. There's a lot of very cool features to it. There's image recognition, text recognition. That's far and away my favorite part of this phone from a software standpoint. If you hold it up to a label, a food label, scan the barcode, it'll bring up that product in a shop. You can hold it up to the front of the book, it will recognize the book, it will bring that up in Amazon. This is an incredibly neat feature. They're leveraging third-party software. We've certainly seen that scanning with Amazon software product. That's a really nice feature built into this. Otherwise, the only real thing you're getting out of Bixby right now is the home setting. So there's a devoted button on the side of the phone. You click that and it brings up just all of your news and your apps, everything like that, just in one place. Nothing particularly innovative about that, but you can kind of see how Samsung is building a larger ecosystem with all of these different parts. The phone itself is coming out on April 21st. Bixby will be coming after that. So $850 for the S8 Plus, $750 for the S8. So pretty pricey, but certainly one of the nicest pieces of hardware you're going to get.
We're at the Living Computers Museum in Seattle, where they have a new exhibit on the history of Apple.
So the Apple I, obviously Apple's first product. The designation 1 comes from it being the first thing that Steve Wozniak designs before there is even an Apple computer.
So Woz's dad is an engineer, and so obviously kind of rubbed off on the kid, and he was very talented, obviously, because he had managed to do something like this.
And he designs the Apple I to be kind of the computer he wants to have and to use. So it has a keyboard and it has a TV display that you can see what you're actually typing and doing on the screen, which was a new idea at the time. Nobody had really done that before, put a keyboard and a display on a personal computer. When they sold the Apple I, it was literally a board. You had to supply your own power supply, your own keyboard, your own monitor. So all you got was the board for $666.66.
The manual told you, go out and buy this set of transformers. This is the part numbers that are available. This is what they cost. And you went to Allied Electronics or somebody like that and ordered them at that point. Then you would get that stuff home, you wire it yourself, they show you how to, where the wires go. They give you a connector, a mating connector that you put together, and then hopefully you power it up and things work.
So he designs it, starts giving away the schematics, and then Steve Jobs convinces him, well, we should sell this thing instead. Instead of just giving it away to the designs, let's sell it. So they form Apple Computer Company to do that, and they produce 200 of the Apple I boards. So a very limited run.
It's kind of like the Swiss Army knife. Once you invent it, basically you can use it everywhere. And they picked that because they could get hold of it. It was cheap, and obviously after 3 to 5 years, most people moved on from this machine because there was a better one out there. Apple came out with more products, everyone else came out with more products.
So they internally knew they wanted to sell a more mature product. So they started playing around with different designs. Steve Jobs really wanted a molded plastic case, but a molded plastic case is pretty expensive to make. So they started with sheet metal. So the one we have behind us is this two-tone sheet metal case that was custom made as a prototype to test things out. Once again, it's the only surviving prototype case that we know of. So in 1985, Apple's struggling a little bit. Steve Jobs had not done very well with the Lisa project, and then the Macs were not selling the way that Apple had hoped, so he quits in 1985. He leaves Apple, and when that happens, the HR department at Apple put the notice out saying, hey, anybody want to come take some stuff from Steve's office? Go ahead and do it. So sometime that afternoon, an engineer named Don Huntmacher goes into Steve's office, takes a bag of Starbucks coffee off the shelf and this kind of old beat-up metal-cased computer that was there. He thought it was something kind of interesting. Nobody else had bothered to take it. So he took both those things home. The computer was left in his garage workshop for about 30 years. First clue, other than it coming from Steve's office that it was special, was it had a tag inside, handwritten tag, that says ACM mod 1977 and signed BF. And if you do a little research, you find out Bill Fernandez is Apple's first employee. They were able to contact Bill, and he confirmed, yes, I wrote that note. So now you've got the first employee's name on it. You know it came from Steve Jobs' office. You know it was designed and built by Steve Wozniak. So it's starting to feel like a pretty important computer. So immediately after Steve Wozniak finishes the Apple I, he starts on the Apple II. So immediately starts designing what's really his dream computer, which is this all-in-one machine. So at this point, Mark Markula comes onto the scene, who's their first VC. So he puts his own money into the company, and then he goes out to people like Arthur Rock to raise more money so they can actually make the Apple II. Well, to do that, you need a demonstration computer. And the machine behind us is what we think is the only surviving demonstration computer that was built. And what Steve Jobs did is he went to his longtime friend, Daniel Cockty, who was also an Apple employee, and he said, Daniel, hook this machine up so I can just plug it in and show them something. Because up to this point, you had to load all your software from an audio cassette drive that was very finicky, as we know from experience here at the museum trying to get it to work. So Daniel modifies it with a EEPROM loaded with Steve Wozniak's version of BASIC. So when you immediately boot it up, because all the other Apple ones, other than literally this one behind me, don't have that feature. Every other Apple I has no ROM. So as soon as you turn it off, everything's gone. You'd have to type it in from scratch.
MakerBot's origins lie in RepRap, an open source project aimed at building a self-replicating machine, a 3D printer capable of creating its own parts. The company was founded in 2009, determined to commercialize that project's technology. Later that year, the company launched Cupcake CNC, a wooden kit that represented an early foray into the world of desktop 3D printing. Source files for the hardware were also hosted on Thingiverse, MakerBot's online design file database, which has since become a vital resource for makers across the world. In 2011, co-founder Brie Pettis appeared on the Colbert Report. The following year, it opened its first retail store in Manhattan. That same year, MakerBot introduced its first replicator, its most mainstream product to date, featuring improved software, an on-device display, and a control pad. The company also managed to raise the ire of the maker community when it abandoned its open-source hardware model for all devices moving forward. In 2014, MakerBot was acquired by Stratasys, a leading maker of industrial 3D printers. The following year, the one-time darling of the desktop 3D printing revolution underwent multiple rounds of layoffs and began shuttering retail stores. In January of 2017, the company changed CEOs for the fourth time in as many years, handing the reins over to Nadav Goshen. MakerBot's newest CEO has acknowledged the company's struggles and promised to maintain a focus on the professional and education markets after years of chasing the consumer space.
You guys been using the Fresh, Amazon Fresh, the grocery delivery service by the world's largest internet retailer? I have. And two things are certain. One, there's no way they can keep prices this low. Something's got to give eventually. They just can't. My grocery bill's been cut in half. So there's no way this is sustainable. But for now, it's great. Two, they use way too many of these green totes to deliver stuff. I mean, look at this. One tote, all for 3 pairs. 3 pairs in one tote. The end result is that even if you put in a relatively small grocery order, sometimes you can end up drowning in green totes. So today I'm going to show you how to consolidate 6 of these green totes down into one single tote, and we're not throwing anything away ourselves. We're not using our own garbage for the ice, the cardboard, the bags, anything. All of it's going back to Amazon. 6 totes down to 1. Let's dance. So we're mainly going to have to deal with stuff like ice. Let's set that aside for now. And these gray insulator things are bulky, but I have a trick for them. Getting these down to a manageable size is really the key to this entire process. So we'll start with one empty tote, which we'll use to store all the other totes. So once you have a second tote empty, it folds up flat like so and can slide right into the first tote. Cardboard, that falls flat, so not a huge burden there, and more bags and more bulky gray things. So fast forward, we want to empty everything. We've got 5 totes consolidated down to 1. And a whole pile of bags and ice and gray insulators that we're going to need to cram into the tote. Here's where the trick for the bulky gray things comes in. You fold them into thirds like so, and then you apply as much weight as possible, which forces air out of them. They'll eventually collapse down to about 1/4 of their regular thickness, at which point you can shove them into a tote with everything else. So I'm just going to literally sit on all of these until all the air is out, and then I can fit them into the tote. And you find a few nooks and crannies for the ice packs, you slide the cardboard pieces in among the other totes, and all you're left with are plastic bags, which crumple up into nearly nothing. So there you go, 6 totes, down to 1, and you put this on your doorstep, and they'll pick it up when they deliver the next order. I know you're probably saying to yourself, Doug, I noticed you're wearing workout clothes in this video, and you've got a killer body, so did you just come from a really intense workout? Or are you going to a really intense workout after this video? No. That's the workout. I edited a lot of that out, but it is hard work, and once you get it into one tote, that tote is about 700 pounds, which makes for a fun experience for the delivery guy picking it up, who probably slips a disc or has a hernia thinking it's just one single tote and there's 700 pounds of crap in there. What a fun story to tell his buddies back in the warehouse about swinging by the old Amos joint and slipping a disc.
Hey, you might have heard of the Concorde, but Boom is trying to bring supersonic air flight back. We're here in Colorado, and we're going to go see their hangar and what they're building.
So we're looking at the mock-up of the XB-1 supersonic demonstrator, or Baby Boom as we like to call her. This is our first supersonic airplane that we will start building shortly here, and I expect to fly in about a year. The mission of the company is to bring back supersonic travel and make it widely affordable. And we're taking that step by step. So this is actually a 1/3 scale realization of our passenger airliner. It will prove out the aerodynamics, the propulsion, the materials, and when that flies, then we know that we're ready to go ahead and design the passenger airliner, which you can think of as a Concorde replacement.
So how is this physically different from the current jets that we use today?
Starting with the aerodynamics, the shape is different. Supersonic airplanes, to be efficient, need to be long and skinny. They also need to have a very dynamically tailored fuselage. So you might notice on the Boom aircraft, it's a little bit thicker up front and it's a little bit thinner in the back where the wings stick out. The engines are different. For our production airplane, we're actually taking a subsonic engine and adapting it for supersonic flight. So this is what's known as a delta wing. So it's a triangular shaped wing. That design allows it to fly at a wide range of speed. So it's efficient for supersonic flight, but also can operate at low speed.
Lift is transferred over the wing differently than in a subsonic aircraft. So at that high angle, we have to really be concerned about seeing the runway and make sure the pilot has the visibility he needs to get on the ground. The Concorde did that with a droop nose. their nose actually mechanically tipped forward so the pilot could physically see the runway. We have amazing innovations in technology now that would allow us to use synthetic vision rather than a big, heavy mechanical system to accomplish the same task.
On a subsonic aircraft, the intake is nothing but a hole in front of the engine. On a supersonic aircraft, you have to slow down the oncoming Mach 2 air, and by the time it reaches the engine, it's slowed to about half the speed of sound. This is one of 3 engines that will power the XB-1 supersonic demonstrator. It's actually a relatively old engine design, originally built for a Mach 2 cruise missile, so it's the perfect size and speed capability for our airplane. Wind tunnel iteration costs like millions of dollars and takes 6 months. Now you can iterate every 30 minutes. It allows you to test a lot more ideas and come up with a more refined, more aerodynamic design. And then as the last step, you go into a wind tunnel and confirm that you're seeing with real air what you expected in simulation.
Flying supersonic is definitely a challenge for flight control specifically. You're going through different speed ranges, which means the pilot wants to handle the aircraft differently. It's like driving your car on the highway versus on a city street. You're not going to want to turn as much when you're going really fast. So my job is to make that handling quality change throughout the speed regimes transparent to the pilot, so the flying qualities remain the same and he feels comfortable at all flight speeds. Since we're designing a demonstrator that has a tandem cockpit, it's a forward pilot and an aft pilot, it'll be very similar feeling to a military-style cockpit. The controls will be in similar locations. We get inspiration from a lot of those military aircraft cockpits.
So Concorde famously was economically viable on just one route, New York to London. With Boom, because the operating costs are lower and because there's now been a spike in global travel, there are over 500 routes on the planet that are viable for supersonic. So not just New York to London, but San Francisco to Tokyo, Seattle to Shanghai, Los Angeles to Sydney. And on each of those routes, you can get a big speed up. The flights will be like half as long. So today we are curing our very first wing spar part. So the way you actually build a carbon part is you lay up layers of carbon fabric in a mold, and then you infuse resin through it, and as the last step, you put the whole thing in a vacuum bag, which will squish down those layers of carbon, resulting in a compact, strong part. And later this week, we will be doing our first structural test on it, which basically means we load it up with several thousand pounds of force and test that it fails and breaks where we expect it to.
So you're intentionally going to?
We're intentionally going to break it, and that will give us the calibration data to know how much material to put in the production aircraft parts. Concorde was designed in the 1960s, before we had the technology for efficient supersonic flight. And today we've got better aerodynamics, better materials, better engines, and you can design an airplane that's significantly more fuel efficient than Concorde and can work on many more routes. So you get economies of scale and you get reduced operating costs. A ticket on Concorde would set you back $20,000 round trip New York to London, and we'll be able to do this for about $5,000, so it's significantly more affordable. And the direction we're headed long term is to make the fastest flight also the cheaper one.
Last month, Apple introduced Clips. The free app is designed to offer simple video editing for people who aren't ready for Final Cut Pro or iMovie. It's kind of a competitor to Snapchat or Instagram stories. You take a video, you take a picture, you can add filters, you can add emojis, you can add text. Coolest feature of all is live tiles. Basically, it's voice-to-text technology. So you speak, and what you're saying shows up on the screen as a live caption. Once recorded, all the clips appear in a timeline in the bottom. From there, you can edit them, you can rearrange them. Apple also provides a library of royalty-free music, so you can add clips that way, or if you purchase anything through iTunes, you can also use that as a soundtrack. Once saved, you can share clips through your standard array of social media. Facebook, Instagram. You can also send it through messages. There's a unique feature in here that Apple actually hasn't introduced in any of its apps before. It will actually recommend users based on the people that you text most frequently. If you have any pictures of those people, it will actually use facial recognition to bump them up to the top of the list, or if they're mentioned by name in the clip. What's interesting here is that Apple actually hasn't created a platform around this. You can share it over Instagram, you can share it over Snapchat or Facebook or through text messages, but there's no platform specifically for watching these clips. The app launches later this month for iOS devices. It's a free download, but Apple doesn't have any plans to actually preload it on any devices.
I say we make electric motorcycles, but it's really more than just motorcycle powered by an electric powertrain. I think it's the future of motorcycle.
What's the new? What's the latest model?
For this year, for model year 17, a couple of the bikes that have been around for a while, the S and DS, it was good to have 2 price points and 2 capacities for people to choose from, but they were a bit too tight. What we decided to do instead was to differentiate those more, and we introduced a smaller capacity S and a smaller capacity DS that are half battery size. And that allowed us to introduce, a very large storage space right behind the battery. So not only do you have this different price point that's more differentiated, but you gain a lot of practicality with a bike.
Do you make all the systems that are on the bike, including the battery and the power?
Yeah, we engineer everything, and we assemble the full vehicle in Scotts Valley, our facility in California.
Is range anxiety still a thing?
It's more of a perception thing than a reality thing. If you're looking for a bike to commute, to have fun on the weekends, you have plenty of range. The highest range we have now is 200 miles. The highest range vehicle we produced was 40 miles. So we've gone from 40 miles to 200, over 200 miles in a few short years. So most people, we have plenty of range at this point.
I'm happy to hear your optimism about the direction that battery tech is going, but isn't it a lot harder to get from 40 miles of range to 200 miles to range to something nearly unlimited? What makes you so optimistic about battery tech?
So 2 things. First, that we have been basically in the same chemistry for a long time, and it's just been the optimization of the chemistry that has gotten us here. So there really hasn't been a step change. The beautiful thing about battery technology and what we're doing is that it's plug and play, right? So when that battery comes that gives you 1,000 miles or whatever it is, we'll be able to use it. I think that where the industry or where customer usage is going is faster charging. So not so much a bigger battery so you can go further between charges, but faster charging so you can go grocery shopping and plug it in, you come back and you're ready to go again, right?
When you're designing the bikes, how much are you thinking about the possible fleet customers like a police department?
So when we designed the latest platform of models that came out in 2013, coincidentally at the time, the military, the U.S. Special Forces approached us. They wanted a low noise, low heat signature, stealth vehicle. As we were developing these platforms, one of the ingredients that went into these platforms was, their specifications, which was cool because we made the product more robust and more interesting for everyone.
So what are the price points for these bikes?
The lowest, entry level is $89.95, I believe.
$89, I'll get one.
$84.95, see? $84.95, and then $15,995 for the SR, DSR.
You know how Snapchat has a dozen of those augmented reality face filters? Well, Facebook wants to give you thousands of them. How? By launching a developer platform called the Camera Effects Platform. It lets developers create augmented reality experiences that you can use in the Facebook camera in your camera phone, not on some crazy augmented reality glasses that don't exist yet. We talked to the engineers behind the Facebook Camera Effects Platform to find out just how easy is it to make an augmented reality filter.
Someone could sit down, a 2D artist could sit down, draw something simple in Photoshop and have it running in AR Studio in under 30 minutes. So the Galaxy filter is a little bit more complicated because it has 3D, it's a whole 3D environment, and it's got 3D objects in it. For that one probably takes a little longer. Like, it took our artist about a week to do that one. And the reason for this is because they modeled all the planets themselves. They did the textures, they did all the art for it themselves, which took a long time. Even though we make really great first-party effects, I think we believe that we need to democratize the creation of these things. We want people to be able to do things that are very local to them and be able to respond really quickly. So if something interesting is happening in your corner of the world, you should be able to make an effect that reaches people there as quickly as possible. That's just really interesting to us.
The real world is a big place. Even a company as huge as Facebook can't make augmented reality effects for every single location on Earth. But with the help of an army of developers, it may be able to put AR in your hands today, not years from now.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and TechCrunch editor, Jordan Crook.
Oh man, a little food does a lot for you guys. Feeling good now, I can tell. Okay, so our next guests are pretty amazing women. I've had like 10 people in the last week be like, oh my God, I can't believe they're speaking. Can I please get tickets to Disrupt? And I'm like, no, buy it, like everyone else. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, please welcome our next guest, Tyler Haney from Outdoor Voices, Emily Weiss from Glossier, and our moderator, Katie Roof.
Cool. I'm excited to welcome two awesome founders and CEOs who had the courage to take on competitive industries and build successful brands. Thanks for joining us.
Happy to be here.
And so you guys have a lot in common. You both have feminine yet down-to-earth brands. How have you been able to craft an image that developed a loyal following?
Sure. With Outdoor Voices, we're focused on building the next great activewear brand and focused on creating a brand that celebrates activity for the joy of it rather than the pressure to perform. So I looked at the activewear space and said, there's so many people who want to be more active, yet you walk into one of these traditional macho retailers, look up on the wall, and it's an image of like a sweaty, big, muscly guy, and you're like, hey, that's not going to be me for 2 years or ever. So wanted to create a brand that approached activity differently with moderation, ease, humor, and delight, and sponsor recreational activities rather than like competitive or performance activities where the goal is to cross the finish line first.
And so you had a blog, actually, Into the Gloss. How did you use that to help build a following for Glossier?
Sure. So as a big beauty fan myself with an editorial background in magazines, I really wanted to create a modern beauty brand that would celebrate beauty in real life and create a brand that really celebrates beauty as an element of personal style. In this YouTube age, it's really possible for every woman to be her own expert. Beauty brands are no longer really able to decide what the customer thinks of them anymore. And so we're really looking to democratize beauty from a brand perspective by being the first digitally native direct-to-consumer brand that creates accessible luxury beauty products.
And one thing that I found interesting is that you were telling me that you took a different approach than a lot of businesses that started online. You actually went offline and you went to different races to help spread the word about Outdoor Voices. Can you tell me a little bit more about that approach?
Yeah, well, we were born online, so we're a digital-first company, but we focus on driving engagement offline and then amplifying through social and digital channels. So things like sponsoring activities that are happening in real life, people who are jogging, taking their dogs for walks, people out there on the trail hiking together. How does Outdoor Voices go to where the recreational electricity is, sponsor those activities, and then see it amplified through things like Instagram on social and digital?
And you actually used Instagram heavily in your early days, and you've really credited it with part of the success behind Glossier. How do you use social media to advance your brand?
Sure. So beauty is a huge category on social media, one of the biggest on YouTube. And we actually launched Glossier on Instagram before we had a website, before we had a brand. We built that brand in real time through the @Glossier Instagram account. And by the time we launched, we had a really excited fan base. And so to date, we have about 100% growth so far this year in terms of new followers on Instagram. We have about 550,000 followers, and our engagement rate is about 3.2%, which is twice the industry average for beauty. So what we've seen really works for us on Instagram is mimicking and leading the witness, so to speak, in terms of women sharing their beauty routines and their entire cabinets, which again is something that beauty brands have been reluctant to do, to really acknowledge that the customer is shopping across many different brands.
And you guys obviously both target a lot of women, although you guys have men's clothing as well. But how would you define your target demographic? I think you've called it a psychographic.
Yes. So the Glossier girl or woman is not a certain age. We have a largely millennial following based on our distribution channel. But it's really for any woman who aspires to be proud of who she is every day.
What about Outdoor Voices? What's your demographic?
We think of activity as ageless and shapeless, so same thing. It's all about tapping into this recreational mindset. So people who are out there being active because it makes them feel good, talk about it as kinetic meditation rather than trying to be the best or the fastest or be the best in their category. So the other thing is we always say it starts with us. So we're creating product and building a community around us and our friends, and that's been our kind of true north in terms of building this company.
And you guys not only have these communities, you also have celebrities who you're not paying. Both of you have a lot of celebrities. Lena Dunham was an early fan of Outdoor Voices. Gwyneth Paltrow is a fan and a now investor. You had celebrities at the Oscars wearing Glossier on the red carpet. So how are you attracting their attention, and how do they play a role in expanding your business?
So especially in beauty, I mean, this has beauty as a category has a really long history of paying celebrity influencers. And what we really believe at Glossier is in this organic growth. 70% of our growth last year was through owned or earned channels, and was organic. So when celebrities, like Glossier, I mean, it's great when Kim Kardashian Instagrams a soothing face mist, and we see that, and we didn't pay for it. But we really see every one of our customers as being an influencer. In this day and age, every woman can be her own author and has that authorship, and we really encourage that. So we've seen some of our largest sales and conversion come through blog posts from just our customers, or through Instagram accounts from our customers.
And so tell us a little bit about your relationship with Gwyneth Paltrow and some of the things you've done with celebrities.
Both Lena and Gwyneth are fans of the brand. They first got introduced to the product and then wanted to get more involved, so Gwyneth is an investor. But similar to Glossier, we are focused on our customer base and not focused on paying for celebrity support. One thing we talk about a lot is how do you take this notion of sponsorship, so a Steph Curry sponsored by Under Armour who gets paid millions and millions of dollars, and take that sponsorship to our customer base. So the true recreationalists that are out there doing things, moving their body, having fun with friends on a daily basis, and really focus on kind of these micro-influencers, people who are already engaging with the brand and continuing to focus on growing that core set.
And so would you ever do any formal product collaborations or partnerships with either influencers or other brands?
Well, we've partnered with our customer base in various ways. So it's interesting because as a former editor in magazines, the editors today really are your customers, and so we do a lot of community building, a lot of activations across different cities in the U.S. and soon globally when we expand to the UK and Canada later this year. And it's really for us about creating these moments for women to come and connect. It's interesting at our showroom in New York, which is our first retail store. It's open 7 days a week. The majority of the people who are talking and helping one another are our customers. So the showroom editors are few and far between up there, and it's really, you just see the customers saying, oh, you're really a medium. I think you're medium. I have that concealer. And so it really just goes to show that this community is really building upon itself.
Yeah, and actually one thing you're both doing that's interesting is, and we're seeing this a lot in e-commerce, is that you have like pop-up shops and stores. And so how are you doing this? Are you planning to expand and have more brick and mortar businesses for selling your items?
Yeah, to date, our greatest customer acquisition tool has been in real life. So through field marketing events, through stores, we have 4 stores currently and 4 more coming this year. And we don't purely look at them as revenue drivers. They're really about driving community. So through these stores, we host things like OV Joggers Club or OV Dog Walking Club, and really give the customer a reason to hook on to the OV community in addition to the really good product.
And so do you plan to expand and add more stores?
Absolutely. So we're calling it Unlocking the West Coast. We're opening LA and SF in the later portion of this year.
What about Glossier? What should we expect on the brick and mortar front?
Sure. So, I mean, we really think a lot and spend, the majority of our time thinking about how to reinvent the beauty experience online. One of our goals is really she shouldn't need to go try on a product in person in order to understand what it's going to look like on her skin. And that being said, I think similar to Outdoor Voices, our offline experience so far has really been about how do you create a sort of community activation space? How do you bring the brand to life? Not how do you show the products, but how do you really experience the brand? And so we've created these kind of clubhouse sort of meccas in our own small way for women to come and really share their love of the brand. And what's interesting is while the sales are through the roof and like defying all odds, it's really fun to watch. What's more interesting is the UGC that's coming out of these experiences. What's more interesting are the girls who come once a week just because they want to feel the energy in the room. And I can't say that about, large beauty retailers.
I think there's something with both Glossier and Outdoor Voices where we're taking traditionally intimidating spaces like the beauty industry and the activewear industry and making them all about being human. We talk about it a lot about being human, not superhuman, and our physical locations are a place to bring that to life. We hear a lot that people think of Outdoor Voices as their best friend, and I think Glossier similarly, super friendly, approachable, fun. We think of Outdoor Voices as the hiking buddy that brought the snacks. So it's not someone talking down to you, it's rather someone on the hiking trail grabbing your hand and pulling you along with you. And that's informed in how we communicate, from text message to kind of more informal copy through emails, etc.
And I think just adding on, our editors, myself, I don't have a beauty editor background. I'm just a girl who, has opinions about her beauty products. And
But you did work at Vogue.
I did, but that was in fashion. And our showroom editors that we hire even offline, and as well as our editors who run our customer experience online, they are really just girls sharing, what they know. They're not necessarily experts. And again, we're moving away from this in beauty, from this idea that there's, one brand or one person who can tell you everything about your face.
I'm really impressed that you guys are both taking on these gigantic industries. There's Sephora, which has a lot of different beauty brands. Estee Lauder, they own pretty much everything. And then you're taking on Nike and Lululemon. And so how are you, and you've mentioned some of it with the branding, but how are you really able to make a dent in these industries?
So for Glossier, we are the first beauty lifestyle brand, and I think that has to do with two things. One, it has to do with our product assortment, where because we're online, we don't have to decide which side of Sephora we are going to be on, skincare or makeup. We can create, anything in any category, and in fact, we're launching into 2 new categories this year. And the second thing, which is I think the more important thing, is lifestyle to me means it's something that you carry with you throughout your day that you really relate to, that represents your values and kind of gives you a kind of armor, or becomes that friend. And so Glossier is really, I think, the first brand that you have multiple touch points throughout your day with that brand. You're not just using this moisturizer once in the morning and that's your only experience with Glossier. You're following us on Instagram, you're getting our emails, you're being invited to events, you're on our private Slack channel for top customers and reps. You have your stickers, the Glossier stickers on the back of your iPhone that you can see in selfies. So we have this really intimate relationship with her, where that G logo really means something to a woman in Europe as much as it does to a girl in Ohio.
And you guys both like to be associated with quality, but how do you build quality at an affordable price?
Yeah, product is where we started, and making good product that is for comfort and movement is kind of our product development framework, or what leads us. And so we started with a thing called OV Kits, which is your recreation essentials, your uniform for activity. And most recently launched something called the OV Kit Shop, where it focuses you around a very few set of specific pieces, tops and bottoms, that you can mix and match kind of for your recreational preference, whereas traditionally in the activewear space, there's tons of options, leggings over here, tops over here, and we've created this experience that consolidates it and makes OV kind of the recommendation service or authority on the best outfit for any given activity.
And you make your stuff in China. I know there's a lot of talk about manufacturing things in the US these days. Would you ever move that to the US, or do you feel like it needs to be in China?
Yeah, it doesn't need to be in China, but to make the best quality product, you have to work with the vendors that have the systems, processes, and teams set up to do so. I actually just got back from a trip to Vietnam and Taiwan. We're working with the largest manufacturer for Under Armour and Lulu, and it's like a resort over there. It's beautiful. All the buildings are LEED certified, so I feel very proud to work with best-in-class partners. But that being said, it's certainly a conversation we're having with these folks. How do we invest in creating kind of these manufacturing systems locally? So absolutely top of mind.
Got it. And your stuff is made in the U.S., is that right?
The majority of it is, but beauty is interesting. It's a lot like fashion, where if you want the best leather shoes, you go to Italy, or you want the best cashmere, it's from this place. So funnily enough, if you want the best eyeliner, there's like one place in Germany where you need to go make your eyeliner. So we take a product by product approach, but really putting the customer first. So the last thing we wanted to do was roll out 150 SKUs at launch. We actually launched with only 4 products, and to date we have about 19 products. So it's a very narrow collection of modern essentials for every woman, very universally flattering, and we take care to really make and celebrate every single launch. So I liken it to when a new Harry Potter book comes out or something like that. The Glossier product, the new one comes out every 2 to 3 months, and it really is. It's sort of this snowball effect. Every product sort of takes on a life of its own and really gets celebrated and gets integrated into this larger community's routine.
You recently announced that you're going to hire about 300 more people, which you only have about 75 people right now?
We have about 90 people.
90, okay,
Yeah.
so you're going to quadruple, more than that, your staff. Are you worried about that you're hiring too many people at once, that it's going to change the culture of your business?
I personally spend about 50% of my day on people and culture, and that's actually going to be over the course of the next 10 years. So we have a little bit of time, but certainly I think it's something that any good CEO thinks about, and I think it's really important for us that we stick to our core values when we're hiring, and continue to really bring people into the fold who believe in the mission and who can add their own special sauce.
And what about expansion? Right now you have a lot of clothing. Would you expand beyond that?
Beyond clothing, absolutely. I think in the same way that Glossier is a lifestyle brand, we are absolutely building a product, platform, and community to support this new definition of recreation. So approachable activity for fun. So we've started with this tight kind of assortment of product that works across a variety of activities, and we'll continue to develop kind of these kits around more specific activities, but driven through what our customer is involved in, what types of activities our customer is involved in. So the first one that we're working towards is a cycling kit, because we've been told the activity that I like most but can't find the product to suit is cycling. And I think similar to you guys, the customer really helps kind of with the product development and kind of the next steps in terms of your guys' product roadmap.
Yeah, for sure. We've actually had 2 products in the last year that we've gotten her involved in. So our Milky Jelly Cleanser and our Priming Moisturizer Rich are both skincare products that we reached out to her through our various social platforms, I think 3 different platforms, and generated thousands of responses about what she's looking for in her dream face wash. And that's really been, to us, the best way to make products that our customers want. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, for us, we take kind of this kind of customer intel, and then we create a product and test it, and we document the process, and then use that as kind of marketing fuel, where people are saying, I don't like this seam, it's chafing, or I don't like this material for this type of climate. And so that kind of approach with documenting, not creating, has also helped in kind of then ultimately releasing new product to the market.
And I understand you're looking to expand internationally. What's the next market for Glossier?
So the first next market will be Canada this summer, and then in October we'll be setting up our UK home base for Europe.
And one thing that you guys both have in common is that you're female founders with businesses that largely target women, but you've successfully raised venture capital from what's frankly a predominantly male-dominated industry. How have you been able to do that, and were there any obstacles that you guys faced in the process?
I mean, we've raised up to a B now, so about a little over 35 million in funding from Thrive, IVP, Forerunner, and more. And you know, beauty's not traditionally a big venture capital category, but it is a $250 billion global market that is ripe for disruption. And so I think really, you know, the data and the stats speak for themselves. I think once you really dig in and you understand, you know, that what's happening with beauty retail, what's happening with department store beauty counters, I think every great beauty brand traditionally, I can name at least 3, have started by having a really interesting take on beauty coupled with the adoption of a new channel. And so for us, you know, being the first brand that has this very, you know, millennial-centric kind of approach and also adopting digital as a channel, I think, you know, they thought we had a pretty good shot, but certainly it's definitely a male-dominated industry, and we had to really prove ourselves.
Yeah, the activewear space is also run by kind of male-dominated CEOs or male-dominated companies, so I think being a female is a huge advantage, especially since 80% of our customers are female. Like, to be a female, you're much closer to understanding what your customer base really wants. And so it's a huge advantage. We also both share an investor, Kirsten Green from Forerunner, and she's someone we both really look up to and are excited.
She was VC of the Year, by the way, for TechCrunch. But,
yeah. I'm really proud of her, but she's a great person, and it's a great team to have on our teams.
Yep.
Did you have any awkward situations, like trying to explain like what makeup like was what, or you know what people would use these outfits for?
I mean, for us, it's amazing how excited people get when you put a bag of beauty products on the counter anywhere. I think gender aside, I think, you know, everyone gets excited about unboxing or unwrapping, you know, a great lip balm that tastes like coconut.
Yeah, and we would take people out on walks and kind of around the block rather than sitting in the boardroom or the office, and that really kind of helped spark bonds and create a conversation that people got excited about.
So what have been some of your biggest challenges to running your business? I know that at one point last year, it was almost a good problem to have, where you had so many people that wanted to buy the Boy Brow product that you had like a 10,000 person wait list, but that also means that you missed out on some revenue.
Yep.
So have you been better at forecasting your revenue lately?
Yes.
And fix some of the supply issues?
Yeah. I mean, last year was our like first real year in business, and it's really tough to predict, you know, what the demand is going to be, especially with, you know, so much of our traffic being socially driven. But you know, we've definitely hired some amazing, you know, supply chain people from Apple and various masters of making sure you nail product. But I think, you know, for us that was definitely a nice problem to have for a little while. But we were sold out of a lot of things. We had up to actually like over 40,000 people across waitlists on the site. I think you guys, you know, you guys too. And so I think it's just, you know, constant learning curve. You just have to keep figuring it out.
What have been some of your biggest challenges?
I think figuring out how to scale brand, with brand being such kind of the kernel of both of our companies, how when you hire a bunch of new people, how do you create systems and processes to make sure that that brand and kind of the voice of the brand stays intact? I would say that that's been the most challenging, but also where I really like to spend time, so rewarding as well.
So as a growing business, have you gotten any acquisition offers?
Yes, but we can't talk about them, but yes, it's exciting.
But you have large absolutely. Incumbents probably approaching you all the time.
Yeah, I think we're exciting kind of like new energy in both these big spaces. So I think there are going to be people that kind of view the community that we're growing as a potential asset, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. What about you guys? Has anyone tried to buy Glossier?
Yes, but we're really excited. I mean, right now about just, I mean, we're growing very fast, and we have a lot that we want to do for our customers. So it's not something that's interesting to us right now.
So why are you turning this down? Are you planning to go public someday, or what's in store?
No plans right now. Just building the dream.
What about Outdoor Voices? Do you think you could IPO someday?
Absolutely. We want to be the next Nike, and we're focused on building the next great activewear brand around recreation. So that's where we have our eyes on that target, and that's where we're going.
All right. Well, awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, all right. Here in New York, WeWork is a bit of a darling, and there are some people who are like, oh, it's a real estate business. Some people are like, no, it's a tech darling sweetheart. And maybe we'll get to the bottom of that right now. Please welcome to the stage WeWork's Adam Newman and our moderator, Connie Loizos.
How are you?
Hi, everyone. I am not surprised to see a very packed room here. There's so much interest in and curiosity around and confusion over WeWork, a 7-year-old company that's now among the most highly valued privately held companies in the world. Is it a co-working space? Is it a real estate company? Is it a technology company? We're going to try to get to some of those answers today with your help. Adam, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
There's so much to cover and we don't have a whole lot of time. So I thought maybe if you'll indulge me, we could just go through some sort of cold hard stats and then get into your different business lines.
Our pleasure.
So you have 2,000 employees.
2,200 as of today.
Okay, 800 of them in New York.
About 800 of them in New York.
Okay. 130 customers who you refer to as members. Is that correct?
Over 130,000.
Okay. And are they, I know that we would talked, and I think, did you say 60% are in the US or 60% are outside of the US?
So the US is approximately 60%, between 55 to 60%.
Okay, great. And then you've got two businesses primarily. You've got WeWork, which was established 7 years ago, and then you've got a much newer business, WeLive. So of those 130,000 members, are you counting both businesses?
So the main business today is WeWork, and that's the leading business. So WeWork has 180 buildings around the world. WeLive is only 2 buildings, so it's a smaller piece.
Oh,
and then
okay.
our digital services represents approximately 8% of the total businesses, which is the service store and the We membership.
Right, which we'll get to, which I find very interesting. So also very interesting to me, I don't know if you guys realize this, but I think this is fascinating. The average person in the United States lives in 450 square feet. At a WeLive, people are living in 180 square feet. Similarly, at WeWork, people are operating in about 50 square feet, and the average space in which people operate is typically around 250 square feet. So it's fascinating to me that you're sort of, in a way, turning a lack of privacy into a competitive advantage. How do you do that?
So also when we say for WeLive, we said 180 square foot per person. In our first WeLive in New York City, you actually have 27 floors with 27 common spaces. So there's a lot more access to kitchens, and if it's a bar or a restaurant downstairs or just a library or a quiet room that you can sit and read in, there's a lot more of that than just in your apartment. Same thing with WeWork. Even though WeWork is 50 square foot per person, a third of all WeWork spaces are actually open common spaces that give access to everybody that we don't measure as seats. So there's a lot more room there.
Right.
So the way we do it is people think that WeWork is all open. It's not true. 90% of WeWork space is actually office. 10% is only open space. But we create a lot of common space for everybody. It's not that the lack of privacy is more important. It's that community, being surrounded by a group of like-minded individuals, being part of something bigger than yourself, inspires people to work harder, spend more time at work, and just have fun doing it.
I think it's really interesting and an overlooked fact that only 10% of your office space is open space, because there's so many companies that are trying to replicate what you're doing. I had just read about Deloitte in Toronto merging a number of offices and to create a beautiful open space. I think there's a big misimpression about that ratio.
I think the open spaces, we can tell here, we're having an awesome conversation. I can hear a lot of noise outside and hardly hear myself. Open spaces are overrated. It has to be structured in the right way. When you design a space, salespeople might need open. Someone might need an enclosed space. Engineers actually sometimes need a more quiet and peaceful environment. So it depends on the use case. And what we really pride ourselves is using data and a lot of systems to understand what is the best space for people and then actually deliver the product that's going to make them most successful.
And you even use sensors toward that end, which I'm hoping we can get to. But you also have a very high-paying membership and high margins. Members pay you on average $8,000 a year, and your margins are about 40%.
So those numbers are pretty accurate for the US. As you start going bigger to China, to India, to Latin America, those numbers change. But for the United States, that's a good, and we think of it more as $650 a month as a month-to-month opportunity, but if you want to think of it yearly, that's correct also.
Okay. And now I'm a horrible mathematician, I'm an English major, but I sort of, with my crummy math, had figured you were sort of on like an 800 million-ish annual run rate, which would put you at about $1 billion run rate sometime in 2017, which I think is something that you had sort of predicted last year would be the case.
So last year when we spoke, I said $1 billion run rate in the following year, and I'm happy to let everyone know that we're on track for that $1 billion run rate for this year.
That's a lot of revenue. Are you profitable?
So we are on as per choice, because when you have a 40% business, when you have a margin, you can actually choose when to be profitable.
Right.
We like to hover around the EBITDA break even, and then we can choose when we want to move, where we want to move. Right now we're in a very high growth stage of our business, and we don't see that stopping anytime soon.
Okay. Now, so WeWork is pretty complicated and fascinating. There's obviously a big physical component here, and so people understand. So basically, somebody bids on a property to develop, you partner with, I know it's hard to hear, you partner with a management company, and then you sort of work with them and you divide up your revenue. I think that was a sort of a smaller percentage of revenue at some point. Now maybe it's up to 50%. That's accurate?
So in the past, WeWork would take leases. As the business grew and as we proved to landlords that by creating WeWork spaces, we're actually attracting more tenants, we're making the members or the tenants that are inside the building actually happier, and more people wanted to share the spaces, landlords started approaching us and said, what if we did a management deal? Actually split the profits 50-50, we will pay for the build out and make us a completely asset-light business. Right now in India, we are growing into India 100% asset light, so we have a partner in India that's paying for everything and we split the profits, same thing in Israel, and we now have buildings all over the world where we're entering these management agreements.
And this is, you're just now entering India, so this is sort of...
So India, I'm happy to announce that July 1st, we're going to open our first location in India, and by the end of this year, we're going to have Mumbai, New Delhi, and Bangalore.
Okay.
But we've been working on this for over a year, and management agreements started about 3 years ago, but now we're doing more and more of them.
Okay, wonderful. And this is a sort of old, but reports had said that it takes 9 months from the time you sign a lease until you get the tenants in. Is that still the case?
So we actually have the ability, that's a lever that we can pull. We can move very fast from when we sign to when we open. We can do it as quickly as 4 months if we need to. We've even broken that record in the past. Actually, our head of product is sitting in front of me, and if I say anything else, he might get a heart attack. 9 months is a comfortable amount of time to do things. Okay. We can do it faster if we need to.
You also have a growing enterprise business. If you could tell us a little bit about that.
So from the beginning, we always knew that we didn't want to just take care of the smaller member and the startup. It was always about an ecosystem and a community. And a good community needs large companies, small companies, and everything in between. Over the past 2 years, more and more enterprise customers have come to us and asked, can you give the WeWork energy? Can you bring the WeWork culture to us? And we said, no, we're not ready. Now that WeOS, our operating system for commercial space, is starting to ramp up and we're starting to be ready to deploy it, we're starting to take more and more enterprise customers. And 2 years ago, that business was 0% of our total sales. Today, that represents 30% of our new business. So last month, 30% of the new business was enterprise. Some enterprises choose to come and be inside WeWork, and some are actually asking us to put WeOS, our operating system, and our community managers inside their spaces.
So for people who aren't familiar with WeOS, and I certainly was not, explain a little bit about what this is. It's sort of like a social network for everyone who is a WeWork customer. Is that?
So there's two different parts. There's the We membership and WeOS. If you have We membership, you have access to all of our physical spaces, and the platform behind We membership is WeOS. But also, just as something to everybody here, we'll talk afterwards about the service store. But anybody here who checks out and signs up for the service store, we're going to give the crowd today 3 months of We membership on WeWork to experience what a We membership is, and all you have to do to get that is go to store.wework.com, sign up, and you'll immediately get 3 months. You need to put the code of TC Disrupt, and you will be in. We're going to keep that open till the end of the day, and everyone can experience for themselves what a We membership is. But a We membership gives you access to all the physical space, and then gives you access to all of the services, all of our members, and everything in between. WeOS is the operating system of the physical space. So start with simple things like how you enter a building, and then how you book a conference room and how you register a guest. But from that point on, you can start layering more and more things onto the physical graph that can control the interactions between an individual, a place, and a time that they want to do it. And the more we can track those different things, the more that we can give better services to the individuals that are interested in it. So with enterprise, for example, you could have a great company with an awesome common space, but no one uses it. We'd be able to see through sensors and through different aspects of EOS that that space is not being used and reallocate it to something more meaningful. Because at the end of the day, we're trying to help our members create their life's work and not just a living. And for that, we want them to have an amazing experience. And these are all things that help us create a better experience.
And these members who are in the service store, this is pretty nascent, the service store.
Service store is brand new. I could say 2 words about that.
Sure.
So Service Store is, and everyone can check it out, is a curation of services that we've done for our members, especially the smaller members, so the ones with companies with less than 100 employees. And when you're a small business today or a startup, you could easily find yourself using 50 to 70 different services just to run your business month to month. We went and explored all the services that are being offered, or a lot of the services in the US. We curated the top 200, we streamlined through there and our API, a connection to those services. And if today you're in the service store, you could buy Slack, Salesforce, and Microsoft for small business just at the press of a button. And once you're a member, you get a 30 to 50% discount on all of these things. You also get us representing you. A lot of services that you buy today, you got to commit for a year. So we negotiated with the service providers to give it at a month to month, so the member can just check it out, or the person using the service store can just experience it. And we launched it 2 weeks ago. A third of the entire member base in the US has entered. An average of 2 employees per company have checked it out, and 10% of all of our members have purchased something on the service store, which for us is a lot. We're very excited about that response. I can also tell you that our members right now, their favorite 3 services are Slack, Salesforce, and a cool integration that we did with Lyft.
Okay, great. Oh, so I was going to ask, what about partners? I mean, it seems like, companies live and die by partnerships. One could sort of see WeWork partnering with many sort of big on-demand providers like a Lyft, like an Uber, maybe even like with an Airbnb. Are you talking about those types of things?
So yes, we are talking about those type of partnerships. And as you start controlling the physical graph, and as membership becomes your personal ID, your physical passport, you can then use that to basically book an Uber, connect to an Airbnb, or do anything in between. But also we're partnering with larger service providers like Salesforce, for example, which has a lot of products for small businesses and medium-sized businesses. And a company like that gets us and we get them, and we know that they're very committed to their customer, is a great partnership for us. So today we can tell Salesforce, hey, our members are looking for these things, and we have someone listening, ready to build product that really is ready to serve the small business and the startup world.
And so there's also room, presumably, for like financial services and insurance.
So it's divided to productivity and financial services and things that you need for the office and anything in between. And yes, in each one of the categories, we've curated what we found to be the best services. As now we get more and more information, we're going to see what small businesses really need to do to succeed. We're going to give feedback to those service providers, build better products with them, or just find other service providers if we feel that the ones we have are not meeting the demands of our members and the needs.
Let's go back to the enterprise piece. So this is fairly new. You said it now accounts for 30% of your revenue in the US, I think you said. Do you plan to cap at some point what percentage of enterprise companies you're going to come? Because it seems like you're so focused on culture, and I don't know if you can maintain that sort of the feel of the WeWork with.
So I think that's an excellent question. Our focus is culture, and we can talk about that more afterwards. But you're right. When you bring in enterprise, you have to ask yourself, am I changing the environment that we've created and worked so hard to create? But here's the thing that we're learning about enterprise. The kind of departments in enterprise that choose to be in WeWork are very similar to our members. Average age is about 30 to 35, and everyone wants to create their life's work, and everyone wants to do what they love. And the fact that they chose to work for a larger organization doesn't mean they're not as passionate and as excited about life and about the world. So we're finding a lot of correlation. Saying that, we're keeping a very close eye on it, and there's definitely a cap. We're trying to establish it right now, but no question that there's a cap.
But they obviously do sign longer leases, which is good for business.
So we don't do leases, we do membership agreements, but yes, they do sign longer membership agreements, substantially longer, especially when we need to build a space that fits them. So from month to month, we're now moving, we're offering our small members also year-to-year agreements that some members really prefer. And for those larger enterprises, we can do anything as short as month to month, but our deals now are 3 to 5 years, and we have an enterprise that tells us that if we don't give them a 10-year commitment, they're not willing to do it, so we're exploring those deals also.
How much square footage are you managing altogether at this point?
It changes a lot. You're opening between 500,000 to 1 million square feet a month, so it grows very quickly, but you're managing approximately, depending if you're doing New York loss factor or no New York loss factor, about 20 million square feet.
Okay. So I know this is your least favorite topic, but let's talk a little bit about your funding and your valuation. If that's okay.
No, I love the topic, just there's not a lot we can say about it, but I'm excited to hear.
So how much have you raised so far, officially?
We have raised officially 1.8 billion, I think is the numbers that are communicated publicly.
Okay, and that is at a $17 billion valuation?
The last raise was a 600 million at around the $17 billion valuation.
Okay, so, people always say, well, there's tons of competitors, co-working spaces have taken off, you've got Industrious here, you have a traditional broker, Regus, which is decades old, and I think manages twice the square footage that you do roughly right now. So they try to understand how to put your valuation into context. I mean, should you be valued as a real estate company or as a technology company?
So we actually don't view ourselves as a real estate company or as a technology company. We used to say that we're a community company, but we're starting to figure out now that we ourselves are still discovering what is that best type of company that we want to be. And the most important thing for us is, just like we like to learn from other people, we want to set an example for other companies. So today when I think of the world and I think of non-for-profit and I think of that word, why is a group of people dedicating their lives to make other people's lives better called non-for-profit? I could argue that they're making the most profit in the world. And then we have for-profit companies that are making things, if it's, let's say, things that are made of wood and they're cutting a lot of trees to get there, and why is the fact that you can make money from cutting trees making you for-profit? So what we're really doing is we're taking best practices out of the for-profit world, best practices out of the non-for-profit world, bringing those two things together. That's the type of company that we're going to be. We really want to be a company that sets an example but also lives by their own words. And that's the kind of company we are, and I actually believe in the future that you're going to see a very exciting multiple for companies that really treat other people the way they want to be treated and really feel like they're part of something greater than themselves. When our company makes a decision of a new category that we go into, the question we have to answer is, can we make a meaningful difference in our members' life? Will this move make a difference in the world? And if the answer is yes, then of course we want to do it, and if it's no, then that's not for us to do.
Well, it would be nice if shareholders recognize that as a new category. I guess we'll see.
We love that new category. We're thinking about it a lot.
So I know you can't comment on this, but there have been reports that you're raising, I think, around $3 billion from SoftBank. Can you comment on that?
I really can't comment.
I think one thing that kind of concerned people in Silicon Valley, at least, was related reporting that $1 billion of that was going to come in the form of a secondary. One prominent VC, who I won't out right now, tweeted about those reports, "Kiss goodbye whatever discipline and grit was left in WeWork. A $1 billion secondary is corruption defined." I'm guessing you would, yes.
Who wrote that?
I cannot say.
Okay, I think public information.
But I'm guessing you would
Well, here's the best answer. So like I said, I can't comment about that, but I definitely can comment about secondary. And I do think that in a world that companies are staying private longer, we have employees that have been with us we're a 7-year-old company. We have a lot of employees that have been with us from day one. Actually, we pride ourselves with the fact that most of the employees choose to stay with us, even the ones who are fully vested. And it's a lot based on the culture. And when an employee in any company chooses to put their life towards a company, maybe takes a lower salary, gets equity promised to them, but then there's never an ability for them, or not never, but it gets really delayed because companies are able to stay private longer because of the environment that exists today. I think it's important to really think as a company, is there something we can do for the employees? And is there something we can do for the right employees? So I do think I've seen companies do it. If you do it right for those companies, and if they really take culture in hand, I do think there's a way to do it that's correct. But that's as far as I can comment on the topic.
Right. Well, I think there's plenty of founders who would agree with you. Last question. We're in a very long boom period, which we've talked about on stage a little bit here today. There will be a recession at some point. people say of WeWork, how can they possibly survive a recession? You've said, in fact, you're not looking forward to a recession, but you think companies will downsize and work in WeWork. Other people say, those might be disposable employees, or the other sort of creatives that are working there are going to go work in their bedrooms and basements again. So how do you protect yourself in a downside scenario?
So I think thinking of a downside is something important for everybody that's here. I think different environments call for different moves. As your company gets bigger and your balance sheet is larger and you have commitments that are annual commitments and commitments that are 3 years and 5 years, it's easier to think through how you're going to work through it. But I think the most important thing to understand, if there is actual intention behind what your business does and it's actually serving a real need, that need does not go away in a recession. Maybe things change, maybe things are not going to be exactly the same. But if you're serving a true need, and if you have a loyal group of members or customers that are following you and are committed to you, be sure as a fact that as the world goes through a tough time, these customers, at least the ones who can, will stay with you. For us personally, as we move into enterprise and move into longer term relationships, that helps a lot of that. As our balance sheet grows, that's an easy thing. But the thing to think is business is a flexible thing. Space is fixed. Being able to give people that flexibility if that recession or when that recession comes is actually going to be a very needed product. An early version of WeWork called Green Desk was founded in May of 2008. We had no brand, no money, no 2,000 employees. We actually had 1 employee, and we did amazing. And when this recession comes, and I agree, it's not an if but a when, we will go to our community and tell them, ask them, can you please first do business internally before you do externally? If they will need our help, we will extend as much help as they need it, because we believe in them and we believe in this world in the long run. And the truth is, for a company like us on the space side, even it's becoming smaller and smaller, when that day comes, we will actually take a lot more space and grow a lot faster and use that as an opportunity. So when our members are ready to grow again, we've been able to build a platform for them that they need. Same thing about technology. For WeOS, we expect to see us acquiring companies over the next 12 months, and some that we just haven't published yet. Those opportunities are going to give us the opportunity to find some of the best partners in the world and partner with them, either through acquisition, through partnership, to be stronger together as a we, as opposed to a me. And really, what bothers me and worries me the most is culture. Can we maintain the culture, and how do we build a better culture? I'm really not worried about the recession.
Well, I find the company fascinating, and I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes.
Thank you.
Adam, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, I bet many of you have heard about how Trump is totally making America great again. And part of that is the new healthcare bill. And we're going to talk a little bit about that and a lot about Oscar Health. So please welcome to the stage Mario Schlosser, I'm getting better at it, and Sarah Bohr.
Thank you.
All right. Mario, welcome. I understand that you have something new to show us on stage for the first time here right at Disrupt.
Exactly. I want to take a couple of minutes to give you guys a taste of how Oscar feels and works before we get into the conversation. In short, we're a health insurance company that uses, let me just go back here real quick, that uses data and product design to guide you through your healthcare and get you healthy really over time. And we're launching a new thing now. It's a better data infrastructure that allows us to sort of be more in the loop, in the flow as important moments occur in your healthcare journey. I'll show you this, how this works here. So I come into the Oscar mobile application on the screen here, and I would usually come into the app when I want to, on a daily basis, check whether I'm hitting my step counting goal. One of the things we do as an insurance company is we pay you a daily dollar for hitting certain step counting goals. There it is now on the screen. And by the way, that's a beautiful illustration of our business model as an insurance company. Anything we do that gets you healthier, we are able to invest in, because our business outcome is nicely correlated with your better health outcome. It's like the overall way we think about this. I come in here, I see the inbox. My concierge team is communicating with me through this inbox here. The concierge team is a very unique way in which we mix member services with clinical services. It's 4 people. Any interaction I have with Oscar will go through those 4 people. One of them is a nurse, and the nurse is now able, in a better way, to monitor essentially my vital signs and everything that we know about you as you navigate the healthcare system. In this case, she recognized that I did a blood glucose test recently. One of the values came out high. She knows I'm on a particular drug already for my diabetes in this case. And she thinks I should go see a regular endocrinologist as part of my navigating the healthcare system. She's able to say, here's a curation of endocrinologists that I think you ought to go and see. That's curated, meaning specifically selected for who I am and what my needs are. And kind of look around here. Dr. Williams is a good choice here. We know a lot about these physicians, and we can match them in a better way to you as a member, because we know things like, this physician treats diabetes quite a bit in our members and other insurers' members. We even know that she sees lots of men my age, which sounds very funny now that I say it out loud. But that's one way we can sort of like mix and match you with the right physician for you. And we know she's seeing other Oscar patients. Just at this point, you can realize already why we chose to be an insurance company. These various data flows that we got to combine to get this picture of you as a member are quite astounding. We have to see lab tests almost in real time. We have to see drugs you're on, and we know that because we pay for these drugs for you. We have to see which other physicians you have seen. We have seen what you have done at those physicians. And we can combine all that to now say, here are endocrinologists for you. We think you ought to go and see one. And in this particular case, we have a deeper technical integration with Dr. Williams as well that allows us to do direct appointment scheduling. You click a button, you go in. If I couldn't find the slots, I can go back to my concierge team, those 4 people treating me, taking care of me, and they couldn't do that for me. So that sort of like is a nice loop where we touch on a whole bunch of things we do differently than any traditional insurance company, and where the technology comes to bear as well.
Yeah, so it looks like it's a really nice overall design, and technology, using technology to get really personal with your healthcare. Well, we can't start any healthcare discussion without first talking about what's going on in the Senate right now. Is this bill bad or good for Americans in your opinion?
I think the bill as it stands right now has a lot of flaws and needs to get fixed up, and that's what the Senate has already said. They're now going through, looking at what they think the right kind of individual market design should look like. I think that it's extremely important, and I think the Senate gets this, the House gets this, anybody else in Washington gets this, that there be a viable individual market. The individual market that was essentially sort of like put on more stable footing a few years ago with the last health reform is now serving about 20 million people or so. If you add everything together, those 20 million people are getting health insurance coverage oftentimes for the first time in their lives. And yes, there is a viable individual market design in that bill that I think can get built out, but that needs to happen.
It seems like what's going on right now, though, is that a lot of health insurance companies have had to pull out of markets or are threatening to pull out of markets, and also a lot of health insurance companies, yourself included, has had to raise premiums. So how do we fix that?
There's many, many different things wrapped up in that. And I think at the core of the issues you've seen in individual markets is that it's a reflection of the issues we have in the overall healthcare system. The most astounding statistic that I really know in my life, that Warren Buffett talked about recently as well, is that we spend, as in the US, 18% of GDP, gross domestic products, on healthcare. It's about twice as any other rich country in the world, as twice as Japan, Germany, Switzerland, and so on. So we overpay to the tune of about $1 trillion or $1.5 trillion every single year for our healthcare system. Part of what you're seeing now in the individual markets is what you've been seeing in, frankly, all other healthcare markets for the past decade or so, that the costs are just getting out of control. And what I think the individual markets to date has not done particularly well, it hasn't started controlling those costs in a better way. That's why you're seeing deductibles go up. You're seeing one of my favorite statistics now in the employer market is that even among employer-sponsored health insurance, it used to be the case that if you go 6-7 years back or so, only about 4 or 5% of members were on deductibles over $1,000. So the first $1,000 of your healthcare in a given year coming out of your own pockets, that's now up to 40%. So the costs are making their way through the system, overwhelming all of us. In the individual market, you sort of like see it first.
You've pulled out of 2 markets already, and according to Bloomberg, it's all over the news, you've lost $200 million last year. Seems like this might be a business model that isn't working.
That goes to the second question, I think, and that's the stability of the particular individual market design you've had for the past 3 years or so. In any new insurance markets, that comes out, you have a couple of years of adjustments where the regulators have to come back in and shape exactly how the policies work and whether they work. If you go back about 15, 20 years ago or so, when the Medicare Advantage market came out for the first time, which is essentially private insurance companies managing healthcare for members over 65 years old, it today is the most profitable market in insurance, the most stable market in insurance. But in the 4 or 5 years after the launch, in the early 2000s, actually dwindled membership and then started coming back up again as regulation caught up to the realities of the markets. And so you need that same regulatory fixing, regulatory conversation, and policy conversation also in this individual markets. I think that's the main issue of what's going on there. Insurance companies tried to feel their way into these new kind of markets, tried to price premiums in the way that they thought it attracts the best mix of sicker people and healthier people, and that process takes some adaptation, including for us.
How do you plan to turn that around? Speaking of you, yeah.
We're founded in 2012. We do 3 things as a company that I think is very different than any other insurance company. Number 1 is we engage members from the very beginning. You saw the app and how it does that. We build everything in-house. We have a full technology stack in-house that does everything from clinical interaction to claims payments to member services, concierge management, and so on. And we build our own custom-made networks of hospitals, doctors, and the technology that powers all of them. So these 3 things. We're very unique in the way we push that. Last year, for example, Oscar members used telemedicine at about 25%, the membership base at the telemedicine visits. You look at other big incumbent insurance companies, maybe 2 or 3% or so are using telemedicine to take care of conditions. If you come to the Oscar office, you'll see on the wall a real-time metric of how our medical costs are doing and how well we are able to manage them now. Okay, that goes to our second point, full-stack technology in-house. If you look at the way we manage our physicians, you saw that we have real-time scheduling with many physicians in our membership base. We can push your clinical data back to these physicians. They know who you are when you walk into the door in a better kind of way. Those are very, very unique things. We spent the last 5 years building that stack. In 2017, I feel now for the first time really extremely confident that all these pieces are in place in a way that you will see it flow through to the financial results as well.
You think you'll be profitable in 2017?
I think we will have a much better performance than we had in 2016, and our improvement already relative to the rest of the markets has been generally outpacing the market by quite some time. The way our medical costs have come down from 15 to 16, 16 to 17 is vastly outpacing where the rest of the market is. But it's early in the year. Insurance companies need some time to see the year play out before they can make determinations about medical costs and where they come out.
You said the same thing, relatively the same thing about the technology bringing costs down in 2015, said you'd be profitable in 2016. Obviously that didn't work out. So why are you so positive that you'll be on that path this year?
I think the biggest thing that was, so first of all, maybe answer this, I'm much more comfortable because I'm seeing the data, I'm seeing the engagements, I'm seeing the differences that had made for us to do everything in-house. If you go about a year back or so, we were actually not still controlling our claim system. That was a system that was outside of Oscar, that's now fully in-house. We did not have our own network of physicians and hospitals in all the geographies we are in. Now we have that. In New York City now, for example, we have particular hospital partners who we have deep linkages with. We can do much more interesting management of care between us and between them. So that's combining to a much more powerful model right now. But the other reason why I think it's taking longer, and why from the beginning we told investors and everybody who's willing to listen that it will take a while, even now I'm going to tell people the same thing, it will take a while, is that this is a extremely hard industry. We were the first ever technology-driven insurance company out there. We're still to this day really the only health insurer at scale that's doing everything in-house, built all of its own networks and so on. And in particular, what's difficult to navigate is how well are the regulatory frameworks working. The government, as an example, owes us $200 million, which in any normal operation of the health reform from a few years ago would have gotten paid out. That was part of the stabilization plan the government in smart ways had put in place to make sure insurers get eased into this new regulatory regime. And when those things start going sideways, it just takes longer to make sure we're on the right track.
So the government owes you about the same as the amount you lost last year. Is there any correlation there?
Yeah, there is a correlation because the program that the government designed, in essence, to sort of like backstop insurers' operations in the first couple of years was put in place specifically because it was impossible to know what to price and things like that. To give you a great example, as this is, to me, the most beautiful illustration of how different it is to operate a startup in a world like healthcare and health insurance, okay? If you are, a startup like many of you I'm sure are, you want to go into a new market, you think about your pricing as sort of like a door opener, if you will, early on. You want to come into a market and say, I'm going to build a membership base by pricing a bit low maybe early on and taking the price up to my real costs as I go along. In insurance, it's completely impossible to do it that way. We right now are filing premium rates for 2018, okay, almost near advance. We have to file rates that we have to stick to for the entire year of 2018 with very limited knowledge as to how our membership and risk has developed even this year, without even having fully closed the books on 2016, because various government programs still take away finance from Oscar, give finance to Oscar as sort of like the year plays out and certain risk scores come in and stuff like that.
Yeah, and since you said the government owes you $200 million, and for those who don't know, Josh Kushner co-founded Oscar. He's the brother of Jared Kushner, who is very influential in the White House right now. But you can imagine the headlines. The government owes you $200 million. If they were to pay back that $200 million right now, that seems like that would be a really difficult position for Oscar to be in. You can see the headlines saying, government bails out Kushner family with ties to Trump.
There was a specific regulatory framework that's not this government put in place, the previous government put in place, that I think had some very intelligently designed interlocking parts to make sure the right sort of like mix of healthy and sick members comes into these new markets. The insurers price at the right level that, again, get more members to come into the markets. The insurers have time to figure out where the risk of the market is to make sure that pricing. To get hospitals, doctors time to adapt to this new regulatory regime. Parts of that didn't work as intended. What we're talking about here is only to make sure that whatever framework comes next is so smartly designed that now the market gets stable and 20 million people continue to have health insurance. There's nothing else beyond that. There's not a conversation between the administration and insurance companies, the conversation between the regulatory bodies and the insurance companies.
Do you feel like we have a moral obligation? It's not just a business obligation, but a moral obligation to cover all 20 million of these people who might be missing health insurance?
I think so. I think that as the best country on earth, and I can say that with my deeply German accent, makes it sound even better. I think we have an obligation to make sure that people are covered against catastrophic healthcare costs. I think a third of all personal bankruptcies until 2014 or so were related to health insurance. The uninsured rates got shaved off by a couple of percentage points as we came in. The health reform was an important step towards a better functioning healthcare market. I will also say that a lot more needs to happen to make sure health care as an overall market, not just health insurance, health care gets fixed and becomes a stable functioning market. Again, if you go back to the 1970s and you look at how real wage growth has played out in this country against productivity of businesses, usually those two things track very nicely. As productivity in the country goes up and the economy goes up, real wages grow alongside that. That relationship broke down since the 1970s until today. And almost all of that is because increased benefits, in particular increased healthcare costs, have sucked up so much of the cost that we otherwise would flow through, of the revenue flow for the wages otherwise. Warren Buffett said just last weekend that the particular issue making American business uncompetitive isn't so much taxation, it's the rising cost of healthcare vis-a-vis any other rich economy in the world. We've got to fix that part, but we have to make sure that while we do that, we give coverage to people who are in need and that we all are solidaric in making sure we cover each other.
But how do we cover all these people if we're raising premiums and we're pulling out of certain markets? How do we cover these people?
I think that goes into the discussion on how do you design a stable regulatory framework. Any kind of like stable health insurance market needs a combination of some participation, encouragement / requirements, and some support on the premium sides. And so the support on the premium sides in the past has been subsidization. It may be in the new version of the bill being discussed, tax credits. That sort of like can be made to work. On the participation sides, you have a mandate right now, individual mandate with a penalty, and the idea is to replace this with continuous coverage requirements. So a requirement on you to make sure you stay covered as you go along. Those pieces can be made to work, but the intricacies are very difficult, and we have to make sure that in the course of getting to the final outcome, we keep covering people and we get to a stable regime. But it is possible.
And you actually come from Germany, single payer system. You've grown up with that your entire life, so you've seen it work in another country. What do you think we can learn from Germany's system and take to the US?
That's an interesting conversation because Germany is not a single payer system. It's a mix of public and private partnerships, insurance companies, hospitals, doctors, and so on.
Yeah, rich people can pay a little bit more.
Everyone's covered. That's the important. That's the important thing. I don't come from a rich family, but I had private insurance actually because my father was a middle school teacher. Then you also be able to buy into a different insurance coverage. I think what we can learn from there is really the following. Compared to OECD countries, okay, US versus other rich countries in the world, Germany includes, we go to the doctor less, 4 times a year versus 6.5 times a year. We go to the hospital less, 125 discharges per 1,000 members versus 164 discharges in other countries, okay? There's less utilization of healthcare in the US, and yet somehow the system is twice as expensive. It's almost all in the unit costs. A bypass surgery in the US costs between $60,000 and $180,000, on average $78,000. A bypass surgery in the next most expensive OECD country, Switzerland, costs $34,000. In Australia costs $25,000, so Germany is even farther behind. It's all in those unit costs. Healthcare as a whole has to become a more competitive market, if you will, where we are all covered. You and I have to know what costs we inflict on the system, on us, by going to hospital A versus hospital B. Our doctors have to know. We have to all be smarter about essentially telling hospitals, you are charging too much. I want to get your cost in line with the performance you have. If you are doing this particular part in a better kind of way, you can charge up for that, so we're going to get you covered there. But if you are doing a run-of-the-mill procedure, you're charging through the roof just because you can, just because so much of healthcare is essentially cost plus, people charging a flat margin on top of a rising costs. We're never going to be able to fix the system, and we will keep talking about rising deductibles on this stage and the other stage for years to come until health care is a quarter to half of GDP, and then good night. Go to Pittsburgh and look at the cityscape. It used to be in the middle of Pittsburgh, a beautiful tower called the US Steel Tower. That used to be a tower built by a company that built stuff, made steel, right? Or did something with steel. It's now a building full of hospital administrators, not doctors, not people saving your life, but hospital administrators. And that's to me sort of like a good illustration of how expensive the system has come and how we have built a incredible cost-plus industry around healthcare that doesn't lead to better outcomes, has incredibly overrunning costs, and doesn't really serve anybody well because we don't even manage to make that system cover everybody in the US with good healthcare.
So your solution is cut out the middle guy, cut out the bloat, reduce the healthcare system to the basics.
Basic solution is let you guys vote with your feet, okay? Buy Oscar, buy another insurance plan that you think gives you the right doctors for the right price, for the right premium, and hold doctors, hold hospitals accountable to delivering the value they deliver at the right price. And I think then in healthcare, a ton of more innovation will be unleashed. You saw the proliferation of urgent care clinics in New York City that wasn't invented by hospitals, it was invented by an ER doctor on Long Island who thought, I should build a cheaper version of an emergency room that is a better experience at a lower price. Only in healthcare can you say without blushing, I'm going to build you a better product at a lower price because the rest of the system is so overblown.
Well, thank you so much. That's all the time we have. Thank you again for speaking with us.
Thank you.
Okie dokie, we're going to move on to self-driving cars. I know, did you guys see the cars on your way in? Pretty cool. No reaction whatsoever from the crowd. Okay, let's keep going. We're going to talk to Ford CTO Raj Nair. Please welcome him to the stage, and moderator Daryl Etherington.
Water? Oh, there it is. All right, hi Raj, how you doing?
Good.
Welcome to New York.
Thanks, yeah.
It's good to be here.
Yeah. So I think one of my colleagues, I wanted to kick this off because one of my colleagues, I saw a video, he's not here right now, but of him having fun in one of your latest vehicles, in the new 2017 Ford GT.
Yeah.
He got to take it around the track. Is that kind of your baby, that car? Or can you tell us a bit about that car?
Yeah, that car is a little bit my baby, kind of the opposite of an autonomous vehicle.
Right. It very much is.
Yeah, exactly. It's very much a driver's car. We did that to celebrate our win at the 24 Hours of Le Mans back in 1966. So it was the 50th anniversary of that last year, and we built that car and took it back to Le Mans to race last year and won again on the 50th birthday. So that car's a little bit of a celebration for us. And
great.
Obviously a very fun car to drive.
Yeah.
So hopefully you had a good time.
Yeah, he had a great time. He was, he was very exuberant about his experience there. I think it's interesting though that you led with that like this is the opposite of a self-driving car or an autonomous car. So I think one of the questions is when you see those cars, and you answered a bit, like why do you build that car, right? It's a, what is it, $500,000 vehicle?
Starts at $450,000.
Right. So, you know, it's not within reach. There are 250 of them or something?
250 a year, so 4 years, or a total of 1,000.
Right, and that's not something people are going to be picking up and driving. And it's also, has really nothing to do with autonomy, or does it have, are there implications in the technology when you're building a vehicle like that that will bear out with self-driving?
Well, I mean, the car has a lot to do with technology. You know, it's all carbon fiber construction, and that's going to be important as we bring more and more carbon fiber to reduce the weight of the vehicles. Very advanced aerodynamics and active aerodynamics, so that'll also be coming in to improve fuel efficiency. It's got our EcoBoost technology, which is direct injection and port injection and turbocharging combined in a proprietary way, so it's making, out of a 3.5 liter V6, it's making almost 650 horsepower. So that level of efficiency will all be important going forward. But autonomy, no, it's really about driving the vehicle, and it's one of the interesting things about the automotive industry. It's obviously you know, a product that is usually the second most expensive thing people buy.
Yeah.
It's a product that's extremely critical relative to safety requirements. It's you know, certainly when things go wrong, they can go very wrong. Yeah. It's a product that's pretty technically complex.
Yes.
Already in our current vehicles, we've got more lines of code than a Boeing 777.
Oh, wow.
We also build at really big scale. So these are multi-billion-dollar investments for each one, and we build hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of some of the vehicles a year. So literally, you know, every 45 seconds, another F-150 is coming off the line and being sold. Yet, for most people, it's also an emotional buy. Right. You're buying a new vehicle in particular that says something about yourself, whether it's an off-road vehicle or a Mustang or a hybrid or whatever. And certainly the GT says something to people's emotions, so it's very much an emotional buy. And even though we're only building 1,000 of them, we've got 6,500 applications for those vehicles.
Oh, wow, okay. And how are you going to winnow down?
We're actually looking for people who are going to drive them. So certainly Ford loyalists, Ford fans, people who have a lot of Fords right now, but we don't want them to be museum pieces. We want them out on the road. We want them out on the track. And we want people to see them and enjoy them. We didn't engineer it to sit in a museum. Right. We engineered it to enjoy driving them, whether on the road or the track. So hopefully we'll be seeing more and more out there.
Great. I think just, this is kind of speculative, but do you think there'll be a 100th anniversary GT? Like at that time, I know that now that's still a very core part of people's thinking about automobiles, is like it's an identity piece, it's passion, it's freedom. But you know, 50 years out, is there enough of a market to sell 1,000 of those things? Or like, I'm serious. Like, will people care enough anymore, or will they eventually?
Well, I mean, certainly the technology is progressing very fast.
Yeah.
You know, we at Ford, we're 114 years old. So there's aspects of the start of the automotive industry and what it meant for personal mobility. And certainly horses don't serve the role that they used to,
right.
But there's still a lot of horse races that are a big deal.
There are,
and people still enjoy riding horses. I hope it doesn't go that far.
Where we're at right
now, but you know, it's certainly a possibility. I think there will always be an aspect of there's something about, you know, controlling a piece of machinery. you're talking about, 2,000, 3,000 pounds of machinery being controlled by very minute movements of your hand and small movements of your ankle and small brake pressures, yet incredible forces and G's and horsepower all being done by that, and taking yourself to the limit and taking the machine to the limit. There's something in our brains that are wired to enjoy that. So hopefully that's always part of it.
Well, as you were speaking there, you speak very poetically about it, and I was following along. I was right there with you. So you're probably right about that. But so you've been at Ford for quite a while now, right? When did you start at Ford?
1987. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you've seen a lot of changes over the time, and you've been CTO since 2012. Is that right?
Yeah, 5 years.
Okay. So even in that time, a lot of changes.
Sure.
I guess maybe just sort of how has your role changed, both as an engineer and then as CTO in that time? When did kind of the shift happen where you start thinking about things like mobility services and autonomy, and what does that journey look like, I guess, over time?
Yeah, I mean, certainly over the 30-year period, a lot of my experience, a lot of engineering experience in Ford was very traditional automotive focused, and whether it's on the engine side or the powertrain side or the chassis side or bodies, et cetera, and still very high tech, right? It's still, like I said, even in a traditional vehicle, the amount of software we have. But with the advent of some of the technologies, whether it be the infotainment systems, the connectivity of the vehicle, now the vehicle is becoming a device on the Internet of Things, increased electrification, whether it's hybrids or plug-in hybrids or battery electric vehicles, and certainly the autonomous vehicle technology. And then also on the external environment, the increasing pressure on emissions and fuel economy to reduce our greenhouse gas footprint, increasing congestion in the cities, increased middle class, the emerging markets, all of that kind of culminating and all hitting a peak at the same time. I wouldn't say any of these was happening overnight. I mean, we've been working on autonomous vehicles for 12 years now. Right. But the timing of an autonomous vehicle, the timing of the importance of electrification, the timing of reducing our greenhouse gas footprint, the timing of vehicles becoming primarily connected and devices are Internet of Things, the timing of the ownership model changing and people maybe less interested in personal ownership, but maybe ride sharing or even relying on ride hailing completely. All of that hitting a peak, within the next 10 years or so. So I think that is cause for a rapid disruption in personal mobility, and obviously, our business is about personal mobility.
Mm-hmm. So that's, it's interesting that it's a culmination. You think of them individually, but you don't think of them all kind of hitting that strike point at the same time necessarily. But I think that it's interesting then, would you say that there's like a perspective where you're on your heels? Is it a reactionary thing when you're thinking about mobility services and you're talking about shared fleets and things like that? Because I think there's a distinction between, this is something we've been thinking about and planning for a long time, and then there's this other perspective that people could see and interpret it as, wait a second, ownership is way, way down and only going to go down further. We need to scramble to figure out what to do to replace that. How much of it is one and how much of it is the other?
Well, I think it's certainly things that we've been working on for a long, long time, but the pace at which the technology is advancing is faster than it's ever been. I also think that because it's becoming more readily apparent to the broader public and to the industry and new entrants out in Silicon Valley or et cetera, there's a lot more players coming into it, which factors into it. I think on the usership side, certainly the popularity of the ride-hailing model and ride-sharing models is increasing, yet the aspect of personal ownership is still really, really high. We're at a record industry of sales right now. Right. So, I think we'll see a distribution change happen over time, but I think that part of it will be gradual. Yet this industry operates on pretty long cycles, so we need to be planning for that right now.
Right, and that's an interesting thing too. So I think that there was a lot of hype around car makers, coming up against some of these Silicon Valley companies, and are they going to compete? Are they going to be able to compete with the nimble new Silicon Valley companies? But the thing that car makers do perhaps better than any technology company is think on these longer 10-year cycles or whatever. So how important is that, do you think, to a category like autonomy?
Well, I think it's really important. I mean, autonomy is a form of technology, it's a form of automation, right? And we're now applying automation to an area that we didn't think we'd be able to automate out of, which is the actual driver.
Yeah.
It's not too different than factory automation. It's going to make sense to deploy that really expensive robot in a business where you're paying a lot for labor in any cost structure, which is why, you know, personal use of autonomous vehicles will come, but probably before that, it'll be introduced into businesses where they're paying a lot for driver labor.
Yeah.
And certainly, you know, the taxi or ride-hailing business is one of those, commercial goods delivery is another one of those. But if you think of, you know, ride-hailing as the total value stream in the total business, transportation as a service is at the top, right? So that's the Uber and the Lyfts of the world that actually connect a customer to a transportation solution. The vehicles in the middle, we'll break that up into 3 parts a little bit later. And down at the bottom, we're talking about how do you manage these fleets of vehicles? Because now you're talking about a fleet that's not individually owned by an Uber driver or a Lyft driver. It's got to be owned and maintained and serviced by an entity.
Yeah.
And then on the vehicle side, the technical solution autonomy, particularly the virtual driver system, is just one portion. We have a portion what we call the autonomous vehicle platform, which is the base changes that have to happen in the rest of the vehicle for it to work like an autonomous vehicle. So multiple safety backup systems have to be in place for an autonomous vehicle, because in many cases, like for your power steering, the backup for a power steering failure is human muscle. Right? Well, now there's no human muscle to apply to a steering wheel. And then finally, as I said, it's a very high-scale industry that relies on economies of scale. So it's hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of vehicles or components that need to be, you know, manufactured and engineered and designed, and importantly, be able to be produced at scale. And so those 3 aspects of the vehicle side are really critical. And so to make sense of that as a total business, you have to have all 5 of those elements right. And I think a fair portion of those elements we've got quite a bit of experience in. It's skill sets that are hard to reproduce. And then we're obviously investing in the engineering on the virtual driver system and the engineering on the autonomous vehicle platform, but also experimenting in vehicle management services as well as transportation as a service. So I think whoever gets the use case right and gets all 5 of those elements right is probably going to be the one that's going to be able to take advantage of autonomy as a business.
And Ford seems interested in doing that itself. Like you mentioned the 12 years of experience you guys have building autonomy, but you also just acquired the majority stake in Argo AI not too long ago, right? And that's relatively young talent, I guess, to the field compared to that 12 years of experience. So what's the discrepancy there? Like, where do you choose to go out and acquire and bring in new?
Yeah, I think, you know, first of all, we're always open to partnerships, so I wouldn't say we're intent on just doing it ourselves. It depends on which area of the autonomy solution or this total personal mobility solution that we're looking at. So, you know, it can be a wholly acquired entity like Sipes, which is a software company in Israel that we acquired. It can be something like Velodyne on the LiDAR, where we have an investment with Velodyne, and they're great partners with us, but we're also open to other LiDAR partnerships. It can be licensing agreements that we have with like Nuremberg Neuroscience. And Argo AI, I think, is a very interesting hybrid model. So probably the most sought after talent right now in the autonomous space is the roboticists, is the software experts, the machine learning experts, those guys working that virtual driver system. And we've got a very strong team internally, but you know, to be honest, they were being heavily recruited. We saw an opportunity with Argo AI, particularly with 2 experienced leaders, with Brian Selesky and Pete Rander, that we knew quite well, and we're really interested in that opportunity. We saw an opportunity to provide stable funding for that startup, and so $1 billion over 5 years. It was consistent with what we thought we would be spending in that area. We were able to actually move our Ford engineers, our virtual driver system engineers, into Argo AI, so providing them a startup structure, including equity upside, that would be very different than Ford Motor Company stock equity upside, because our core business is going to drive our stock, like the F-150 or sales of the Mustang, et cetera. And so this hybrid structure of a startup with its funding over the next 5 years basically firm, with a built-in customer, with a bunch of automotive experience now put into this startup, understanding exactly how Ford Motor Company works and how our products work and how that integration is going to need to happen, yet with all the experience coming from outside and attracting a lot of new talent, we think it's a great, great model. So I wouldn't say we're intent on doing everything internally, but we are intent on making sure the partnerships that we pick and however we choose to structure that fits into that overall strategy. And we really look at it on a much more strategic aspect than perhaps some of the tactical aspects of responding and trying to make a headline per se.
Right. So if you're open to partnerships, are you open to a partnership like with Waymo, perhaps? I mean, have you guys spoken to them at all?
Yeah, we talk to everybody. And I think if it was the right partnership where it's really a win-win, we'd always be open to that. Yeah. I think
same goes for Lyft then, maybe? Or?
Sure. Again, if you break that down into the 5 areas that I talked about, transportation as a service, virtual driver system, autonomous vehicle platform, ability to go into mass production, and then managing fleets, vehicle management as a service, certainly Waymo is in a strong position on that virtual driver system. Lyft is in a strong position on transportation as a service, but again, we'll need all 5 elements for all of this to work. And if it's a win-win and in allowing us to participate in revenue across that stream and the multiples we would expect and the operating margins we would expect on that type of business, we'd certainly be open to discussion.
Great. I think we don't have that much time, but I want to talk briefly about 2021 since it's coming up real quick, and that's still your stated goal, right, for delivering. Yeah. So that hasn't changed. No news yet.
No news there. It's still our intent to offer a SAE level 4 autonomous vehicle, so a vehicle with no steering wheel, no accelerator pedal, no brake pedal, that'll be operating in a geo-fenced area, but a large, metropolitan geo-fenced area, and likely in ride-hailing or commercial goods.
Some kind of commercial.
Starting in 2021, yeah.
So, and who owns the sort of fleet in that? You mentioned that too when you were talking about the stack. Like, who is the owner of that? Because I think we've heard maybe that you're working kind of directly with municipalities or with cities on maybe purchasing these fleets and operating them, similar to how you might work up public transit.
Yeah, I think right now we're experimenting in a couple of different forms of that. Part of it is the Chariot experiment that we're doing, where we're owning fleets of transits, running shuttles, and working municipalities on some aspects of dynamic shuttle and dynamic routing, but also fixed routes at a smaller scale. And other city as customer pilots. I think we're open to ownership of that fleet.
You are open to owning it?
We're open to different models, yeah. We're open to different discussions of different models as to where that ownership of that fleet would reside. We're obviously very interested in participating in that. We're interested in managing those vehicles as a service. We're obviously interested in manufacturing those vehicles. And we'd also be interested in the profit opportunity, the revenue opportunity on the customer-facing side on what would be paid for personal mobility, transportation as a service, maybe even in a multimodal aspect where that autonomous ride-hailing vehicle is just one mode of a person's journey. Oh. So I think we're open to a lot of those aspects, which is why we have Ford Smart Mobility set up and is able to experiment now early on as we see this future coming to us.
That was another question, actually. You've got Chariot and you've got Ford Smart Mobility, and is that really, do you see that as becoming sort of core product sooner rather than later, or is it still kind of side bets and experiments and testing stuff out?
Well, I think right now it's an investment into learning, and it's going to be a while before we see big revenues from that model. But we're fortunate that our core business is very healthy right now. We're coming off of close to record profits last year, so that core business of selling cars, utilities, and trucks we're going to continue to invest in and continue to focus on. It's a big enabler for us to move into these emerging opportunities and leverage that. But right now, this investment into the emerging opportunities is definitely an investment into the future and revenue opportunities that'll come to us in the future.
So no name change to Ford Technology Company?
No, I think we're going to be called Ford Motor Company for a while. The company's attached to it. The family's attached to it. But I think Ford Motor Company is going to look very differently, 10 years from now. It's going to be, I think, known not just as an automotive company, but an automotive and mobility company.
Great. Well, thanks for joining us, Rash.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right.
Okay, we are going to head into the battlefield shortly, but before that we're going to take a break. While you're going on your break, maybe you could download this Mix Halo app. It's part of a super cool demo that we're going to be doing on Wednesday, and if you all download it at the same time on Wednesday, it won't work. So download the Mix Halo app. You can see the URL here. Pharrell wants you to do this, I promise. Okay, break, 3:15, see you soon for Battlefield.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your Battlefield host and TechCrunch senior writer, Anthony Ha.
Yeah, these guys are excited to see me. All right, so we are about to kick off the very first session of the Startup Battlefield. We've got some awesome judges waiting to come out. We have some even more awesome startups waiting to come out. But before that, TechCrunch actually has a new director of Battlefield and Special Projects. It's Samantha Stein. Just to tell you a little bit about her, she has a background that spans business development, product management, and product strategy, most recently as the founder of Hacktivision, a company offering innovation retreats and innovation consulting. So come on out, Samantha. She has a little announcement for us.
Everyone, so thrilled to be joining TechCrunch in this role. I'd love to announce that today we're actually opening our Battlefield Startup competition for San Francisco. So please go to the link on the screen, which you'll see shortly, and apply. Thank you.
Thanks, Samantha. All right, so now let's bring out our judges. I'm gonna move out of the way. I'm gonna be real subtle here. So we have 4 judges for this section. The first is Anu Duggal. As the founding partner of Female Founders Fund, Anu believes that the next generation of successful entrepreneurs will include talented female founders. Anu's entrepreneurial successes included starting the Tasting Room, as well as co-founding Exclusively In. Next up, we have Paul Judge. Paul is a serial entrepreneur and angel investor. He is CEO and founder of Luma, the home Wi-Fi company. In addition, he serves as executive chairman of Pindrop, a pioneer in voice fraud prevention and authentication, which he co-founded in 2011. Third is Eric Hippeau. Eric is a managing partner at Hippeau Ventures, New York's most active early-stage technology fund. He's also chairman of Rebel Mouse, co-founder of Now This News, and former CEO of the Huffington Post. And our final judge is a regular here on the Disrupt stage. It's Yossi Vardi, one of Israel's early entrepreneurs. Yossi Vardi co-founded, led, funded, and helped build more than 80 high-tech, energy, natural resources, and clean tech companies. Many of them went public, including Techem, Elan Energy, and Granite Hakarmal. So let's give it up for our judges. So we are going to have 4 startups presenting during this session. They're going to have 6 minutes to present. We're going to try, or at least I'm going to try to be strict about enforcing the time. Then they're going to have 6 minutes of Q&A with our judges. The first one up is NewCypher. And presenting for NewCypher are going to be McLean Wilkinson and Michael Igorov. Coming out, NewCypher.
Hi, I'm McLean Wilkinson, co-founder and CEO of NewCypher. I'm here with Michael Igorov, our CTO. NewCypher, a security and encryption platform, is body armor for big data. The amount of data being generated today is absolutely staggering, and much of it is highly, highly sensitive. Businesses not only have a responsibility to protect themselves, they also need to properly manage and safeguard their customers' and users' data. Let's take an e-commerce retailer like Amazon as an example. From the moment you land on their app, you're generating hundreds of data points. What you're clicking on, what you're looking at, how long you're staying. All of that is ingested in real time, along with the details of any order you make, your name, address, credit card number. That's analyzed for insights into your behavior as a consumer and aggregated with millions of other customer accounts. This absolute explosion of data and the associated storage and computational demands is driving much of the underlying IT infrastructure into the public cloud. Organizations are scrambling to stay agile and competitive, wanting to provision new servers and new services in minutes as opposed to the weeks or hours it takes on-prem. But moving outside of the organization's 4 walls presents an entirely new set of security and compliance challenges. And while there's a huge ecosystem of security tools provided by both startups and incumbents, many of these tools are focused on the past and are addressing the wrong problem. They try to keep the bad guys out by providing network and endpoint security. But this is like the legend of the little boy plugging a crack in the dam with his finger. It might have worked when you had a small amount of data to protect, but now you have oceans of it. There are too many cracks, and you only have so many fingers. The bad guys will find a way in, around, or through your walls, and you will get hacked. And when that happens, NuCypher will keep your data secure. You need to embed security into the data itself, and that's where encryption comes in. But traditional approaches to encryption are like the original Iron Man suit hacked together with scrap metal in a cave. They have significant performance and functionality drawbacks. NuCypher provides that same level of security and protection, but without the restrictions. It's like the Iron Man Mark 46 for your data. With our patented proxy re-encryption crypto system, NuCypher is able to protect data wherever it goes, both on-prem and in the cloud. We're able to guarantee that your data is only accessible by valid users, and if an unauthorized or malicious attacker breaks into your system, all they see is encrypted gibberish. We do this by embedding access controls directly into the encryption itself. Let me show you a demo of how that works. Here, we have a data engineer at a global financial institution running Hive queries to analyze financial transactions. Simultaneously, a malicious nation-state hacker has broken into the cluster using root privileges obtained from the system administrator. Keep in mind, root privileges means he has full, unrestricted access, and this is a live production data set. To verify this, we can see that the data engineer's legitimate query has just successfully completed. But when the attacker attempts to view that same data, he discovers that everything is fully encrypted. Thanks to NuCypher, even though the hacker has full permissions, the private master decryption key never enters the cluster, and all the attacker can see is encrypted gibberish. Back to the slides, please. We're a team of software engineers who've worked at Morgan Stanley and have built infrastructure tools at LinkedIn. Our CTO is a physicist and scientist for the Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology, and previously worked in an area closely related to quantum computing and cryptography. We're working with one of the leading proxy re-encryption researchers in the entire world, and our technology is compliant with standards bodies like NIST and FIPS. Our founding team previously built ZeroDB, the most popular open source encrypted database project in the world. And we are incredibly excited to build NuCypher into the de facto security layer for the $35 billion cloud infrastructure market. Security and compliance are two of the biggest blockers to the adoption of big data and cloud technology in the enterprise. And by solving these constraints, NuCypher can modernize much of the infrastructure on which some of the world's most sensitive systems operate. And we're already proving this with some of the largest enterprises in the world, including multiple tier 1 investment banks, global technology companies, and telecommunications firms. In addition to launching our company here today, we're also announcing the availability of the open source versions of our Hadoop and Kafka offerings on GitHub. If you'd like to request a demo, please email us at disrupt@nucypher.com or check out our website. Thank you.
All right, finish with time to spare. Judges, who wants to start us off?
I can start.
Okay.
So congratulations on the launch. Can you talk a little bit more about how far along you are with some of the early clients you mentioned?
Sure. So we're in pilot stage right now. The bulk of our early customers are in financial services, starting to get traction in larger technology companies and healthcare and telcos as well. But pilot POC stage.
Elaborate a little bit more on the competition.
Sure. So there's a couple ways to look at this. One, the platforms that we support do have some native data protection built in. So Hadoop, for example, these tend not to be robust enough for the types of enterprise customers that we're working with. Other alternatives include data masking and tokenization companies, HP Voltage, for example.
You worked before at Morgan Stanley, you said.
Yes.
Why did you leave a solid job with nice salary and Wall Street and went into this kind of adventure?
Sure. So ultimately, I wanted to get back to a more technical role and actually start building a product in a company again, as opposed to building financial models and pitch decks.
And this is your actually launching of the product, right?
Yes, launching of the open source version. We've had Hadoop available for a while, and then Kafka is launching as well.
So guys, this is their first launching of the product. You should give them a nice welcome, please.
Thank you.
This was nice enough, or we should tell them to scream a little bit more? Can't you try to do it a little bit better?
Yossi, you're not an investor. You just really like these guys.
I like he left a job. I'm not. What your mother said when you told her that you are leaving Morgan Stanley for this adventure?
Well, she's about to find out. No, just kidding. She was supportive, although maybe didn't quite understand what we were doing.
Could you tell me more about the implementation? Like, what does it look like as you deploy to enterprise? How do you get all of their existing data encrypted, and how do you do key management?
Yep. So on the key management side, we actually integrate with hardware security modules. So lots of banks will use HSMs from vendors like Thales or SafeNet. For Hadoop, we encrypted the HDFS layer. And everything is transparent to applications running on top of Hadoop, so it doesn't change the experience for someone running Hive queries, for example. And we also integrate with access control tools like Ranger and Sentry, so people can keep using the standard tools that they're using.
So is your business a SaaS, classic SaaS model?
So we're not hosting anything. It's not software as a service.
Right.
We have term-based subscriptions, and then also a consumption-based model for cloud deployments.
And how do you intend to go to market? Salesforce, direct sales, or?
So a combination of direct sales, which we've done to date, and then also channel partners, the big data vendors, folks like Cloudera, Hortonworks, and the cloud service providers as well, so folks like Amazon and Microsoft.
Who are your main competitors?
So the data masking and tokenization companies are the ones we run into most frequently. Voltage, which is now part of HP. In Europe, we see a company called Protegrity pretty frequently. And then, as I mentioned before, a lot of the underlying platforms will have some data protection tools natively.
Do you run into people like Cipher Cloud or Ionic?
Not so much. I mean, we're similar in some ways to them. They typically work with SaaS applications, so Cipher Cloud will intermediate between an enterprise and Salesforce, for example. Mm-hmm. And we're more focused on sort of infrastructure like Hadoop and data platforms.
Got it.
How many people you are now?
We're the two founders and then 7 people total on the team.
And how much money did you raise?
We've raised $750K so far from Y Combinator, New Gen Capital, and Base Ventures.
How long ago?
Last fall.
Last fall. Good.
So in terms of those competitors, I mean, given that you have an open source version, how hard would it be for them to replicate the work that you guys have done?
So certainly a lot easier now that it's open source.
If they read TechCrunch, yeah.
Right. I mean, that said, we do have this open core approach. So we have certain enterprise features that are still proprietary and that are only available in the enterprise version. Additionally, if the Hadoop vendors, for example, integrated what we're doing natively into Hadoop, that's still just for Hadoop. So NuCypher is meant to be a layer that sits across all of an organization's big data platforms. Right now, that means Hadoop, Kafka, Spark. In the future, that can include some of the NoSQL databases and potentially structured databases as well.
Judging from your experience with your colleague, how you compare the American level of mathematics and physics to the Russian one?
The American approach is lacking. I'd say I've been hugely impressed. Not only is my co-founder Russian educated and Russian, but a lot of our engineers are as well. So we've been very fortunate in that regard.
Final questions? All right, give it up one more time for NuCypher.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to bring out our next company. That is Domuso, and presenting for them are Damian Langeri and Socket Rai. Come on out, guys.
Hello, my name is Damian Langeri.
I am the founder and CEO of Demuso. I'm guessing about 99% of everyone here has rented at some point in their life. And I'm here to talk to you about the inflexibility of the rental payment. When I was 29 years old, I teamed up with my cousin, and we decided it was a good idea to start buying multifamily in the height of the recession. From a single fourplex, we were able to scale to over 5,000 units in 5 different states, valued nearly $1 billion. But one thing we noticed was a huge pain point for our residents living in the roofs. Rent was incredibly inflexible. In fact, we realized that huge late fees were issued on the 3rd and eviction notices by the 5th. These were families that were living in our homes that we had to put an eviction notice. We wondered, why would this be? We realized quickly that our property managers acted more like money managers. They were risk assessors, bankers, debt collectors. But they didn't really have the tools to do these jobs right. So they have to have stringent payment policies, such as paying rent on the 1st. They don't know if you're going to make that payment. Big late fees by the 3rd. And by the 5th, if you hadn't paid your rent, how are they supposed to know you're ever going to make the payment? Which is also one of the reasons why that we require certified checks. When you're moving into a new apartment, you have to come up with first month, last month, deposit, all in one nasty payment, because the manager has no idea when you sign that lease if your payment's good. No other vertical has such inflexibility in the payments. Healthcare payments, education, housing. In fact, when you walk into a car dealer, you're qualified for a certain value of car, and you're asked, how much would you like to put down based on your budget? And when would you like to make that car payment? But when it comes to rent, it's entirely inflexible. So I, as an owner-operator, want to understand this better. What I would need to be able to deliver modern payment flexibility for the payment of rent. And what we discovered is that, as an owner-operator, I would need a fully integrated ecosystem, payment ecosystem that was 100% online, fully integrated into my accounting solution, that would help me reduce my pay risk for the residents living in our communities. We'd also be able to offer point-of-sale financing plans, so you didn't have to come up with $10,000 to move into an apartment where you're already spending money to move in. You can make these payments over time. I, as the owner-operator, would get the money up front, and the technology would be able to service that. And here we are. Welcome to the future of rent. At Demuso, we're introducing, for the first time, flexible payment technology for the rental industry. Start the demo. So we've created a streamlined online checkout where you can make a simple, with the click of a button, you'll be able to see the different options. You can pay by your bank account or your credit card. We are highly integrated into accounting solutions, so you'll be able to see exactly what's due. But the two things that we do differently today is we offer online certified payments, where someone can actually schedule a certified payment. So me as the owner-operator understand that that payment is good as gold when it hits my bank account. As well as installment loans and anything. If you're moving in that $10,000 upfront cash, you can pay that over time now, right in the moment of checkout. And what's exciting about Demuso is that we have proprietary data access. We know where you live, we know who you are, we know exactly how much rent you pay. We have bank account access. You've been paying rent on our system for a number of months. So we can deliver to you credit within seconds. As you can see here, within a couple seconds, a crediting score is delivered for the payment of rent, whether that's that move-in payment or whether you're in a tight spot in that 1 month that you just need a little bit of extra cash, keep that cash, pay over time, and the owner-operator gets the money. Demuso only allows one loan at a time, then you can pay off and go on to the next if you need it. But you're not having to hunt down the manager and owner-operator. Go back to presentation, please. There are options that are available in the space. You can go out there and get that one-off technology that does the simple ACH or credit card. You can go and get a loan online, but the funding of your rent payment is still an issue. You may still have to pay that payment by a certified check or by a personal check, so you could be late. And I, as an owner-operator, we could require you to still go out to the bank and get that certified check. That takes time and energy out of the day, and it takes scheduling to get the, making sure the leasing agent is there in the office to receive the certified check. There's also accounting solutions that are available, but accounting solutions know nothing about compliance and lending, risk management, and banking. But at Demuso, we put all the pieces of the puzzle together that talk cohesively together from the ground up. From the foundation, we've built the technology. We sit in the middle between both property and resident, so our business model is straightforward. We have a channel access to all the residents living at a building. We're 100% free for our owners. Our cohort of communities that we go after in management groups control anywhere between 50 properties all the way up to 500 properties. This cohort of customer access that we go after actually controls 40% of the nearly 45 million rental households in the United States. We generate revenue from loan origination as well as payment processing fees. The market is tremendous. There's over $500 billion paid in rent every year. It's all paid stringent. Due on the first, late on the third, by the fifth, an eviction notice. This is all because owner-operators like us don't know pay risk, don't understand. We don't have the technology to our available to deliver flexible payments. 2,000 people a day became a renter in the last 10 years. We're truly living in a renter's renaissance. No longer should rent be considered a four-letter word. Thank you so much.
All right, judges.
So where are you in launching this service?
So last year we had an MVP on my properties as well as others. And today we sit at 20,000 renters that are on the platform.
Can you talk a little bit about how you're assessing and creating a risk profile? What type of data are you using to do that?
Absolutely. It's one of the most exciting pieces of our product. We have data access to the rent ledgers because we're highly integrated to the accounting systems, where we know the payment histories behind the individuals, how often they've paid their rent and when. So we use that cohort. We also use bureau level data. We do a credit pull for them, as well as banking level data. We're highly integrated into Yodlee in this case, and we're able to pull banking data. So all three of those cohorts we're able to put together and deliver a risk score where normally credit would never be offered. This is the first time it's been done in terms of being able to predict risk on a payment based on rent.
And what has repayment been like for the original, the 20,000 renters that you're working with now?
So building your own risk score model takes time, and we knew that going into it. And it's exciting to us to say that by the end of this year, we're actually going to be profitable in our loan cohorts. It's exciting because also we're delivering credit where normally these people would never get credit. And we're not talking about large loans, we're talking about smaller loans. These are time and places where they just need a little bit of financial support. So it's been a great experience. We have we have a very close experience with the renters. They don't have to now go into the offices and divulge personal information. They can come to our system. We build that relationship with them. And they have communication with our own staff, reasons why this, reasons why that they may need some financial assistance. It's no longer an embarrassing aspect for them.
How many users you will need to get break even?
So we currently are focusing 100,000 as our break-even mark.
Out of, you said, 45 million.
Out of 45 million, right.
Another question. You have a very thriving, successful renting business.
Yes.
Why do you need this headache?
This is, for me, this is the future. I see our residents. I've been in my own buildings, and I've seen a gentleman who paid rent on time for 2 years. The manager never knew who he was. He lost his job, and he had a 2-week pay gap, and they had to give him an eviction notice. And I was standing right there, and I said, this is shameful. Here he's paid rent on time, and yet there's a little bit of wiggle room that he needs. And I said that we can change this, and realizing that this is not only a national problem, this is actually a global issue. Anywhere you go in the world, there's actually a very heavy pain point in rent, and I want to change that.
So for this to work, does both the property owner and the renter sign up, or it's just the renter who's signing up?
So our core customers are the owner-operators. These are the large management groups that we focus on today as our acquisition strategy. We focus with large groups that control anywhere between 50 to 500 communities. These are big communities, 400 or 500 unit communities.
So you mentioned 20,000 users. Is that 20,000 that actually use the payment plan, or?
These are just 20,000 renters that are on our system.
Okay.
Right.
What percentage of them have needed to pay late or have a loan?
So the way we currently see it is our uptick on this is we have 4,000 of them are actually paying users. So they're either taking their own credit card and making a payment, using our own credit product, or just submitting a payment online. So those are out of the cohort of the 20,000 users, we have 4,000 people who are utilizing some sort of payment method or credit with Demuso.
But your business is not to vet the the renter, the tenant, you don't approve or disapprove them. You just monitor them as they, or am I wrong? Do you also approve
Correct.
them? Yeah.
No, you're 100% correct. So we stay out of the application process. We allow the owner-operator to do what they've done best. We know that they have a better relationship with that person walking in the door, showing them the unit. When it comes down to that payment, that's where we start. You have to pay an application fee. So we acquire that user right at moment application. And then as we have that relationship, they're having to pay rent every month. This is not an option. So they use our system, and we get great data access from that experience from an individual.
Tell me, it won't create a body of people which will not be able forever to rent an apartment as a side effect?
I'm sorry, so in terms of never being able to rent an apartment? Financially speaking? Right, so the way we see what we're doing is we're simply helping that ownership group manage their current residence in place. This is not something where we're trying to focus on a certain population. This is for everyone to use. And you'd be quite surprised. Actually, very tough populations, they pay their rent. And this is just giving them the flexibility that they need. You'd be shocked at how often an owner-operator has to be hunting down rent payments continually, not knowing whether someone's going to make their payment or not. This is where the technology can come into play. This is where we can really help.
In the example of the gentleman that lost his job,
correct.
How do you profile that risk if there's not certainty about the next set of income?
Sure, so absolutely. So we have a payment history with him, and actually he's paid on our system for months in this case. So we know who he was. We know the fact that he was making every effort to pay. And what we found differently about the rent payment is intention of paying. So not necessarily what you've done in your past, but do you have intent to make this payment? And what we found in our risk score models, we can deliver credit to this individual. And he actually didn't have a bad credit score. It was just really a cash situation. 60% of America really has no more than $1,000 saved. So in his situation, he had a job coming up. He'd been a renter for a long period of time at this point. So we were able to deliver him credit, and our risk score model actually pegged him as the one person that we could deliver this crediting product to.
All right, one more round of applause for Domuso.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring out our next company. It's FactGem. Presenting for FactGem are Megan J.B. Kwame and Clark Ritchie.
Hello, I'm Megan Kwame, CEO and co-founder of FactGem. Prior to starting FactGem, I was a top investment banker. I was the first woman banker at the oldest public finance firm in the country. I get data and that how it connects matters. My last deal, an over $100 million headquarters financing for a Fortune 200 company, ended with hundreds of Excel models. I needed a better way to extract insight from my investors and customers. I wanted Bloomberg for data. So I asked people in the tech industry if something like this existed. The answer was firmly no. I thought to myself, I can't be the only one with this problem. And as it turns out, I wasn't. Companies all over face the same problem that I did. They can get their data into one place, but they can't easily connect it without spending a lot of time and money. FactGem has solved this problem with great tech and a team of engineers that hail from the intelligence agencies. But the truth is, FactGem isn't just a technology solution. It's a solution for businesses, for the real world where businesses are run. With FactGem, you can easily connect data that is important to you across multiple data silos and build out your business logic in our data fabric shown here. If your data or the model changes, it's no problem. FactGem can accommodate that in real time, and we can continue to deliver insights. We don't change existing applications or disrupt software logic. Our data fabric links your data instantly and allows you to build applications to get you to insight. Let's imagine for just a moment that I am FBI agent Kwame. I am in New York City studying crime patterns, and my boss has just asked me how weather affects these crime patterns. In 2 hours, I have to make a recommendation to my task force on how to best allocate resources given this information. The good news for me, with the applications that FactGem is launching here today, I can answer this quickly and without writing a line of code. Let's turn to the demo and take a look. Here, I am using preloaded data on crimes in New York City. Remember, I want to understand the correlation between crime and weather. I have already modeled my crime data using FactGem's whiteboarder, and now I will easily model my weather data and dynamically link it to my crime data. Once I have done this, I will turn to FactGem's uploader. I am ready to upload and map my weather data. What I will find is that most of my weather data automatically maps. For the few fields that don't map, it's easy. I will use FactGem's drag and drop tool shown here to continue my task. Now the weather data has been uploaded based on the rules that I expressed in whiteboarder. And presto, I'm ready to explore and visualize my data. Now with confidence, I am going to be able to look at my data and make a recommendation to my task force that as temperatures are approaching freezing, we should be allocating more resources. Let's turn back to the slides. Last summer, we were contacted by a Fortune 500 retailer looking for help. They had a giant CRM, data from everywhere that they were trying to pull together to get to insight. Their chief data scientist was beyond frustrated. She had e-commerce data, customer data, POS data, and was trying to answer an important, but what she thought should be simple question: who is our customer? So she asked FactGem if we could help. We promised delivery in 24 hours. We built a linked model across all stores and customers. We exposed new insight, and we did this in 6 hours, not 24. Now for this customer, we are looking across the country at thousands of stores, tens of millions of customers, and terabytes of data. And we are doing this all in a day's work. What about our competition? There are plenty of products that can help with relational databases or flat tables, but the funny part is they aren't so good at relationships at all. With the exception of Excel, all of the products on this page require some form of training, on-site consulting, expensive engineering, or days of code writing just to integrate the data before you've even gotten to insight. Excel is simple, but it's not very robust. FactGem is the only tool here that is easy to use and gets you to insight quickly. And we don't force you to change your business logic to fit a technology solution. Fortune 500 companies across the country are spending a tremendous amount of time, personnel, and expensive hardware trying to use BI services that aren't yielding the results that they're looking for. The numbers are pretty clear. This market is expected to reach $18 billion this year. These companies also want artificial intelligence and machine learning. They can't get there without first connecting their data and understanding the relationships within it. FactGem can do this instantly and without writing any code. If you don't believe me, take the FactGem challenge. Visit us at factgem.com, see us put your data together, and expose new insights in 24 hours. Thank you so much.
Judges?
Sure. So the presentation implied that there's very little implementation or integration. Is that correct? Or if you take a typical Fortune 100 company or 500 companies, what do you expect the integration to look like or to be like?
So we intentionally work very closely integration-wise on what is most comfortable for that company. Some companies are willing to expose their relational databases or the endpoints directly. Others are not comfortable with that whatsoever. So for example, with our Fortune 500 retailer, they run nightly exports from their databases that we ingest automatically, because that's what's most comfortable for them.
Just as a follow-on to this, how long would that process last in that particular retailer?
Sure. So it definitely depends upon the nature of the model, how much data they're exporting on a regular basis, and how much infrastructure they've put into it. For this particular case, we do over 10 million rows in about 2 hours a night.
Can you talk a little bit about what's proprietary about the methods that you're using to create these insights?
Yep, absolutely. So our method of modeling the data for allowing businesses to actually model visually and to encode actual business logic for how their data should be treated according to the business rules. That's all proprietary, as well as all the technology and techniques we use for matching up the data automatically as it loads and making sure that there's no corruption of the data.
What do you see as the limitations of your approach? Here are the advantages, but what do you see as the limitations?
Sure. So we've focused very heavily on getting the data loaded, allowing businesses to model it themselves without having to write any code or involve expensive IT shops. And because of that, we haven't focused heavily on connecting technologies or on super fancy data visualizations. We've wanted to focus on the core piece of the data to make sure we have that right. And then we can expose technologies such as connectors and new visualizations either through partners or as customers require.
Are there specific sectors that you're focusing on initially?
We've been primarily focused on enterprise customers that have data integration problems, like our customer that we referenced today. So people who have a lot of data but can't get it together easily and need to move at a faster speed.
Can you talk a little bit about the insights for this particular Fortune 500 retailer that you were able to share after you reviewed their data?
Sure. So I think one of the most interesting, at least to me, was related to customers and just behavioral patterns and being able to move to a place where, for example, you come in and purchase a new product. When you do that, you get a free gift. Many of us have that situation occur. They were under the impression that when a customer would return a product, they were not also getting a free gift, but found out by exposing all of this data, putting it together, that in fact, Megan could come in and get my free gift again without actually purchasing anything.
How many people in the company?
The initial idea was in 2011, and we put the team together in 2013 on a full-time basis.
How big is the team?
We have about a dozen people. And it's mostly focused on engineering.
And how are you going to go to market? Is it direct sales?
Yes, and so to date, we have been really focused on word of mouth sales. For example, in the data science community, you look at chief data scientists, it's a very tight community. So there's been a lot of talk within that, and we've been getting phone calls and outreach from that. And now, hopefully, with things like being here, this is really the first major marketing event we've done, and you're looking at the de facto sales team. So.
First sales attempt. Give them some encouragement.
Thank you.
Not good enough, try better.
Thank you.
Any final questions? All right, then clap one more time for Fact Jam.
Thank you.
All right, and in this session, we have one final startup. That startup is Hello Ava. Presenting for Hello Ava are Siki Mu and Bob Caslin. Come on out, guys.
Hi, we are Team Hello Ava. We're your personal skincare consultant that you can access anytime, anywhere with your phone. My name is Siki. I'm the CEO, and this is Bob Caslin, our CTO. During the most formative years of my life, I suffered from very bad acne. I felt extremely insecure and unhappy, and no guys would date me. But luckily, I had some friends. They also had acne, but they were able to clear up. So I asked them for help, and I followed every single recommendation they asked me to. But it turned out that what worked for them didn't quite work for me. So I tried to figure this out myself. I walked into a skincare aisle like this. I just wanted a moisturizer that was good for acne-prone skin. But instead, I saw blue bottles, green bottles, yellow bottles, so many options. How do I even know where to start? So I bought everything. And that was my counter. Because I had to try everything to find out what works for me. I knew I couldn't be the only one. So I decided to do some research. During my time at Stanford, our team got to interview more than 300 women about their purchasing behavior and beauty. We were so shocked to find out that 90% of them just had no clue what they were buying and what they were putting on their face. A lot of these ingredients in cosmetics industry today were actually harsh chemicals that could make your skin worse. So why is it that we live in a world with so much great technology, advanced algorithms, and machine learning, and we couldn't even figure out what to put on our face? Well, if we can find a way to potentially match ingredients with someone's skin type, and then use machine learning to find out what products best fit, we can probably solve this problem. So with that ambition, we created Ava, a name that's inspired by the movie Ex Machina, because we truly believe that machine can learn better than human over time. It is your personal skincare consultant that you can access anytime, and it is powered by a combination of human expertise and artificial intelligence. So how does it work? Let me walk you through a live demo. And can we switch to the live demo camera? So the system first asks you a couple of questions, such as your skin product you're interested in, your skin profile, your age, as well as getting a photo of you. As you can see, we're going through those questions right now. This allows the system to categorize a small set of products based on your preferences. And then it walks you through a fun quiz that's similar to a dermatologist visit. This allows the system to categorize what kind of skin profile you have. And on the back end, we've divided people into more than 30 different skin types based on 5 dimensions. And as you can see, we're going through detailed questions right now. Once I finish those quizzes, I will get my personal recommendation set based on A, my skin profile, B, people who are similar to me and what they have liked, and C, my age. And then it sends all these skin data to a real human advisor who will do a cross-check, validate the system, and then narrow down to one product, send it to me. And look, I just got my personal recommendation here. I can simply text back, and then I get a personal checkout link, which I can use Apple Pay, PayPal, or any credit card to finish checkout process. And can we switch to the presentation? So if you think about the impact that skin has to one's life, especially during those formative years where everything seems larger than life, and he or she is looking into that mirror for confidence, that is the first part of your personal resume. And that impact is huge. In fact, so huge that it's a 120 billion industry today, and it's projected to grow to 200 billion by 2020. We launched a private beta in November. We've already got great feedback so far. We were able to achieve 63% conversion, 35% repurchasing rate, and our customers are growing at more than 200% user growth. And they're coming from more than 26 different states. Today at Disrupt, we're formally launching Ava because we want to help more people achieve better skin and gain that confidence without going through all the trials and errors. We want all of our customers to spend more time looking great, and less time wondering how. So message Hello Ava today and use a special discount. Thank you.
Okay, judges, I don't want to put you on the spot, but who would like better skin? Who's got questions about better skin?
What about Hello Adam?
Okay, I can start.
Question. Sorry, I wasted some time. Go ahead.
Can you talk a little bit about your background and the team?
Sure. So my background is mainly from investment banking, and I spent a lot of time before business school looking into personal care and beauty companies and investing and trading these companies. And during my time in business school in the last 2 years, I was able to assemble a team that has top talents of machine learning and AI from 2 Sigma, and great mobile development experiences from linkable networks, as well as the best estheticians from Krishnan and dermatology resources from Mount Sinai, and also the top executives from HC, Pear Minerals, and Rocksbox.
How much of the front end, where you ask all the questions, how much of that is automated and how much of that requires human intervention?
Yeah, so right now we use a combination of human and AI, as I mentioned in my presentation. Right now, all the automatic questions that you saw earlier was all automated, but then after it's sent to a human advisor, they will do a cross-check and they will send the products out. So that part is human. And we realized that actually that human touch is what keeps people coming back. So we're never going to completely give up the human touch. And we use human to be there for supervised learning purposes rather than typing everything from scratch.
But the products are also picked by a person?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Can you talk about what happens to the customer? You know, say I've been matched with an esthetician, they recommend product to me. How do you continue the engagement? Is it you check in once a week with that particular person? How do you continue to sell product through that?
Yeah, so I think we're lucky to be in an industry which is beauty that's like a naturally recurring needs. So what we do right now is that we check in with our customer automatically 2 weeks after they purchase the product to get their feedback and ask them to rank their product on a scale 1 to 5. This, first of all, allows the customer to engage with us more, and second, also allows us to refine our algorithm so it becomes smarter over time because we collect these data to feed into the supervised learning process. And then we also realized that this 2-week check-in point is a sweet spot for someone to come in and ask another recommendation for a different product category. This way we can sell one more product.
So you guys are the ones who are actually shipping them the product. You're not just referring them to another retailer.
So right now we use a combination of, we call it a hybrid model of drop shipping as well as traditional e-commerce. So the e-commerce part, which is a relatively light part, we have a little bit of inventory. That's a higher margin business. But the drop shipping part allows the brands to ship directly from their inventory and their fulfillment center to the users.
Do you currently use photos or videos of the consumer? Like, where does that play into the consultation?
So for the time reason, earlier we didn't have the photos because we passed that, but most of the consumers will actually take a selfie and they send it to us. And if they want to do a video chat, which we just launched as a premium feature, we will be able to do a video chat with them at a little bit of cost because the current version with just photo without video is free.
Do you have people on the service today?
Yes, we launched a private beta, as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, and we have actually quite a lot of users, and we're growing really fast at more than 200%.
What order of magnitude? How many users?
We have a little more than 1,200 now.
And how do you imagine acquiring tens of thousands, if not 100,000 customers? Where are you going to get them?
Yeah.
And how much is it going to cost you?
Yes, I have all these data I will share with you. So right now we figured the most effective way for us to acquire users is 1, social media, and 2, referral. A referral actually is even better than social media, and it costs about $10 to acquire 1 user. However, their lifetime value is so high because I can tell you an example of a woman from Texas. She's already bought 7 times for more than $800 stuff in the past 5 months because there are always more products that women can buy for skincare. So the lifetime value could be over like $20,000 for an average user, and that only cost me $10 to get them on board. And I think once they develop this trust in you, because you're their personal advisor, they will always keep coming back to you and get more and more products and ask you more and more questions.
Out of the 1,200 users that you have, how many have made a purchase?
So as I mentioned earlier, it's 63% conversion rate. So we have around like 700 of them have already made purchases.
In how long?
We launched the beta in November. So today is May, so
Half a
6
year.
months, so half a year.
And before that, you said you worked in an investment bank?
I worked at Morgan Stanley in New York for a couple of years before
It
going
seems that everybody is leaving Morgan Stanley to start. What's wrong with the company?
That's the real
I
story.
think it's more fun to start a company and disrupt it, right?
And again, the same question. What your mother told her that you are leaving such a secure job?
What? Sorry.
What did your mom say when she found out that you were quitting?
Oh, so my mom is actually an entrepreneur and investor herself. She's actually really supportive of me pursuing my dream and do something hopefully that's bigger than myself.
All right, so we are out of time. So give it up one more time for Hello Ava. All right, and that brings session 1 to an end. So our judges are going to go backstage. They're going to talk with the TechCrunch editors, and they're going to help us choose the finalists who are going to present on Wednesday. Before they go backstage, though, let's give them one last round of applause.
All right. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Good old battlefield. We got something new for you as we filter on and off the stage. We got something new for you here at Disrupt that we've never done before, and it is called the Founder Spotlight. And here's how it's gonna work, essentially. We're bringing on some companies that are proven and they've been doing a good job, but they're still newish, right? So I feel like that, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that's a little bit more relatable than hearing like Mark Zuckerberg's advice for entrepreneurs. I feel like that might be a little outdated. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring them on stage and we're gonna show a little video before they come on stage about what they do so we can get that out of the way, and then they're gonna tell you their founder story, their personal human founder story. And we really hope you enjoy it. We have one moderator that's gonna do 3 companies back to back. And so I'm going to bring that moderator up right now, and he's going to introduce those companies. So please welcome to the stage, Mike Butcher.
Hello, everyone. Now we're going to do a different format than previous years. The idea being that we're going to dig underneath of the early founder and their story. So first up today is Liz Wessel, and we're going to roll VT, as they say in the movies.
At Way Up, we're essentially trying to help people find the right job, and we're starting with early career professionals. So specifically college students who use Way Up to look for their first part-time job, summer internship, or even full-time job. And recently we expanded into recent grads, so now we're actually helping people find their second full-time job too, and sometimes even their third. Before Way Up, students really relied on things like career fairs or their school job board that was pretty limited to businesses that knew to recruit from that school. But after Way Up, suddenly students are actually, and recent grads, are kind of exposed to businesses from all industries across the country, all types of jobs, and also content about what the job even means. I mean, a lot of students would go to a career fair, stand in this line, sweaty in their suit, would say, "Hi, I'm really nervous," shake the person's hand, and then walk away and say, "I guess I want that job." And now they're actually getting a full picture of what the job actually is. The way Way Up makes money is that employers actually pay a flat fee per month, and they're essentially getting access to a full database of users who they can recruit from. They can like look through the database. It's anonymous, so you can't just get their contact information. It's not a just big email list, 3.0 or above, whatever specific or vague search you want to do, and you can message people through the platform. And then of course you can also post the job to specific audiences and get applicants right there. Students never pay to use WayUp. I think students are broke as is often, and so we're not going to take more of their money. We want them to make money from using WayUp, not spend. The challenge that I currently face the most is just the fact that there's so many things that we want to do. There's so much opportunity, and every day a client or a user sends us another brilliant idea, and it's a matter of you want to really focus on focusing, and you want to be really good at one thing, but you also know that there's so many things to fix. And so right now we're just trying to be the best at a few specific things, but it's hard when there's so much stuff out there to want to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, Liz Wessel. Hey, how are you?
Good.
Right, so I was reading a little bit about you.
Okay.
And you were at Google and a very interesting program, early program under Marissa Mayer, in fact.
She started the program, yeah.
Which also included Britt Marin, Kevin Systrom, somewhat exalted. What was it like in those early days?
Yeah, so I went to Google right out of college, hoping that I could basically get enough of an experience learning about product, learning about how to manage, how to build a brand, or work on a brand that I could one day start my own company. I always knew that that was the goal. And so I basically joined the APMM program. It stands for Associate Product Marketing Manager program. And the goal of that was, or the way it works is that you go in for one job for 1 year, and then you can kind of choose any other job for your second year. So I ended up doing product marketing for the Google search app my first year in Mountain View, and then I moved to India to work on all brand initiatives out there.
So this is where I would like to unpack a little bit. You went to India, and you did a whole bunch of things. You did voting, you did getting people involved in the internet, e-commerce, very much almost a development role, wasn't it? I mean, did that sort of light the fire on your desire to do something impactful, as it were?
It's a great question. I mean, so I always wanted to start a business, but when you go to India and you see the things that you see, and you see people dealing with real problems, it's kind of hard not to leave and say, I want to start a business that can actually make an impact on the world in a real way. My first year, not to say that it wasn't a really important project, but I was working on promoting more people to Google search with their voice on an iPhone. And that's not necessarily the most impactful thing, but Google's this company that's totally changing the world. And so I knew that if I went to another country, I could probably see, a developing country, I could probably see that with Google. So that's exactly what I did. And I will say at the end of the year, when my co-founder and I were talking about what we wanted to start together, the one thing we were very adamant about was changing the world in some kind of way.
What, you didn't think that Google was changing the world?
I did, but I wanted to do it in another way.
Okay. Well, you started, you did start some initial sort of small startup businesses around the student space.
In college.
In college, you did that in college. So that obviously you were drawing on that experience. You know, we saw in your video that you've got kind of quite a young team, and you know, you're not obviously still young yourself.
You can say it, I won't be offended.
And you've spoken about you know, working as a millennial and also dealing with millennials and managing millennials. What are the pros and cons of working with millennials that you've experienced?
It's a good question. I mean, I think as a millennial, and even just so at WayUp, we help businesses, you know, hire students. And one thing we always say is, when you're promoting yourself as a great employer, you want to talk about the professional and personal growth opportunities that your employer, that you as an employer will provide. And it's because of the fact that millennials care so much about their personal and professional growth. And so at the end of the day, with the people who work with me, most of whom are millennials, as am I, the pro is that like they're constantly obsessed with growth, and so they're always working their butt off and you know, really trying to learn as much as possible. We have so many people at our company who are taking classes at night, watching videos, you know, whatever it might be, going to meetups just to learn, not just to network, but to learn. And as a result, we see internal promotions and movement happening all the time. I would say a downside of that is, and this is
true for probably any company. Sometimes you get people to be maybe a little bit impatient, and they say, well, I feel like I've been, in the same job for 2 months, not growing, and now I'm bored.
They've been in the same job for 2 months, and they still haven't cured cancer.
Still haven't cured cancer. But I think most people are not like that, and it's also on the employer and the manager to actually educate people that, it takes time. Growth is not an overnight thing.
Are you drawing on your own personal kind of life or life experiences?
No, I loved Google. I would have stayed forever. I just wanted...
Are you like that yourself?
I'm definitely obsessed with growth, but I've never had a moment where it's been like 2 months of me not feeling like I was growing. I guess I've always put myself in a situation to feel like I was growing and learning in whatever I did.
When are the moments of self-doubt?
When are my moments of self-doubt? Oh gosh. Professionally, all the time. As a founder, at the beginning I was always told that there are going to be these roller coasters and there's going to be great moments and bad moments. And it's so funny how it couldn't be more true, where luckily I have the best co-founder in the world, and so we constantly are talking to each other. Whenever one of us has doubt, the other one will usually balance that out. But we'll have it if an employee decides that they're going to leave and you can't believe that they were going to leave, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, is everyone leaving tomorrow, or something like that. I would say there's those little moments.
Little chinks in the armor now and again.
Yeah.
You you obviously have quite a fun time in your team.
We do.
What advice would you give an entrepreneur starting out on a journey around building that kind of great culture that you need in a startup?
Oh man, I think we're really starting to focus a lot more at our company on what makes an A player, so that people always feel as though they're surrounded by people they can learn from. I think probably everyone at my company feels as though they're learning something from everyone else, and that's a really special thing. You don't need to have lots of money to be able to buy snacks and pay for the gym memberships in order to cultivate that kind of culture. So if there's one thing I can say, I hope everyone leaves from way up, or gets from way up, it's this culture of learning from each other. And I think that if founders are starting companies, they should always think of it that way and think, what can this person I'm hiring, even if they're a new grad who has no experience, even if they have 30 years of experience in a very specific niche thing, what can they teach the rest of us to help our whole company grow, as opposed to just them grow?
Do you think that some companies have kind of gone down the cul-de-sac of, they've got the bean bags, they've got the table tennis table, they've got the foosball table, they've got the chill out lounge, and
You're basically describing my last employer.
Well,
no, but it's not it. But that's the thing, it's not it.
Yes,
no,
I am, aren't I?
Yeah.
So, but do you think that they've gone down this kind of cul-de-sac, and you're kind of almost trying to kind of bring it back home? What are we doing here?
I'm sure there are companies out there. Having worked at Google, it's also obsessed with growth. They invest so much in their employees growing and constantly learning. And I remember, so we do fireside chats where I bring in some kind of impressive person to speak maybe once or twice a month. I've had TechCrunch reporters come in, I've had investors, I've had entrepreneurs, all kinds of people.
I am available.
Yes, okay, great, you'll get your invite. And so we do these fireside chats, and that was totally inspiration from Google, because I remember on one of my last weeks, I went to a Kissinger fireside chat with Eric Schmidt, and I just was like, what other company has this? And so it's those little things that I think even a lot of the companies with the beanbag chairs still do.
You're obviously really quite relentless. You seem to have this boundless enthusiasm. What drives you? What's sort of making you thrive this way?
What drives me?
Do you have a hinterland?
I would say, so obviously other than showing up to work and working with the people I get to work with, who really are, I know the videos show that they're fun, but they're actually extremely smart and driven. I would say the other aspect of it is we have over 3 million users, right? And the thing that they're using us for is not to take selfies or order food, and those are all really important things, but the thing they're using us for is to get hired and to find that next very meaningful experience, whether it's to help them figure out what the hell they want to do with their lives or to help them make money. We've had students write in before saying that we helped them prevent being, they were about to be homeless and then they got a job on way up.
Amazing.
It's hard not to hear those kinds of things and think of course I'm going to go into work today. We're going to make a big difference in someone's life.
That must happen in reasonable amounts then.
Every Friday our user support person compiles some of her favorite emotional emails that we get from students just being like, this site's amazing. And we have machine learning involved that
the funniest is we have machine learning involved that will basically recommend jobs, and sometimes we'll get emails from students being like, whoever is recommending jobs to me, whoever like handpicked this job for me did such a great job because this one job matched exactly my interests, and you must have been looking at my profile and all these things, and we're always like, oh, we're doing that with millions of people, but yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, you're dealing with people who are, they're trying to get through life, get through college or whatever. Sometimes it's not going to go right, is it? What are the moments that you've found when things haven't gone so well? Say, for instance, dealing with your customers. I mean, what do you guys do? Pull out the stops? What happens if something goes just drastically wrong?
Oh man, with a customer.
Some things must have, surely.
Well, luckily, so every job that's posted on my app has to be vetted by a human being. Like someone actually approves or rejects or edits a job.
All 3 million of them?
No, that's a job.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
There's actually probably been more, or maybe, I don't know. But yeah, so to answer your question, what I would say is...
What happens in a meltdown at Way Up?
What happens in a meltdown? I don't know that we've ever had like a true meltdown. I think, there have been moments where a student wrote in and said, I got a job and like some scam happened or whatever, but almost always I think that job didn't end up coming from Way Up and we looked into it, but we're usually pretty calm and collected and, you investigate and then you handle it. So.
Do you ever take any, if there's tough moments, do you ever take that criticism personally?
Anyone who knows me knows I have very thick skin and I'm also very blunt and straightforward, and I expect people to be like that with me, so it takes a lot to make me take something personally.
You don't seem very hugely like the sort of thing you would take it personally. You seem pretty upbeat.
I am upbeat. It takes a lot to get me down.
It does?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you gonna try something on me right now?
You never know. You're still early in the career and the startup.
Yeah. Very.
And there must have been times when you've made mistakes.
Yeah, lots. Oh my gosh.
What kinds of things would you do differently about how you've approached what you're doing?
Oh man, we've made so many mistakes. I think one mistake we're paying for right now that my whole company really knows about is I don't think we invested enough in hiring our kind of senior leadership for this next stage early enough. I mean, we've grown so quickly, I don't think...
Did you hire too many millennials?
No, and by the way, a senior leader could be a millennial is up to what, 36 or something?
Okay.
So yeah, so watch it. But what I guess I'm trying to say is I think we should have maybe hired a little bit more senior staff a little earlier to help with our growth and to help with hiring, because right now we're doing a bunch of different exec hires at the same time. So I would say that's one of like a million mistakes I've made, but luckily my team is kind of sticking through it and knows that we'll get there. So, yeah.
Sounds like, it doesn't sound too significant a mistake.
It can hurt sometimes. I mean, like right now I think I have 20 people reporting into me. That's not good.
Well, Liz, now the last question is if we were in a bar together, we'd had a couple of drinks.
Okay.
And
probably like a dirty martini with whatever. Okay.
Dirty martini with an olive on the side.
Yeah.
Double gin and tonic for me.
Okay. I like your style.
If I was at the end of my tether?
Yeah.
What advice would you give me?
If you're at the end of your what?
If I was down, I needed picking up, I needed boosting, what advice would you give me?
Oof.
Please don't say go and do yoga.
No, I don't do that. Not that there's anything wrong with yoga, but I would say, I mean, the advice I give, let me put you in the shoes of a college student for a second, because I don't know you very well, but I have a lot of college students reaching out for advice, and founders too, but I think the number one advice I always give is like, do what you're passionate about and do what you know you're gonna have fun doing. I'm not going to stereotype, but to stereotype a little bit, I'd imagine that journalists don't make the most money in the world, yet you're still doing this, and it's probably because you have a lot of fun.
I do this for free.
There you go. And I think at the end of the day, I mean, so many people get either multiple job offers or they'll get only one job offer that they're freaking out about because they don't know that they're going to love it. And it's one of those things that, like, if you can do what you're passionate about, if you can do what you love doing, what you think you're going to have fun with, you're only going to enjoy it, and maybe it will be a little bit harder to pay the bills, but you're going to live a much happier life. And I know you're probably thinking like, oh, she's 26 years old, what does she know? But I feel like that's the advice I've been given by some of the happiest older people I know too, and it's the advice I've followed, and it's definitely worked for me.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head, Liz.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well, Liz Wessel from Way Up, thank you very much for coming and doing the Spotlight.
So nice to speak to you.
Fantastic. Off she goes. Next up is our next video, and I shall just, it's Daniel from Lemonade.
Lemonade has reinvented insurance from the ground up. When you buy insurance today, you're dealing with a broker. And somebody might come to your house or work with you on the phone, and you've got to fill out a gazillion questions, half of which you don't know the answer to. And that's the easy part, because that's the part where they're taking your money. Try and get paid. That's when the real paperwork begins and the bureaucracy begins. People today don't believe that they're going to get paid. It's not that the insurance company doesn't have enough money to pay them. Obviously they do, but they haven't got the motivation to pay them. So they throw paperwork at you and assessors at you, and you just feel like, oh, to hell with it, I'll just suffer the loss myself. And people don't believe in the system, that the faith in the system has become so eroded. And as founders, we were looking at this sector, finding that, about which we knew nothing, finding a sector that is huge, affects just about all of humanity, trillions of dollars, and entirely unspoiled by innovation. But we don't believe that you can take a 100-year-old edifice and add a cool tech on top and think that you're going to solve any fundamental problems. You'll just put lipstick on a pig. So we thought we could do this differently. We thought tech companies wouldn't work that way. You take a flat fee. We take 20%. So you pay us whatever you pay us for your homeowner's insurance or your renter's insurance. We take 20% of that. If you pay us $100, 20 are ours. The rest is not our money. And we'll use that money to pay claims. But if there's money left over, we're going to give it to a charity of your choosing. A lot of what we're trying to do is to change the whole fundamental psychological, behavioral kind of mode of insurance and make it less conflicted, more aligned, more transparent. And then layer on top of that technology. So once you've got a trusting relationship, do we really need brokers? Why can't you do it on a chat-based interface through an app? If you've spent more than 90 seconds buying insurance on Lemonade, you're doing something wrong. And we pay claims in as little as 3 seconds. Literally, you enter into the app what's happened, you press submit, and the algorithms review your claim. If appropriate, will approve your claim, will pay your claim, and will notify you of all of that in seconds, instead of the kind of 3 months that you would anticipate with traditional insurance carriers. Since our launch in September, Lemonade has become one of the fastest growing insurance brands in the nation. And in New York, where we launched first, and now we're expanding to other states, we're becoming one of the most popular, if not the most popular brand amongst first-time insurance customers.
Ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Schreiber from Lemonade. Hi. Now, was it Schreiber or Schreiber? I forgot to ask.
Schreiber.
Schreiber.
Yeah.
I just about got it. Daniel, now, obviously you've been in tech before, obviously. It's quite a contrast with my last interlocutor. You were actually president of PowerMat, the wireless charging technology, and then you left that and you were looking around for something to do, but your next thing, I presume. But it's quite a difference between going wireless charging technology and insurance. What on earth was the journey between those two places?
Yeah, so founders often have a story about some searing experience that kind of got...
Was it a road to Damascus experience?
So no.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say I actually did have a terrible insurance experience, but it happened to me after we founded Lemonade, so the chronology doesn't work really well. No, I was scouting to do something new. I wanted to do something different. I wanted to do something big and meaningful. Mm-hmm. And insurance was not high on the list at all. So I was going through different sectors. I was looking at bioinformatics and AI diagnostics and all that kind of stuff. And I was in a lecture at Singularity University, and Peter Diamandis, who started Singularity University, threw out into the air something about peer-to-peer insurance in answer to some question. It was a throwaway comment. But I was primed to look for some new idea. And I started looking into insurance, and I found that this is a sector that I hadn't thought about, but is huge, is entirely unspoiled by innovation. Nobody's done anything in the sector for 100 years, and is unloved. And as an entrepreneur, finding those three, big, unchanged, and unloved, is kind of the Trinity, it's something that you seek.
It's also kind of a big fat whale waiting to be harpooned by an entrepreneur, perhaps.
Exactly, and then
if I can use that weird analogy.
I follow it. It's okay. It works. So I joined forces with Shai Wininger, my co-founder. We started thinking about how would we do this? What would we do with insurance?
Right.
And the big advantage is that neither of us know anything about the sector whatsoever. And rather than go off and learn about insurance, we decided to celebrate our ignorance. And we just locked ourselves in a room and started whiteboarding how we think it could work using our high school probability theory and experience in the sharing economy and technology.
Was it exciting sort of going back to those days when you're just starting out on an idea, as you say, locking yourself away and whiteboarding ideas?
Love it. It's absolutely fabulous. And you have no idea whether what you're doing is credible, is doable, legal. In a sector like insurance, there's a ton of regulation. There's deep expertise that's needed to make sure that the numbers all work. So it really was whiteboarding or blue ocean or whatever metaphor you want. And the punchline is that after we decided that we're going to go on Lemonade, I reached out to Peter and I said to him, hey, we're doing this peer-to-peer thing you were talking about. And he said, oh, that's not what I meant at all. And he meant something totally different in DNA sequencing, something. So the whole genesis was a big mistake.
Oh, right. That's often the case, that it's an accidental journey that takes you there. Do you think you would have had the same idea if you hadn't gone to Singularity University? Or is that just something that was by and by?
It was a trigger. I'm not sure. You need something to trigger you sometimes.
You need to get yourself out of your comfort zone and go and learn something new or whatever.
You do, and I think that one of the reasons that we've been able to rethink insurance is because we had no preconceived notions about it. I think it's very hard within a domain that you've grown up in to really reconceptualize it in a fundamental way. And I talk about us celebrating or kind of squeezing our ignorance for all it's worth, and I mean it. The fact that Shai and I had a blank board and only the most rudimentary understanding of insurance allowed us to think about it from first principles. Try to understand what are the conflicts of interest that underpin the whole sector, why is it so unloved, go back to really first principles and think about it from scratch, which I doubt we'd have been able to do if we were brought up in the industry.
Do you think it's the sort of thing you would try again if you wanted to do another thing in the future? Do you think it's something that you would recommend to other people as a way of getting yourself into a new place?
I do. I do. One of the things that we found ourselves thinking about within insurance is, or I say I do, but with a caveat, and here's the caveat.
Right.
If you think you're going to be able to do stuff 10% better than the next guy, and in a sector which is multiple trillions of dollars, 10% is a lot of dollars, you'll fail. There's really no way for an outsider to beat the incumbents at their own game.
Right.
I know you've got Kasparov here, but I always have been saying this for years. If you want to beat Kasparov, you challenge him to a game that isn't chess. So I think if we were going to try and do insurance the same way that the other guys do it, but we just had a twist, that wouldn't have worked. Really, to rethink things from scratch, you have to aim at a 10x improvement. You look at something like insurance, there's a 30% of every dollar goes on expenses. How do you collapse that tenfold? How do you make payments of claims 10 times faster? And those things drive you to think about stuff from first principles, and then you have a chance in hell. But if you're just trying to do the same, play the same game, but play it better, I think there's really no chance at all.
What do you like as a boss? You were inside quite a big company that at one point, and I presume this company isn't quite as big as the previous one is. What sort of, do you have a methodology of thinking, an approach to being the leader of your company?
So I became an entrepreneur fairly early, 20 years ago actually. I'm a recovering attorney, but I was a lawyer for like 1 year before I threw it in and became a startup guy back in '97. And in those days, having zero experience and being in your 20s was perfect credentials for getting a lot of money from VCs and starting a startup. It was the heyday.
Great fun.
But what it didn't give me was any kind of experience. So I was starting a company and I was surrounded by people who had been VPs at Oracle, and I developed a methodology, if you like, or an approach, which is very trusting. And which says, you've got to hire the right people, but when you've managed to do that, my job is to give true north and to remove obstacles, but never to try and step into their shoes and do their job better than them. And that stayed with me. Then I didn't have any choice in the matter because I didn't know what I was doing, but it's really stayed with me as a philosophy of management, which is never try and hire somebody that I think I can do a better job than they can at what they're doing.
That's a road to ruin, would you say? A big mistake.
What is?
In terms of hiring someone and thinking you can still do their job better.
There's many styles of management. I don't want to speak for everybody else, but for me that doesn't work.
And true north for you is setting the goal that's on the top of the hill, as it were.
I think so. I think it's in any startup, any company, but particularly what we're finding with Lemonade is it's very multidisciplinary because we've got insurance execs, we've got behavioral economists, we've got technology people, and trying to get that to kind of sing as an orchestra, to be a conductor or to provide true north. That's really what my role is limited to, is trying to be that focal point and coordinator of the different functions.
What happens when someone vehemently disagrees with your vision of what true north is? What do you do with them?
I haven't had any vehement disagreement. Shai and I have been working really from the get-go in a fairly harmonious way around this. And I think that so far it's working pretty well.
Does that mean you don't hire people who disagree with you?
Well, vehement disagreement with a core vision is a problem.
They won't get through the front door in the first place.
Yeah, I think you have to buy into the core vision. There has to be a common understanding of the vision.
Yeah.
People vehemently disagree with me on the tactics and stuff like that, and we have a process for resolving those kind of things. But I think we have to have a shared vision. Wouldn't you agree?
I suppose so.
Okay.
That might be useful. You've obviously, you're experienced, you've been in the industry for a while. How do you use all that knowledge and that experience to your advantage? Apart from in the obvious manner, are there any particular edges that you think you've got?
I do. I'll tell you, in Lemonade, both Shai and I have been doing this for a while, for 20 years. And in choosing to do this, the fact that we had a particular kind of background played a major role. So had we just gone and done another social app or something like that, we'd be competing against all the 20-somethings who may be better at it, faster, quicker, more connected with that kind of vibe. In taking on insurance and creating an insurance company, not just a broker or a front end, but actually a regulated insurance company built from the ground up, we have to work with major fundraising efforts. Our initial round was the largest seed round Sequoia had ever done. Then you want to attract people. We've got the former president of product at AIG and the chief underwriting officer from Liberty Mutual. And you've got to bring these kind of people together, Professor Dan Ariely on behavioral economics. And then you've got to meet in front of regulators and be able to pass muster with them about this harebrained idea. That's something that we're playing in a slightly more rarefied space where if you haven't got 20 years under your belt, it's unlikely that you'll be able to raise that kind of money or attract that kind of talent. So both Shai and I were thoughtful about choosing a sector which plays to our relative strengths rather than going headstrong into something where the competition would be much more fierce. And indeed, you can count on a couple of fingers the number of startups that have gone the route of becoming an insurance company, probably for that reason.
Are you, then again, having said all that, I'm presuming you still do it, actually, deep down, regret not launching the social app for millennials. You're using AI a lot in your company. There's a lot, and I know you have children. How do you view the future of society where AI and robotics come in this perfect storm and take all of these jobs away? Do you feel you're contributing to that Armageddon of jobs?
Wow. It preoccupies me. I have 3 boys, and I do wonder what skills should they be gaining now during their childhood.
Well, what skills should they get?
Which will serve them well 30 years from now.
Yeah.
I think it's a profound question.
Certainly they won't be working in a call center for an insurance company.
No, or insurance brokers.
Probably just as well.
Yeah, so there are the optimists. I mentioned Singularity University, so Ray Kurzweil talks about this a great deal.
Yeah.
And really the schooling that I acquired through him is an optimistic one, which says, look, 100 years ago, 70% of people were farmers. Today, 2% are. Had you gone to somebody back in the 19th century and said to them, 70% of the jobs are going to disappear, that would say, woe to me, but of course we've created other jobs and employment in America is pretty much full employment. I'd like to believe that there is an equivalent happening, but the counter story is also there, which is the Industrial Revolution got rid of our brawn and we found refuge in our brain. Now if we displace our brain, where's the refuge going to come from? I don't have a pat answer for that one.
But you'll tell us, you'll get back to me.
Yeah, backstage afterwards.
Because I kind of need that. I mean, you mentioned that you've got kids and everything. I mean, how are you juggling that with family life? And are you 24-hour entrepreneur kind of thing, always on your email, or I mean, what do you do? How do you juggle it?
It's a challenge.
I mean, it is a startup, right?
It is a startup. It is a startup. It is a challenge. I try to comfort myself and reminding myself that the guys who stayed in the law firm that I was at are also working from morning till night. So you don't only find startups kind of lifestyle doing that. But I'll tell you something.
You're not making the kids eat ramen noodle or anything, just to get that culture.
No, it helps me that my kids are a little bit older.
Right.
So my youngest is 14, and I've got a phenomenal wife who's incredibly supportive. And frankly, if you're in this with family, it's a family affair. So my kids, my wife, they're all involved in Lemonade. It's something that we all follow the numbers closely. We talk about it. They're heavily, oh yeah.
Really?
Absolutely. This is something, so I feel tremendously supported, and the family's very involved.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Right. Well, my catch-all question is now, right, we've left Disrupt and we're sitting in a bar on the Lower East Side or somewhere. I'm nursing my second double gin and tonic, Hendrix, thank you. And you are nursing what? What are you drinking?
Just a beer.
Just a beer, okay. Yeah. Any particular brand? Lager or ale?
Stella Artois.
Stella Artois.
Is that okay?
Very popular in where we're from, in the UK. And I'm at my lowest ebb, or one of the many low ebbs I go through periodically. What do you say to me to get me to buck up my ideas and go out into the world and do something proper?
Oh, I heard you asking that question before, and I was saying to myself, I hope he doesn't ask me that question.
Yes.
Honestly, I wouldn't presume to be able to save you from that particular predicament. I'm not sure that I can pull you out. I think,
no? You got nothing for me?
Sorry, mate.
Oh, okay. This is British satire, I think, at its best. Well, anyway, I'll have to nurse my drink then for longer. But Daniel Schreiber, lovely to meet you. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you all.
Cheers. Okay, only one more, everyone. Then I'll leave you in peace. Shivani Siroya is next up from Tala. Let's hear that. Let's hear from her.
There's about 2 billion people that are currently underserved or don't have access to financial services because they don't have a bank account, they don't have a credit score, and they don't have any kind of formal credit history that can really prove that they belong in that formal ecosystem. With Tala, we instantly credit score someone and give them access to capital using just the data on their smartphones to assess their creditworthiness. The way that Tala works, it's an Android application, and someone will go to the Google Play Store and download the app, just like any one of us does. And then they will actually look at our permissions, and they'll give us access to key pieces of data that are sitting on their phone. The kind of data that we're bringing in is really similar to what traditional credit scoring companies do, but it's actually that we found ways to do that using the data that's on the phone. In terms of how we do our lending, we definitely do some of our own lending from our balance sheet. So all of the R&D capital is ours. But we've also now worked with institutional investors as well as individuals who are actually taking a risk in the portfolio. So we're sharing that return with them. The way that we generate revenue is that we do charge interest on the credit product that we provide. But what's interesting is that our product is completely customized and personalized to the customer. And so if they face some sort of life emergency, we don't charge them for that or for that delay. We actually extend the term, we allow them the time so that they can actually repay, because it's in our interest and theirs for them to actually remain good borrowers so that we can continue to provide them with the product. Our greatest challenge as Tala is the fact that there are 2 billion people around the world that are currently underserved. And so it's not enough for us to be in just 2 or 3 countries. We do need to prove that this model can scale and that is viable across all countries and continents. And that's really what's going to change the system, is for us to be able to prove that this business model works, but really to prove the creditworthiness of billions of people around the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shivani Saroya. Hey. Hello, how are you? Great to see you. Thanks so much for coming to TechCrunch Spotlight, Founder Spotlight. Now, obviously, I've been doing some research on you prior to the interview, and you have had quite an illustrious career prior to founding this company, working as an investment banker and then also with the United Nations. And I'm presuming, obviously, that you were hugely inspired by what you saw on your travels. Tell us about that.
Sure. So you're right. I started out in investment banking, and I guess just to mention, the reason I did that was I do love numbers. So I'm one of those weird people that loves numbers and loves spreadsheets. But when I went to the UN Population Fund, the thing that shocked me the most was the stories of people. So when I was there, what I was doing was trying to understand whether microcredit was actually improving the lives of individuals. And so I did these thousands of interviews across 9 different countries. It took me about 3 years.
You did all of these interviews yourself?
I did. I became kind of like a walking QuickBook.
Amazing.
Literally. I would go to people's homes in the morning. I would go to work with them. I would go back home with them, go to the market, and just literally followed money around and understood what they were doing with it and the decisions they were making. And I think that was the thing that shocked me, was that the stories behind the data were actually more interesting to me, and that's what I wanted to bring to real life.
But you, I'm sure lots of other people have encountered this same problem of people in the developing world who are unbanked or don't have any credit scores, or they can't get credit, they can't maybe start a business. What do you think is about you that's different that made you do this?
So one, I think it is that I'm viscerally convinced that these individuals are creditworthy, right? So seeing thousands of those stories firsthand, I think changes your life. But I think the other aspect of it was that I actually observed the daily life transactions that were happening. And all I knew was that, these people were creditworthy. All I needed to do was find a scalable way to bring that data into real life. And by living in those markets, I saw that the data was right on my phone. So when I paid an electricity bill, I got a confirmation message. Or when I bought a bus ticket or got a bank deposit, all of those forms of confirmations were actually sitting right in my text messages. So I came back, and we at Tala developed a software that allows us to just instantly bring it to real life.
That's incredible, isn't it? Because without actually having done it yourself, you wouldn't really know how it all works. And I suppose, and obviously you realize that that so much of this is done with the phone now, that all of this data is in the phone, and up here comes the idea, I presume.
Exactly. Well,
Yeah.
a friend of mine actually made the aha moment happen for me.
Yeah.
I was in these markets, and I was in India at the time, actually. I was in Chennai. And one of my friends came up to me and asked me why I was actually using my own capital and lending to one of the women that was in our community. And I had actually unconsciously been doing it. So I didn't actually even think about it until she asked me the question. And then, she said, well, when I look at these other women that are on the same street, they're all selling tiles. They all look exactly the same to me. So how do you know that this particular person is creditworthy? And it occurred to me that really the way I was underwriting her was actually based on the fact that, she had put aside 30% of her income to pay for her son to take this computer exam. She was someone that in the community was planning 2 other weddings for other kids in the community. There were just all these things about her that made her someone that was trustworthy. And so I realized it was her life and not traditional data that I was using.
Incredible. So you've got all this passion. You said you're viscerally convinced, and you've encountered these problems yourself personally. You've also, I think it's quite an interesting that you're actually from India. You're from Rajasthan in India, I believe. So you really do understand this situation. But when you are being a founder, you're having to convince other people of what you viscerally believe in.
Mm-hmm.
How do you communicate your passion to those people?
So I think I joke about this at work, but I am fearlessly romantic in a sense.
I think in some ways, as a founder or a CEO, you have to just keep putting yourself out there and knowing that in some ways your heart's going to get broken and you're going to get stomped on. But for some reason, we all keep doing it, right? And I think the other aspect is that no one's ever done it before, right? So there are no expectations of what you need to be or what the path is going to look like or even what success looks like. And so without having those expectations in mind, I think it allows you to be a lot more open and willing to actually share your idea.
And because there is this, it's a business, but it's also, there's a real sort of social justice mission almost behind it, isn't there? Do you think, can that be an advantage to what you do, or can it sometimes be a disadvantage? Do you find people misinterpreting your motivations, or they kind of think of you almost like a non-profit or maybe someone who's on a mission rather than to create a big business, and perhaps investors might feel skeptical or something?
I mean, I've definitely been asked the question, are you more focused on the profitability of your company or the mission?
How do you react?
And I usually say that I think that's a stupid question. I think for us, it is one and the same. We are a for-profit company, and I actually believe that for us to actually succeed and actually make progress towards solving this, we actually have to be incredibly profitable in order for other competitors and other people to actually come in and try to solve this problem alongside us. There's 2 billion people out there that are underserved, and so it's not just going to be one company.
You're not going to get very far, I suppose, just going to, say, a charitable foundation and asking for another handout or something, if you were trying to tackle the same problem in a different way. Eventually the money runs out.
Exactly, and I think it's more dangerous in some ways when products actually, go down instead of being sustainable. That hurts the customer more.
Because the product is no longer there.
Yeah, because then they've now become dependent on something, and then you've taken that away.
Don't you sometimes think about your life as an investment banker, traveling the world, first class, I don't know, maybe business class? You could have any career. Why are you staying in doing this one?
I think it comes back to the fact that I wanted to solve a problem. It wasn't about starting a company for me, but I, literally did go back into investment banking and realized that this was the thing that I wanted to do, and started to work on developing it and used my own savings to get started. And one day my boss actually came to me and said, I think you have another job. Because he's like, when I Google you, the name of the firm is not what comes up.
Your boss found out by Googling?
Yeah.
Gosh. And what did you say? Did you say, oh dear?
The funny thing was, he was like, why don't you take some time off, think about it, get your head back on.
Right.
And then about a week later, I was like, no, this is exactly what I want to do. So.
Thank you for Googling me, I'm off.
Yeah.
Do you other people in your team that you hire, they could probably do something different as well. They're obviously on board with the program.
It's true. I talk about this a lot, which is, there are people that came to us from Goldman, from other investment banks, from Google, from Apple, and we can all go get other jobs. But I think when we think about what failure is, it's actually not solving the problem. And so every morning we wake up, and that's why we're there. We start board meetings with our vision and our mission, and really focus on what we actually think matters, and not necessarily the other things around being a startup and being a venture-backed company.
Do you get frustrated with other products that you see in the marketplace tackling issues like this? There have been a few other attempts to do this kind of thing or something similar. Certainly. Does it annoy you? Do you get angry about those guys?
I think of it as, again, if our mission is really around access, choice, and control, then in some ways we are happy that there are choices, but we want our customers to stay with us. And so I will say we are very competitive. So it drives us to make better products and provide more quality to our customers.
Do you have a particular philosophy? Or perhaps a psychological approach to what you do, or how you think about problems?
That's a good question. I do think that there's a favorite phrase that I have from cognitive psychology, which is, really what we see is what we know. Right? And I believe there's obviously a lot more out there that we're not even seeing. And so when we look at the data that we have on these customers, it's actually showing the world that these customers are a lot more creditworthy than we even realize. And that there is a ton, actually, about $2 trillion of unmet capital actually waiting to be unlocked in these markets. And so I think about that as how we solve problems, how we provide feedback to each other at our company, and if we can actually see the best in each other, then in some ways you're actually bringing the best out into the world.
What happens when you meet someone who's much more cynical about these things? And do you sort of thump the desk and give them a hard stare?
I always go back to the numbers. So we actually, we'll just show them.
You just give them facts.
The facts, right? The data is proving that these people are creditworthy and that, we're actually more accurate than some of the existing credit bureaus.
Right. Okay. Well, the quick question is, I've got a problem. You've got to sort me out. I'm in a bar. I'm having a terrible time in life. You're going to say to me, Mike, listen, stop drinking that gin and tonic. And pull yourself together. What do you say to me?
I would tell you to be a romantic, and I would actually tell you to go out there
and read some Yeats.
Go take some chances.
Right, or but you're. I'm not going to go and do yoga or something. No.
No.
Okay. Great. Thank God for that. Well, that's great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
To Founder Spotlight. It's been fantastic talking to you.
Great to meet you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And back to this show. See you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Battlefield host and TechCrunch senior writer, Anthony Ha.
All right, guys, we are so close to being done with day one of Disrupt. What we have left is one more session of Battlefield. So yeah, you guys know how this works. I'm not gonna do the whole thing again. Let's bring out our judges. First up, we have Mar Hershenson. Mar is a co-founder and managing partner at Pear VC, a seed-stage investment firm in Palo Alto, where she works closely with founders to take companies from an idea to a defining business. Next up, we have Sriram Krishnan. Sriram is a product leader who most recently headed up various revenue products at Snap. Previously, he was a product lead at Facebook, where he helped create and drive Facebook's audience network and grew it to a multi-billion-dollar business line. Next, we have Spencer Lazar. Spencer is a partner at General Catalyst, a venture capital firm with offices in Boston, New York, and Silicon Valley, and approximately $3.75 billion in total capital raised. His investment focus is on new service delivery models for both consumers and businesses. And last but not least, we have Matt Turck. Matt is a managing director of FirstMark Capital, where he invests across a broad range of early-stage enterprise and consumer startups. Prior to FirstMark, he was a managing director at Bloomberg Ventures, which he helped to start. All right, one more round of applause for our judges. Okay, now for the startups. First up, we have Collider. Presenting for Collider are Kaki Calderon and Graham Brademeyer.
Hi, we're Collider, and we're introducing everyday off-the-shelf manufacturing materials to 3D printing. Imagine you have an idea for a part that could be a new product, that could improve a process on your factory line, or that could make something you're already selling even better. You want to test that idea, but standing in your way is the expense of a $10,000 mold and a 4-week delay for each iteration. Is it any surprise that hardware iteration is moving slower than software? Software development moves fast because it's cheap to try something new and you can get immediate real-world feedback. This enables rapid iteration and thus innovation. What if hardware could be as iterative and adaptable, as agile as software? The current methods for making production parts are injection molding, which is slow and time-consuming, and 3D printing, which is faster, but ultimately makes weaker parts. New entrants, carbon and desktop metal, are at the cutting edge of 3D printing, driving towards production quality. Collider is part of this continuum, but we're doing something different. We're introducing Orchid, a machine that makes parts in off-the-shelf manufacturing materials. The future of 3D materials choice is here, with plastic, silicone, and rubber. And today, I am thrilled to announce that this machine makes parts in metal. We're starting with copper and stainless steel. Let me show you how it works. Orchid's process is so simple. It 3D prints a shell. It injects the shell, and then you dissolve the shell away in a hot water bath. In the case of metal, you'd sinter it in our furnace. The process takes just hours. Imagine having an idea in the morning and testing it in the afternoon in the exact materials that you'd ship to a customer. Think about how much that de-risks your design process. You have a real-world test environment at your facility every single day. Let me show you a video of our patented process in action. We're accessing Collider's proprietary software through a web browser. We upload an industry-standard design file, and then Collider's software takes over to design a mold for your part. Then Orchid uses continuous DLP to print a hollow shell. This shell is completely smooth with no visible lines. Then Orchid injects the shell with an off-the-shelf manufacturing material that chemically cures to a solid part. This is a steel metal slurry, but it could easily be anything in our catalog. The process is exactly the same. Once the build cycle is complete, you remove the build platform from the machine and dunk it in hot water. The shell material dissolves away. Can we switch to Graham with the live demo? Graham has shells that he's been dissolving for about 20 minutes. This shell material is a world first and a patented Collider invention that is critical to our technology. Let me show you a few applications. This steel part is an iteration of the video you just saw. It's the shift lever from the pedal on a custom motorcycle. CNCing this part would have taken a week. Collider got it to a green state in a matter of hours. This rubber part is from Weave, a custom footwear startup. They just finished their wildly successful Kickstarter and wanted to see this product in a customer-ready material. We saved them thousands because they didn't have to cut a mold. This part costs under $60. And finally, custom prosthetics can cost thousands, so amputees usually buy uncomfortable, one-size-fits-most liners. Alongside a national prosthetics company, Collider can change the quality of someone's life with customization. This silicone liner is a perfect fit, and it retails for under $200. Can we go back to the slides? Thank you. Orchid is 5 to 60 times faster, 3 to 125 times less expensive, and has a material catalog of hundreds. Orchid is so simple to run, no special ventilation or skilled labor required. You just plug it into the wall. When you're ready to kick off a print, you snap in the materials cartridge, push a button to start, and our software takes over. Orchid prints at vertical target speeds of 36 centimeters per hour. The build volume is about the size of 2 shoe boxes, and you can fill it with multiple parts, with different parts. It's totally up to you. As I'm sure you can imagine, Orchid has applications across verticals. We're initially targeting service bureaus and rapid prototyping shops, and then we'll look to companies that can benefit from rapid iteration, like medical and automotive manufacturers. We are leasing Orchid and retailing a catalog of materials that goes into it so that you can have Orchid at your facility. Please go to collidertech.com to sign up to lease an Orchid today. We're currently accepting orders on our waiting list, and we'd love to hear from you. If you are a service bureau or a rapid prototyping shop, please reach out. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Judges, who has questions? So go ahead.
Sure. So first of all, congratulations. Super cool project. It'd be helpful to hear, maybe just to frame the conversation, where you are. And you've built your first full machine.
We have. Oh, this is
just
Orchid.
one? Just one? Or do any customers have the product today?
Yep, so we have a couple of machines at our own facility. We don't have any machines at customer facilities just yet. We did just open up requests for the beta program, and we have a lot of initial interest. We have been making parts, though, for customers, both as kind of tryouts to determine whether or not it made sense for them to purchase a machine, as well as some parts for pay.
Got it. Okay. So one of the questions that comes up with service bureaus is the question around IP protection for enterprises that want to make sure that their real clear assets are protected. Can you talk a little bit about how you handle that?
Yeah, sure. So while our software shows us accessing software through a web browser, it's not actually on a website. It's on a locally hosted server within your own facility, so your files never leave your own walls.
That's good.
Matt, go ahead.
Can you help us understand what is new and what you guys have developed that is yours?
Yeah, sure. So this concept of basically printing a mold, a very material efficient mold, and injecting it inside of it as part of our intellectual property is around that. Also a new invention here is the material that we use to print that mold. So it's a material that can cure nice and rigid, can withstand the pressures of injection, but also maintains its water solubility, as you guys saw. So those are kind of the key developments here, as well as how we produce the continuous pull enables great surface qualities and speed.
Are you had a question?
I have a question about the economics of the machine, leasing it, and the materials you buy, and at what point do I'm okay waiting a week and going for injection molding, for example?
Sure. So our breaking even quantities are at about 2,000 parts, and if you're ordering more than 2,000 parts, absolutely go cut a mold. But what we're doing, we're targeting service bureaus initially so that customers who need 1 or 2 or 3 parts can order from a third party. And then when the unit economics shift to having one in their facility, then they can lease a machine.
Okay.
Wait, so just to be clear, the stuff that's on the table is stuff that the machine has created, or that's like samples of things that...
Correct.
Oh, do you guys want to try it out? Can we...
Oh, yeah, take them.
Here.
Awesome.
Well, that's happening. Other questions?
Yes.
Yes, can you just also speak to the sort of strength and sort of fault tolerance of the work you do?
Yeah, absolutely. So from a strength perspective, this is going to be just as good as the materials you'd be using in a traditional molding process because they are the same materials. And so that's kind of one of the upsides of this technology is delivering kind of the off-the-shelf manufacturing materials that you're used to working with today.
Right.
So if you're currently using it to make a dashboard part, it'll have the same material capabilities as that dashboard part.
So by the way, great presentation. Thank you for doing this. I'm more of a software person, so this might be naive. I know a lot of people who have 3D printers. They've been using it for prototyping. So where does the line end between like a 3D printer that you can buy like off the shelf, and where do you guys come in? Like, and where is that? How does that market look like?
Yeah, sure. So with this technology, basically what you're looking for is primarily 3D printing as it sits today is primarily going to be used in a prototyping use case, with the exception, as Kaki mentioned, of some new entrants into the market who have some really fantastic materials and teams. Having said that, we're kind of in that same vein of production, and as Kaki said, if you order 2,000 parts, it makes sense to go with our technology. Honestly, if you're looking for the same materials, you can use this in the same way that you're working with a 3D printer today with similar price points.
Matt, you had a question?
Yeah, maybe tell us a little more about your backgrounds. I assume you spent some time in the 3D printing world.
Yes. So I've been working with industrial 3D printers since I was 15. I previously worked for Shapeways as a service bureau, working on technology development there, as well as working with manufacturers who are looking to adopt that technology. That work is actually what led to the development of what we're doing here.
I'm the business half of the equation, so I have a business and law background, and I've experienced scaling B2B companies.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. Maybe you have mentioned, but is there any materials for which this does not work?
So we work with a super wide variety of materials is a great question. So currently we're focused primarily on the thermoset class of plastics. So things that are liquid at room temperature that chemically react with one another and cure inside of the molds. So tons of parts that surround us are made that way. We are not focused at this time on thermoplastics. However, there is a pathway to that in our future. And as you can see, we are also focused on metals today.
Yeah.
And the way that we're approaching that process, we can, instead of using the powders that we're working with here today, there's all kinds of metal alloys. There's really no change to the process to work with more metals.
Are you at all supply constrained in terms of materials, or the materials you can deliver to your customers, or is that limitless?
Yeah, so because we're working with pre-existing supply chain and materials that have been mass-produced for decades, we're in a really good position. We don't have to worry about, scaling up manufacturing of a custom photopolymer, with the exception of the shell material.
Right. You don't want to make it quick.
Can you go from prototyping to production, like the next generation?
Yeah, so that's exactly what we're very excited about, is the ability to both prototype and produce using the same platform, which is an incredibly exciting opportunity. Particularly when it comes to customized goods, in the short term, I think is where we're going to see the most growth.
All right, so before we send Collider off the stage, you guys all got a chance to hold the prototypes in your hand. Do they feel good, sturdy, like real? Like, do you even know what's happening?
Yes.
Feel.
Thumbs up?
Yeah, just throw it at him. Right.
Sure you can. All right. Let's give it back. All right, guys, one more round of applause for Collider. Thank you. Okay, while they're getting their big machine off stage, we will bring out Reminder. Presenting for Reminder are Mohideen Sieve and Atman Izzy. Come on out, guys. They're coming. You gotta move the thing off the stage first. All right, welcome to the stage, Reminder.
Thank you. Hi.
Yeah, you have 6 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Mohideen, and I'm the founder of Reminder. We are reinventing talent assessment by leveraging state-of-the-art deep learning. Presentation doesn't work. This was my primary class. I went from Mauritania to France to study engineering at their top universities. Where I grew up, unemployment reached 30%, and I always dreamed about a solution able to understand the full potential of every person in the world. I was gifted in math from a young age, and I always saw recruiting as a complicated math problem waiting to be solved. Today, when you post a job offer on the internet, applicants pop up from all around the world. You have to deal with a variety of professional backgrounds and keep up with a rapidly changing job landscape. So imagine if you are receiving 600,000 applications per day, like one of our current clients. Doing something as simple as a search to assess all these resumes will fail to reveal the full potential of a prospective candidate, because evaluation today are based on criteria such as well-known schools or well-known companies. They favor prestige over potential. And what's more, tools like search engines are not smart enough to translate diverse set of experiences and backgrounds, so they overlook the majority of high potential candidates while revealing false positives. But that changes today. Introducing Reminder. Our unique deep learning technology is able to qualify every experience, project, education, or transition people can write down in their resumes. For example, in a traditional keyword system, they are not able to make the relationship between a sous chef and a person working on events, for example. And our system is able to understand the different correlation even if they are hidden. And what also is amazing about our solution, we are able to assess both technical and non-technical jobs. We are able to scale to all languages. And finally, we can deal with all media formats, from PDF to images. So let's switch to a demo with Othman.
Hi, everyone. This is Reminder. On the left-hand side, you have sources and jobs. Sources are different channels of candidates, and jobs correspond to your hiring needs. So let's create a source first. We support multiple types of integrations, but I would like to show you my favorite one, CVBot. It takes less than 2 minutes to set up. You just have to copy one single line of code to your web page. This is how CVBot looks like on your web page. It allows you to capture 4 times more candidates by tremendously simplifying the application experience. From now on, it takes a simple drop to send an application. It's a must-have. Every company here today should get one. Now that the applications are received, it's very simple to assess them. You just have to create a job title. Let's pick up a pre-made job title from our exhaustive list. Reminder automatically gives you insight about the market's best practices based on our analysis of millions of career paths. For example, it learned on its own in which companies you can find the best data scientists or where you can get the best education in data science. Reminder also learned the variety of career moves that can lead to a data science position, the skills that they learned, worked on, or should master to excel in this position, and even how they are distributed around the world. In the interest tabs, Reminder shows you the top interest for a data scientist: machine learning, hacking, and tennis. For an account manager, it will rather be traveling and golf. Now that the job title is created, I can select different sources of profiles to assess them. Let's have a look on the last week's profiles. I can perform simple actions like go, standby, or no go to create a short list for my job title. And guess what? Reminder continuously learns from my actions. Here, Reminder suggests that this profile is also relevant for a data engineer position. Finally, I can assess the same pool of profiles for all my open positions. It allows me to fill my needs and make all kinds of transversality possible.
Back to presentation, please. So how does it work? First, we use deep computer vision and natural language processing to extract each resume as a structured data profile. On the top of this data, we built 2 artificial intelligence layers. The first, it's a general layer based on the millions of career paths we analyzed. The second, it's a custom layer based on the internal data of the company. Analyzing career paths, and not only the set of skills, is not just a technical detail. It allows us to get a better picture of the candidate and be able to understand the different moves they can do. So where we are today as a company, we launched our beta 1 month ago with 12 companies, and we already reached the milestone of processing 10,000 applications per week. What are our benefits? We allow our clients to identify 3 times more relevant talents in their initial pools and reduce by 80% the number of interviews they do before making a hiring decision. And as we want every recruiter in the world to concentrate on tasks that are emotionally intelligent, our pricing starts only at $99 and scales as you grow. Today, we are very excited to announce that Reminder is available. We are Reminder, and we reveal people's full potential. Thank you.
All right, judges. Matt, you want to go first?
So I'll jump in with the inevitable question for AI. how did you train the algorithms? Where did you get all the data? And how do you continue getting data to continue training the algorithm?
Actually, we began with public data, open source data, public profiles from the internet. We built a technology able to extract information even from PDF images. So we have been training our algorithm on all kinds of data, even unstructured data. And we continuously train our algorithm based on the feedback that the recruiters are performing in our platform.
How about internal data?
About
because you're matching, right? So how do you learn about the internal preferences?
Actually, in our website, you can specify your company, the name of your company, and we are able to look to employees that you hired by the past, and we can automatically train our algorithm on this data. And in some cases, some companies, they don't have historical data, so we look to their competitors to try to fit their specific needs.
This might be a more philosophical question. I loved your story, your background story. That was fantastic. And I was looking at your demo, and one of the things that struck to me was if you have a resume which is, say, a top-tier school with a computer science degree, a human being can spot that. So if you are training on existing data, I feel like you're going to be training on existing patterns. How would you find yourself? How would you find someone who's not from a conventional background, or someone in the US who didn't maybe go to a top school? How do you find it? Because one of the worries I have is you train on all these public sources of data, and you're top schools and top companies. How would you find someone who doesn't fit that pattern? Because human beings can find that pattern. And how do you find people who don't fit that pattern?
Actually, this is a very good question. For example, for a French recruiter, it would be very difficult to hire someone from a foreign country. So it's difficult to everyone to hire someone another. Everyone is discriminating other people from other countries. So by training on worldwide data, what we do is that we learn about 95% of the futures that we want, and it's also a way to average all different biases of all the recruiter to concentrate on the real features. And when we train over the historical data of the company, we are going to look only to the 5% of that last of the futures, so we fit the specific needs of the company. That's why it's very important to pre-train the algorithm on public data before retraining them on the data of the company.
Well,
I have a couple questions. One, it's easy. Maybe you could do this for our founders, and you could make our job a little easier, predict who's going to be a good founder. But the second question, maybe a little more serious, which is, have you thought, it's more on the business side, but have you thought about a Glassdoor kind of model where I can go in and get career advice and you generate leads based on you telling me what I need to do, for example, to work at Google or whatever I want to work? Because I think people want this.
Yes, actually, when we started the company, we started like this. It was a recommendation system that analyzed career paths of people to recommend for them job opportunities. And we had a marketplace problem. That's why we decided to focus first on the recruiter side before opening in the future the candidate side.
So one of the questions I had was on sources of data was, I think you say public data, but I worry that a lot of this data is actually locked up in people who could be competitors, right? LinkedIn, GitHub, Stack Overflow, just off the top of my head, I'm sure there are a lot of others. So and by the way, this is like a classic annoying question when somebody asks you, like, what do you do when like an industry incumbent comes after you? But do you worry about the fact that your sources of data are locked up inside people of competing products, or who might easily have competing products?
Actually, it's only a cold start problem. So first we began with the public available data, and for example, right now we are working with Randstad. It's a company that receives each year 80 million resumes. From these 80 million resumes, they select 2 million resumes, and every day they are placing 600,000 people. So we continuously base ourselves on the data that come from our clients to move forward.
Spencer, you had a question.
Yeah, sure. Can you just talk a little bit about how many customers you have, sort of how you're going to market selling the product?
Actually, we did we had an open version of the platform that allows the recruiter by the past just drag and drop resumes and assess them. There was about 2,000 recruiters that signed up to the platform, and right now we have been running a public beta, a private beta with only a dozen of companies with different sectors to figure out which sector will be more relevant for us. And the way we see the business, it will be people will come based with inbound marketing. We have a blog for HR, and we plan to hire account manager so they can move from an account, a model to another.
All right, give it up one more time for Reminder. Okay, so our next company is Sunrise. Presenting for Sunrise are Shenrik Jain and Ravi Shah. Come on out.
Hey, I'm Shrenik. Behind me is Ravi, and we're the founders of Sunrise. We're working to make smarter psychotherapy a reality. So mental health conditions are a massive social and economic problem. It's estimated that 1 in 5 of all Americans has a mental health condition, but 2/3 of those diagnosed get zero treatment whatsoever. Now, some populations have this much worse than others. For example, more police officers and firefighters actually die from suicides than from the physical wounds that they suffer on calls. But it takes another example to realize that this isn't a problem we can solve by just throwing money at it. The VA loses 20 veterans every day to suicide. Many of you have probably heard that. But most people don't know that the VA stretches itself to spend over $8 billion a year on therapists and other care resources that don't reach those who need it the most. The majority of veterans dead by suicide last year weren't in any form of VA care. So we at Sunrise attacked this issue through a mobile app for text-based psychotherapy scaled with natural language processing. So we broaden access to care for patients, but also give today's overburdened providers the means to scale to the true magnitude of this problem. Our team's experiences run the full gamut of healthcare and AI, from seeing these conditions firsthand as first responders to actually building AI products in both multinational corporations and startups, as well as from working with some of the best medical experts in the world in psychiatry at Johns Hopkins. Now that you've heard a bit about us, let's jump straight into the demo. So here you can see Ravi signing into Sunrise as a user. Users sign in and join groups anonymously, which greatly reduces their fear of stigma and judgment. Groups are comprised of 5 to 7 users and are moderated by a therapist. Once accepted into a group, a user can text his peer support network at any time, from anywhere, through a group text app, as well as participate in more scheduled therapy sessions via VoIP conference calling with the therapist. What we do here is marry the persistence of peer support with the clinical efficacy of therapy. But it's impossible to expect a therapist to read every single message generated on our platform. And that's why we've developed advanced NLP algorithms to run on user text messages and automatically detect content that has suicidality or other intent that requires the intervention of a provider. Let's jump straight into this technology in action. Here you can see our moderator dashboard. Now, most messages generated by our users don't require any form of clinical intervention, and they're visualized as green points on this graph, whereas red represents messages that require supervision and potentially a therapist intervention. So now we catch simple things like, I want to kill myself, but the real nuance in what we do is more evident in a sentence like this. I want to walk out into a lake and watch as the ripples go out as I go under. No specific negative words, but we can understand the latent suicidal ideation behind this sentence. What's more is we can flag a response like sounds cool to me, which is only negative because of the context in which it's uttered. Now, what these tools do is they allow therapists to focus their time and energy on the users who need help exactly when they need that help, greatly enhancing their efficiency and broadening their overall patient capacity to reduce the cost of care itself. On a longer timescale, this means we can catch complications early and reduce the number of crisis situations within an organization, as well as give an institution insight into its population's true need for mental health care. All right, let's get back to the slides. So, because of these gains that we offer at scale, we deploy with a B2B SaaS enterprise model, where we license out this technology to organizations that already have an infrastructure of mental health care providers to make them more efficient. By utilizing this existing infrastructure, we can stay lean as a technology company and get revenue from institutions and provide services to end users completely for free. What we're doing at Sunrise is leaps and bounds over the existing solutions for mental health care, which I'll visualize for you here with two parameters. A y-axis representing accessibility, which is a combination of affordability and ease of use, as well as an x-axis representing toxicity, which I'm going to talk more about soon. So traditional therapy, face-to-face, has been the clinical standard for decades, but it's expensive, hard to access, and suffers from atrocious retention. To solve this, we saw startups that let you text a therapist from your phone, like Talkspace, emerge. But their one-to-one model is pretty unscalable, so they're priced out of the reach of most consumers. This means hundreds of thousands of people have no option but online groups like Reddit and Yik Yak, where the anonymity they find online gives people the security to share what's actually on their mind. However, this freedom comes at a cost. Toxicity. And the online trolling we're all too familiar with can manifest itself here as users literally telling people with depression to go kill themselves. Now, we take the best parts of all of these solutions by taking the greater relatability you have with groups in an environment kept non-toxic through our technology. Our early adopters include universities, police departments, and fire departments, organizations with some of the most stigmatized cultures that have the greatest use for an app like ours that emphasizes peer support. Once we validated our model there, we'll scale to a vertical worth over $1.5 billion in potential annual revenue that includes larger hospitals, the federal government, and deploying our NLP tools as an API service. Currently, we're live at multiple pilot sites, some funded by Johns Hopkins and the NIH, with the aim of validating out our technology and developing population-specific language models. Once we finish these pilots, we can hit the ground running because we already have $4.5 million in commitments from major metropolitan cities and national healthcare chains. We're scaling as we speak, so if you want to join this list, contact us at sunrisehealth.co/disrupt and bring your mental health infrastructure into the 21st century. Now, we're happy to take your questions.
Why don't we start with Mara? Yeah.
Good job. I'd love to hear a little bit about how you trained the system to begin with. Like, where do you guys get all this data? Seems like a really hard NLP problem. People would go in multiple tangents, I guess, in this conversation.
So to begin with the data question, so first we just launched it. We had pilots with actual users in this new modality. Okay. So we launched at University of Maryland and Johns Hopkins University, and we collected this really rich data set from these pilots. Apart from that, we bootstrapped, and we partnered with online anonymous social media platforms. So you saw Reddit, and then there are other smaller forums which are specific to each population. So there are specific populations and specific forums for like veterans or police officers. So we took and bootstrapped the model with that data.
Okay, thank you.
Can you just talk a little bit about beyond sort of peer-to-peer support and the intervention that the actual therapists do? Do you have any content that you provide to really give people kind of almost like a personal methodology for self-improvement? How do you do that?
Absolutely, and it's a very important question because the content that we push out needs to strike a fine balance between engagement and therapeutic nature. Right. And we've started to gamify the entire process of recovery, where some people become better, then become mentors for other people. Apart from that, we have CBT modules, starting from the most basic, which is just the diamond exercise to separate out the thoughts, feelings, and actions, and then more complicated stuff, which helps people all communicate. One of the other advantages is when these people do these exercises, they can all come back and talk about how it made them feel, and that increases the bonding between the groups.
Matt?
Thank you. Obviously, a very important topic. So AI is great, but AI only works 90% of the time, and this is literally a matter of life and death.
It is.
How do you think of mitigating the risk?
Absolutely. So we have multiple different response systems. The first one is if Sriram is having a bad day, I can flag content that needs therapist supervision. And the beauty of that is it becomes a new data point, and because we have online learning algorithms, our algorithms don't make the same mistake twice. So we understand very nuanced linguistics, but also what we found, lingo, because the police officers and veterans have so much lingo that we can't actually understand all of it. But using this, we understand more nuances. Apart from that, therapists can also flag content, and beyond that, we go to specific population forums and rich data sites to understand the language before we go in.
So first of all, like, thank you for actually tackling this problem, huge problem. So just a noble effort. One thing that struck me was, on the online communities, is that it's just so easy. Actually, late at night, you can just open up Google, you fire up, you go to Reddit, Facebook. I think is a huge source of support groups there. And one thing that struck me was you guys are taking this B2P approach, which means that somebody has to sign up, be a part of the structured system, have a therapist, as opposed to just firing up a laptop and going to Google. Couldn't you actually apply a lot of this to address the toxicity that you talked about? Because the example you spoke about on someone trying to kill themselves could just as well be detected on like an LEO for support forum or a Reddit subreddit or a Facebook group. So why this approach as opposed to actually using the data that you guys are training off of?
So where we want to go is to actually validate this out and sell to healthcare systems. And our main aim is to sell to the VA. But to be able to do that, we need the validation. So we need these controlled populations where we can look for outcomes. So we can look at engagement retention. We can look at quantified improvements in general health, wellness, and all of these things, which is only possible in this B2B manner. But as we showed in our secondary vertical, we have an API service coming, which goes out to other people who have their own platforms. This is especially important for case management organizations that we are partnering with, because they provide the wraparound services for these extremely expensive patients who go into ER visits. So with our algorithms running on their existing text medium, we can immediately start scaling faster.
Mar.
Yeah, I wonder if your software, by analyzing all these conversations, can also help these people decide on the composition of the group, on the type of the group, on the matching, et cetera.
Our aim is to personalize therapy. If you look at therapy, it has not changed in decades. CBT was the standard back then, CBT is the standard now. The state of the art is asking people to self-report how suicidal they are on a scale of 10. Therapy needs to be revolutionized. What we are looking at, especially for case management organizations, why certain case providers perform better than others. What are the data metrics and functional features which make them more effective? And then we look at which groups and which members are compatible with who for the best form of recovery. And with this data-driven approach, for the first time we can do this. And we are being funded by the National Institute of Health and Johns Hopkins to do just that.
Spencer, last question.
There are a lot of amazing things about using the phone for therapy. One of the potential challenges is the user's expectation for immediacy and feedback right away. What is your user promise in that regard in terms of if I pull out my phone and I'm in need, how quickly I'll be able to get the feedback that I need, and how do you think through that?
So one of the main things is the peer support, which is why we brought it in. Because these are large groups from 7 to even more 10, someone is generally always on call. And because we go to first responders and police officers, there's that intense feeling of fraternity. So someone will get up if there is something urgent to just text in.
All right, give it up one more time for Sunrise. Woo! Next up, we have Credit Hero. Presenting for Credit Hero are Nicole Sanchez and Christian Smith-Socaris.
Your credit score is either a passport or a wall. And for 100 million Americans, it's a wall. I know this personally, because before I was ever a graduate of Harvard College and Harvard Business School, I was the daughter of a single mom who struggled to make ends meet. It wasn't always that way. My parents were college educated, they had good jobs, but after a failed business and a bad divorce, we lost it all. And it took years for my family to rebuild. My family's credit experience parallels that of the majority of Americans. 1 out of 2 Americans has subprime credit, and 6 out of 10 adults have not checked their score in the last year. 1 out of 3 has never checked their score. And you want to know why? It's because they are afraid. But here's the secret. Credit, it's broken. 8 out of 10 credit reports have an error. And that's expensive, because by the time you're 30, the cost of good credit versus bad credit is over $5,000 annually and can keep you from the home or job of your choice. So what do you do when the majority of Americans are terrified to check their credit score, but need it for every financial decision? You help them improve it. Introducing Credit Hero. At Credit Hero, we're on a mission to help everyday Americans take control of their financial lives. We make it easy to win at credit and reach your financial goals. Let me show you how. Switch to demo. It starts with a conversation. We take you through a set of credit improving tactics based on our decision tree. And we ask you how you feel about credit and what your goals are. By doing this, we immediately capture your emotional state and your financial aspirations. Then we do a quick credit diagnosis, asking you what your biggest concerns are and what your starting score is. And then we take you through our proprietary credit checkup, where you'll sign up, link your credit report, and get your own credit prescription. PowerPoint. Your credit prescription is specific to you, and we scan every credit report, identifying questionable items that could be hurting your score and giving you instructions on how to resolve them. After this initial process, we continue with behavioral economics to create a concrete set of actions to help you improve your credit score. And our process is powerful and can deliver dramatic increases to your credit score, like Annie, whose score went from 490 to 650 in 35 days. That's right, 140 points in 35 days. It's transformational. The data we get from this process is unique. We're getting psychographic, behavioral, and historical credit data that we can then leverage to create financial user segments and personas. We have a holistic view of our users' motivations, actions, and needs. And this is powerful, giving us an advantage. Legacy players like Credit Karma introduced the free credit score, while others like NerdWallet emphasize editorial. But this information is now commoditized and transactional. We're Credit 2.0, the next level of innovation in consumer credit. By going beyond information to action, we're able to financially engineer improvement for our users. And we've served over 80,000 credit fixes, automating a system that helps users overcome the challenges that keeps them from their financial goals. We build loyalty that you can't buy, helping us establish an NPS of 81, unprecedented in financial services. Our business model is straightforward. Because we help users improve their credit score, they look to us for the financial services that they need. We'll make money by by matching them to the right financial products, first through referrals, and then by building our own innovative and flexible products that meet their needs. So how big is this opportunity? Big. There are 100 million Americans looking to access $150 billion in financial services. But they're stuck in transactional relationships with traditional financial service providers. We're building the next generation of automated consultative financial services designed from the ground up to meet the needs of the majority of Americans. Before, there were 100 million Americans who had a wall. Now they have a passport. Wear the passport. It's time to get credit confident. Go to getcredithero.com.
All right, judges. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, great pitch, very nicely delivered. Who provides the consultation? Is that all automated? Do you have?
It's automated.
Okay.
It's automated.
And how did you build it? How do you learn? It's very nuanced, right? Understanding, making actual suggestions and recommendations.
Sure. So, I mean, I think we've served, like we said, we've served kind of 80,000 credit fixes, so that I think we have now some logic behind the issues that our user serves. Traditionally, the users that we serve do have specific sets of needs. So the traditional user that we're serving does have a subprime score. There are probably some issues that are related, duplications, medical bills. We'll take them through our checkup process, and then from there we move them on to the building phase, which is they're going to have to open lines of credit to improve their credit scores.
Sorry, no. So great pitch. Love your story. It's fantastic. So I think one of the things I was slightly confused about was you had this amazing stat that most Americans don't want to see their credit score because you're afraid of what's in it.
Yep.
And this is a crowded space. If you want to get your credit score, it's a crowded space. Right? We've all seen the ads, the jingles, and so on. Mm-hmm. So if those ads are not working in terms of getting people to check their credit score, how are you going to acquire customers to get them to check their credit score?
Mm-hmm. So it's not about checking your credit score, and I'll tell you why. So checking your credit score, if you have credit issues, is like telling a fat person to get on a scale. So we are not the scale. There are lots of scales. We are the workout plan that does the heavy lifting for you. And that has made us the differentiated offering. That is why 87% of our users refer a user.
Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit about where the company is at in terms of 80,000 fixes, then 80,000 customers? When did you guys launch?
Yes, exactly.
How many new customers you guys get?
Exactly. So 80,000 fixes, so there are multiple issues per user. There are about 6,500 users that we've taken through private beta. We've helped them resolve those issues, and so that's how the math works.
And do you identify the errors, or do you actually fix the problems automatically?
So we basically will scan the report and provide them each a custom template, pretty much fully baked for the user that they can then fix.
So the existing credit bureaus like TransUnion, Equifax, why are they not motivated to spot and fix these errors themselves?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's all about the history of credit. The traditional credit bureaus are B2B. They're here to serve financial services providers, and they'd rather have a false positive than a false negative. We are customer centric, and that is the key difference about kind of our approach versus theirs.
Do you have, your NPS is fantastic.
Thank you.
Do you have evidence of the efficacy beyond the individual whose face you showed where you took the credit score up quite a bit?
Yeah, so
you look at the impact, how is it?
Yeah, a traditional user will see about a 50-point bump in 6 weeks.
Who's your target market on the credit range? Subprime, prime?
Subprime, yep.
Okay, and how do you plan on acquiring them?
It's been referral based thus far. We have gotten a lot of emphasis on social media, and so we see people referring there. When we have done paid tests on Facebook, our acquisition costs have been incredibly low. So that has been hard.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's your competition. I'm almost ashamed to say this, but the only time I have checked my credit score, it was really bad, and I remember getting the report. This is a long time ago. I'm doing better. But there were like a few things, and then we went and fixed them manually. So I wonder what people do today. Anyways.
Sure. So there is a spectrum of the approach, right? When you think about the credit space. So first we got into this: who's monitoring? That's its own bucket. Then there's all of the editorial players who provide lots of information, typically targeting people like us, pretty affluent, who like to read long articles and frankly have a lot of options. Points guy is great, but most people cannot qualify for a Chase Sapphire card. So again, no one really, let's be honest, there's really no one kind of targeting people who maybe only have one or two choices and probably are ashamed, right? You had a pretty negative experience. Then there is a whole multi-billion-dollar industry of providers who then will go and charge you a monthly fee to help you kind of navigate that process. So there is an ecosystem. What we have seen in fintech is that there is no automated provider designed to help consumers really meet the financial challenges, and that's where we're playing.
And you're all direct to consumer.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we're direct to consumer. I will say we have gotten approached by others in terms of potential partnerships, some leading companies. Yeah.
First of all, I feel really guilty now of getting a Chase Reserve card. I'm curious, so you showed a chatbot there.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious about the product experience. Is it purely through, I think it was Facebook Messenger? Is it through a messenger experience? What is the interactive experience that people go through? How do people actually use it?
Yep.
Currently our beta is using Facebook Messenger. All the sensitive information, all the kind of we're providing you a service happens on our web app. And as we roll out of beta, it's about collapsing those things into a really unified experience. We think we can create a customer experience that's very, very fresh.
So these are complicated ideas. One of the other reasons people don't check is because they just don't understand the content.
Yep.
How do you avoid the agent problem of somebody looking for more support than maybe your bot can handle, and so you actually need to speak with somebody on the phone or something?
Yeah. Well,
answer as quickly as you can.
What did you say?
Answer as quickly as you can.
It's simple. It's simple. So we have specific, they will say help, and then it can trigger saying, what do you need help with? So we simplify that challenge.
And do you watch what they do in response? Ignore the clock. We can take. He's going to kill me. When people take actions, how do you know that they're actually doing this in real life?
Yes. Oh my gosh. So offline, that's a whole conversation. Again, helping kind of 80,000 consumers. Before we even did that, we person by person, we're helping this. Credit and cocktails, real user. That is frankly, no one can do what we're doing just off the bat because they won't trust you. So we, one, establish immediate consumer trust. Two, we do a lot of listening online, and we make it simple, very simple, which I think that UX experience for a distressed user or someone who's a little challenged just doesn't exist.
Awesome.
Okay, guys, give it up for Credit Hero.
Thank you.
All right, I'll let you get away with it once.
Anthony's like,
Okay, we have one final company. It is the wild card, which means two things. One, that everyone in the audience here, hopefully, helped us choose this company from the Startup Alley. It also means they've only had a couple of hours to prepare the presentation. So, be generous. The company is Recordgram. Presenting for Recordgram are Eric Mendelson, Winston, DJ, Blackout Thomas, and Sean Mims.
Ready?
You have 6 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eric Mendelson, executive music producer, artist manager, and the CEO of Recordgram. There are millions of people around the world that have a burning desire to be a music artist. However, they either don't have access to quality producers or they can't afford to pursue a career in music. The solution to their problem is Recordgram. Recordgram is an all-in-one mobile production marketplace, a recording studio, and a social network that allows our users to create original songs with award-winning music producers for under $5, all from the palm of their hand. Our users can discover beats, they can write songs to those beats, they can record songs to those beats, and they can also shoot a video to that song that they just created, and they could share it across all of their social networks, including Recordgram's social networks, instantly turning their friends into fans. Recordgram breaks down barriers and empowers anyone, regardless of where they live in the world or how much money they have, the ability to awaken their inner musician. So let's meet one of those musicians. Meet producer Tony Fad. Tony comes from a small town in Russia. He owns expensive studio equipment and he makes great beats. But the problem for Tony is that he doesn't have relationships with artists to sell his production. So he uploads his beats across all the online platforms and he even gives them away for free in the hopes of getting discovered. Now let's meet our other consumer and another artist. Willie, the artist from New Jersey. Willie doesn't have a lot of money. Apparently, Willie's chains must be fake. He's always dreamed of working with his favorite music producer, but he doesn't have access to them. And even if Willie did, he wouldn't be able to afford their production. So he downloads and plays with karaoke apps, but he's not satisfied because he's unable to create original music until Willie discovers Recordgram. Recordgram solves both Tony and Willie's problems. We're the user-friendly, convenient, and affordable solution that connects producer Tony with aspiring artist Willie. The bottom line is we make money for producers like Tony, and we provide access and save money for guys like Willie. Now, I know this may seem like a great hypothetical use case, but it's actually a true story. Today, Willie goes by the artist named Fetty Wap. He's one of hip-hop's biggest artists. He's had 5 top 10 records over the last year. His gold chains are actually real. And his first single was produced by Tony, who he discovered through an online platform. The power of Recordgram is being able to bring that collaboration and discovery process to the mobile device so producers like Tony and artists like Willie can discover and collaborate with one another. So now I want to demo you the product. Standing to my left are my 2 co-founders. I have Grammy Award-winning music producer DJ Blackout, and I have multi-platinum recording artist Mims, who's going to show you how the platform works. Take it away, guys.
So we're going to go to the music page, where we're going to find a beat. Let's find a track.
You guys maybe want to talk us through what should be happening?
So,
using our imagination.
So the beat that he's playing is actually... So now that Mims discovered his beat, He can record his vocals to it to create an original song. So Mims, let's show him how to create an original song.
We coming live from TechCrunch. I go by the name of Mims, aka Mr. This Is Why I'm Hot. 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 I'm hot cause I'm fly, you ain't cause you not. This is why I'm hot. I'm hot cause I'm fly, you ain't cause you not. This is why I'm hot.
Now that Mims has created his song, he can also take it a step further and shoot a video to it, all within Recorgram, which he can then share across his mobile platforms.
Could we get a better connection for this? No. Could we get a better connection, or could we get a better connection?
Yeah, we live right now. I go by the name. Hey, it goes, this is why I'm hot. 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 This is why.
So let's show him how to shoot a video right now. Normally we don't have all these different wires that are plugged into this at one time.
And we are the wild card, so I don't think they were ready for us. So.
Take a little bit of the responsibility. That's all right.
So let's just say he creates a video. We basically charge, let's go to, we charge producers $9.99 a month or $90 a year to upload our beats to our platform. And when those beats are leased or sold through our platform, we take 20% of the in-app purchase and we provide 50% of the royalties back to the producer. We currently have 10 affiliate marketing companies out there in the music space that are helping promote our application. And we also have 8 field reps in major markets across the country that are our evangelists promoting Recorgram at conferences and events just like this with artists and producers. We also have established relationships with the following celebrities you see on the screen. And we believe that when these celebrities reach out to their fans are going to react, and they're going to react by downloading the Recorgram app. Our competitors are either web-based production marketplaces, meaning they're not mobile, or they are heavily reliant on major label licensing. I'm sure everyone knows about Musical.ly and Autorap by Smule. Musical.ly has 120 million users. They just raised $100 million at, I think, $1 billion valuation to give you an idea on the market size. Smule just raised $50 million. They have a $600 million valuation. I think that they're about to IPO. The difference between us and our competitors is that we're not relying on major label licensing because we're an original content platform. So that's the main difference between us and our competitors. We have established relationships, obviously, with award-winning music producers and artists. The gentleman who you see on the screen is Street Runner. He's also a Grammy Award-winning music producer who's produced for Lil Wayne, Eminem, and countless others. The co-founders that you see on the stage, we are all executives in the music industry. We've collectively signed 4 artists to major labels, grossing over $20 million over the last 5 years. We're poised to disrupt the music industry, and we believe that Recorgram is the app to do so. In 2016, we were part of Project Music.
Let's wrap it up. Final thought.
Yeah, we were one of 6 companies selected for Project Music in 2016. The companies that have invested in Project Music are some of the biggest music publishing companies, record labels in the music industry, and they all have a vested interest in watching us succeed. We believe that the phone is becoming the new television. We also believe that the phone is the new recording studio. Today at TechCrunch, with your vote, that's possible. Please visit Recorgram.com and download Recorgram.com and download Recorgram today. Thanks for your time.
All right, Spencer.
So there's probably no word you like hearing more, or no word you like hearing less than copyright, excuse me.
Right.
And certainly no word that the music industry likes less than that. How do you screen for copyrighted material? How do you deal with it?
Yeah, great question. So the producer owns 100% of the beat. It's a leasing platform. So the users cannot download the record off the platform and upload it to like iTunes or YouTube or SoundCloud. They share it as a link on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. The producer maintains 100% of the copyright. If the song happens to blow up, or if the artist wants to buy the exclusive rights to that beat, then they can come back to Record.
What about the other side, though? In terms of publishing content that's not yours and trying to monetize it.
Right. So we have, we attach ISRC codes to all the content in our platform, and which is kind of a similar way that YouTube tracks for Content ID. So we do have a regulation process, and as soon as we get notified if there is a violation, we can pull it down.
By the way, I have to say, you guys must be the coolest team to have demoed here. So one thing that fascinates me in this space is that there are all these creation tools like Splice, Fruity Loops, all the way to like an Ableton style, like high-end stuff. And then there are marketplaces, BeatStars, the new blockchain stuff. You guys have chosen to compete with both spaces, right? And there are established players in both. Like, why compete with both the musical creation as well as the marketplace?
So we believe that online marketplaces are outdated. We believe that web-based applications are of the past, and everything is going mobile. In terms of Splice and the other companies that you named, Splice is obviously an amazing app, but those are really for more professional musicians. This application is developed for the 8-year-old, 10-year-old, 12-year-old kid who can't afford to get in a studio, who doesn't understand recording software, doesn't know how to use Splice. These are the kids that are on Musical.ly and Smule apps that have a burning desire to be a musician. They come to our app to create original music and to take their career to the next level.
Matt?
Yeah, first of all, this is very cool. Forgive me if that's a naive question, but what's the fundamental advantage of mobile? I mean, don't people that create music spend hours and hours on their computer? Isn't mobile like more clunky to actually produce something that's professional level?
No, so the answer to your question is it's convenience and it's user friendly. It's actually way easier to getting into a recording studio, way cheaper and way more convenient. This product was developed not just for us in America where we have tons of recording studios. It was developed for international customers and users. So we visit countries like Dubai all the time, and there's maybe 2 or 3 recording studios in that whole rich country, if you can believe it. This application allows anyone to record music in your chairs right now without having to get into a studio or understand complex recording software. We've developed this app to simplify all the things that you spoke about earlier into one mobile application.
So do you think that this is more for like fan engagement or for artists who actually might want to create a track that they want to release commercially?
I guess it's a combination of both because we are a social network, but when we developed Recorgram, it was really for the utility factor to create a collaboration utility tool to connect he's a Grammy Award winning music producer. He charges $10,000 for his beats exclusively. Through Recorgram, you get it for $3 or even free. How about that? So it's really, there might be a kid in India, for example, who wants to collaborate with him but can't get a hold of him. Through Recorgram, the process is one button function.
So if I'm a creator, let's say I want to be the next Metro Boomin, which I have like no skills or background in. What's stopping me from like creating a beat here and then uploading it to SoundCloud, uploading to YouTube, where there's like a mass audience and there's like a platform? Like what's stopping me from doing that?
If you're a producer?
Yes.
We want you to put your beats on all these different platforms, but we're the only platform that's going to help you monetize that beat. Because if Metro Boomin, who charges $20,000 for an exclusive beat, if he puts his beat and leases it through our platform to 30,000 users for just $1, he's making $30,000 on back catalog that's collecting dust. And we are actually working on getting Metro Boomin on the platform, and I'm impressed you know who that is.
He's very fashionable, this guy. Yeah, I'm wondering, let's assume I want to use the platform. How do you match me with the producers? How do you help me? Or is it up to me and just listen to a bunch of people?
Yeah, so we have, there's tools through the app that you can filter through different genres. So if you want to, sing over a country song or rap over hip hop, we give you those tools, and we also enable the producers to market and promote themselves through the application and through their other social networks. But we're not going to have really an interaction with you about, your musical career. But we do have high-ranking A&Rs and even presidents of some major record labels that are scattering talent on our platform right now. So if you actually really want to pursue a career in music and you upload your songs to it, we can discover you and help take you to that next level.
I think I found my team.
What's that?
I found my team.
There you go.
Launched my career.
Next Justin Bieber right here.
Any final questions? All right, give it up one more time for Recorgram. Pretty sure they're the first Grammy-winning wildcard startup. The first, not the last. All right, so the judges are going to go backstage. They're going to deliberate, help us choose our finalists who are going to present on Wednesday. Let's have one more round of applause for our awesome judges.
Thank you, judges. Appreciate it. So, yeah, we're pretty much done, but I do want to remind you to download the MixHalo app. I think it's mixhalo.com/TC. And I really promise that it's going to be worth it. I would not come up here and like pump it out to you if I didn't think it was going to be worth it. So go ahead and try to do that. We have Kevin Weil from Instagram coming tomorrow, along with a bunch of other amazing speakers and more Battlefield. So yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, bright and early, 9 a.m., folks. Thanks for everything. Bye-bye.
The first day of TechCrunch Disrupt New York. Lyft and Waymo partner up on self-driving car technology. Sam Altman could potentially be running for governor of California and more. It's Monday, May 15th, and this is Crunch Report, brought to you by the high-performance, highly intelligent BMW 5 Series. What up, TechCrunch land? We're in the midst of day one of TechCrunch Disrupt New York. Not only has it been a hoot, but a hoot and a holler. Yeah, that good. Shout out to the Revive team from yesterday for winning the hackathon with their ADHD diagnosing VR project, and all the other participants. Keep up the hustle, I love it. Let's jump into the news. Lyft and Waymo are partnering up in the autonomous driving car game, according to a new deal first reported by